We're back in Barcelona, and you know what that means. Barcelona Bash and Pack Care first up this morning. It's been a crazy 24 hours for European cricket. 2 finals days at once. We've given away 2 trophies in the last 24 hours. Some internationals as well. 4 weeks here in the beautiful Montjuic Olympic ground. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the ECS Spain, and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Buenos dias y bienvenidos. Good morning and welcome. Yes, we are in Barcelona, travelling all the way through the night to get here, and 4 matches on the way. And we know that Barcelona means action. It means sixes. It means, a lot of entertainment. So thanks for joining us. And yeah, we'll have a brand new commentator today, and you'll get to meet her very, very shortly. But right now, it is time for match number 1. Doubleheader format in this series with 10 teams playing their 9 opponents. So 18 matches they'll play, and then of course, depending on how high you finish, you'll get an easier run in the finals. So yeah, 4 weeks leading into the ECL should be really, really exciting. Now, I do have some toss news in match number 1. It's Barcelona International taking on Pack Care Badalona. A little bit of a David versus Goliath, but I can tell you that Barcelona International, they won the toss a little bit earlier and they've elected to bowl. So look, not so sure about that with Pack Care. They're a team that we know are very, very destructive. Probably missing a few key players in this morning's fixtures, but they are led by Mohamed Ihsan. Hasn't he been quite incredible, of course, not only for Pack Care, but also for Team Spain. He's been one of the most important players in Europe over the last couple of years. And I saw, with the Western Cup squads, preliminary squads being announced, that he's even been picked for Team Europe. So, Ihsan is likely to open the batting. We know that he scored a bunch of runs, almost 1,000 runs in this series in late 2023. But Barcelona International, they'll be better for the run. I know they didn't win too many games the last time we saw them. They missed out on the knockout stages, but still, you've got players like Busale in there, the captain, who'll be hoping to step up. And like I said, any experience is good experience. They're going to cut their teeth against this Pack Care lineup that I think have to go in as heavy favourites. Weather today, well, we've got a little bit of cloud cover and it's not particularly warm. We're going to start the day around about 12 degrees, should get up to around about 14 later on. But so far the rain's staying away and hopefully it stays that way. Let's get ready for the first ball now, and it should be a wonderful start to the competition. Barcelona International, or maybe they're smart, or maybe they're just suckers for punishment. We'll find out. They've sent in the former European champions, Pack Care, in the first match of the day.
So, hello from the commentary box. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network. And this is the wonderful Montjuic Olympic ground. A lot of history to this ground as well. In the background there, you see the Olympic Stadium. You see the Telefonica Tower as well, which is it's quite a piece of architecture as well. It's very functional. The Aquatic Centre. And, yeah, I still remember when I was a youngster, 1992 Olympics, the flaming archer who lit the Olympic flame by shooting a bow and arrow into it. And so almost ready for a start here. This is what we're looking at. Barcelona International versus Pack Care, first match of the tournament. Yeah, I must admit, I raised an eyebrow when I heard that Sriram Busale had sent in Pack Care, but he obviously knows what he's doing. And Barcelona International had the unenviable record of 1-17 in last year's series. But like I said, they'll be better for the run. Pack Care finished in 2nd place in more ways than one after the group stages. They were 2nd to the Jaguars and ended up losing the final in a last over thriller. And I remember that game very well because it was my 3,000th match that I ever commentated in the final back in late 2023. And Pack Care Badalona given an 86% chance by the super duper computer. And Barcelona International, about a 1-7 shot they're saying. But maybe it's a good time to get Pack Care in the first match of the tournament. And yeah, Ihsan is the captain of Pack Care this morning. So missing a few of their regulars, a few new names in there. So I'm looking forward to seeing them. Mochim, good young player in there. Mohamed Atif, the left armour. And Hassan Ali, I thought he was excellent in certain moments last year as well. Barcelona International, I think they'll be relying on the captain a bit. Busale, again, they've got a bit of a different look as well. But it's Vishesh Gajar to get us going here. First ball of the ECS Spain. Isan on strike. And he watches a wide. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. And joining me for the first time in the ECN commentary cube is Georgie Parker. Georgie, welcome to ECN.
Oh, Vinny, thank you so much. First time caller here of cricket, but long time fan of the ECN. I love it. I love the passion that these guys have, and can't wait to get stuck in here in Barcelona, and what a view it is.
It's so great to have you here. As Gajar comes in again. And this is knocked away for at least one. In fact, it'll be 4. So Isan just lets that come onto the bat. And that is the first boundary of the tournament. Now, George, I know you love your cricket. And I know you've seen a little bit of ECN, but I don't think you'll have ever seen anything like the Barcelona Bash live. It is something else.
It is, and it's going to be fast out there in the outfield, isn't it? It's the way that the field is. It's not grass, it's artificial, so the ball's going to be zinging around in the outfield. So a few boundaries you'd predict.
Pitched up and belted. And luckily, one of the 2 outfielders is down there at deep cover. That's Zishan Dildar that does the fielding. So it'll just be a single. Yeah, so I mean, you know artificial turf pretty well because I'll talk about you during the day, give a bit of background on you, but you actually played hockey for Australia in the Olympics, field hockey, right?
I did. I played hockey for Australia, but cricket's one of my passions. I love watching it, and it's my big summer in Australia. We love watching our cricket.
Yeah, there's a few similarities as well. That one's just knocked away.
Yep, very big in India hockey. So I've played there a few times, and India, the men and women, do very well at the Olympics.
Yeah, I know that. And we have plenty of Indian viewers, of course, plenty of viewers on the subcontinent where hockey is pretty big. And yeah, if you'd like to say hello to Georgie, now's a great time. Georgie Parker with me for week 1. And Rico will be back in week 2. And, well, this is a little bit of a streaky one, but it'll be a result. It's going to be 4 runs. So, so far, the scoring coming thick and fast.
Not a great first over, really. Starts with a wide and then a couple of boundaries as well. So, pretty expensive first over here.
And also, you know, because we've got the live chat, I know a lot of people are in there, ECN European Cricket Network. If you've got any questions for Georgie, fire away. Georgie's actually here the whole 4 weeks. I'll be here for probably the beginning and the end. Rico's going to cover me in the middle. So I'll get to a couple of days with Rico in there. Gajar gets a bit straighter. Nice looking shot though. Just times this off the pads. Bit of a task, but that's a great pickup. And that is the captain, Sriram Bosale. He's a real key player, Georgie, for Barcelona International, but they were new to the format, new to the series last year. Had one win. It was a pretty entertaining last over win. Last ball win, I think, actually. But no success apart from that. I'll be hoping it's different this time around. They'll push and run here.
Well run there between wickets. Bit of pace, looking for a second.
That's really good heads-up play. Now, I do need to apologise because the graphics... Well, I got here from Gibraltar.
You've been up since 1 a.m. I don't think you've slept, Vin.
1 a.m. yesterday. But the graphics obviously haven't made the trip so far. So we'll have to just deal with what we see on the screen. But at the moment, I'm going to take a stab. And I've got 12 off the first over. 12 without loss. Hey, 28 days until the ECL. So that's exactly 4 weeks away. This is a 4-week tournament. And that's huge. I know we were just talking about it off air. 35 clubs from 33 nations. Pack Care are representing Spain. They were the national T10 champions last year in Spain, and they will be part of that tournament. They'll be the only Spanish team there.
Well, then you'd be expecting a big score for them today with that type of calibre.
Yeah, what a great hit out for them as well the 4 weeks prior. It's pretty well bowled. Bosale does get the second over. That's a good spot. Now, one thing about ECN cricket, they're very harsh on wide, so you can see the kind of blue line there. The ball needs to pass completely inside that line for it to be legal. So even if it gets a little bit of
extras. A lot of extras here, which can, when you're in such a short over.
A little bit short this time and pulled away. Long chase. And it's going to be an unsuccessful chase. That's Nawaz out there. And Tyrone. But Tyrone's had approximately 12 minutes sleep and probably looks like he's had even less if you look at him over there.
You said you got to be a bit wary of him when he's had a little bit, not much sleep. He can be a little bit grumpy. As we all can when you're not hungry, or when you're hungry, or when you're tired. Yeah. You turn into a bit of a baby.
You're talking my language. Anyway, full toss, hit hard back, and that's going to beat the fielder as well. Cuatro carreras más. And at the moment, there's no respite for Barcelona International. Like I said, It certainly raised an eyebrow for me that they decided to bowl first. You notice over there at deep square leg, there's the baseball mounds on the field.
Well,
and that makes it pretty difficult in that area as well.
You told me that Shakira's son plays baseball here.
That's classified, but yeah, that is true. I'm not so sure if that's still the case. I'm a big fan. Slower ball. Now this is in the air, and it's the first chance of the tournament, and it's going to be gone. And so very clever bowling. It was the slower ball, took the pace off, and it's Dildar that takes the catch. So Basale brings himself on into the second. We have our first wicket of the tournament, 13 for 1.
That's it. He read it well, stood underneath, and you can lose it sometimes when it has got this cloud cover here, but he read it underneath it, safe as houses, his hands there, and throws the ball up. First wicket. And what's the score there, Vin?
Yeah, well, I mean, again, not everything's working on my end yet, but I've got it about, I'd say about 15 for 1, actually. Mine's a little bit behind at the moment. But
you want to get early wickets.
Yeah, well, I mean, especially at the club level, I think a lot of teams have kind of 3 or 4 real dangerous hitters. And, you know, if you can get through them, then you've got a chance of opening things up. But one thing about this format is that it can just change really quickly. You know, we've seen that many, many times. It's kind of cricket on steroids, what we say sometimes.
Yeah.
Luckily, the players aren't on steroids.
Not that we know of.
Fairly confident of that, but figuratively speaking. Yeah, so I want to say hello to Harry, who is watching, I think, from the UK. Hello to Wayne as well, who's watching from Australia. He says hello. Hello to Jules Hooterbridge and to Rob Thompson watching from New Zealand. Crewman UK as well, to Keenan, to Dave. Dave Martin saying, "G'day, Georgie. Welcome."
No, good time zone in Australia.
It is actually.
Nice evening viewing.
It's a pretty good ball, but
No stop there.
dug out. Well, there's a bit of indecision there. It's Ahmed Matloob who's come out at 3. And again, this is a player we haven't seen too much of. And, Barcelona International fighting back after a tough start here. And Isan, number 10 at the other end, he's still there, and one of the most attractive players in Europe. One thing I love about this format is it's just completely given players freedom to express themselves with no fear of dismissal, really. That'll be the end of the second over. In fact, if you're in the chat, maybe you can score for me. Jules is saying 21 for 1. I'm going to say, yeah,
That
I'm
sounds
going to go
about
with
right.
Jules.
I reckon that sounds about right. There's probably been 3 boundaries.
Yeah, well, yeah, we had 2 boundaries in the first over, 2 boundaries in the second. And so, look, a pretty decent start by Barcelona International, like I said. But yeah, Isan is a guy, we've seen him now playing in the Spanish national team. He's just got picked for Team Europe. So one thing that's going to be new, and it's just been announced actually, the provisional squads were announced, is what's called the Western Cup, named after our founder, Dan Weston. I'll tell you about that in a second. But it is Kajar that's going to come back. Good ball there. I mean, one thing Barcelona International didn't do too well last time is hit that Yorker. And I think it's such a good ball at any time. It is risky if it turns into a big full toss, or if it's slightly short of a Yorker. Batters are pretty comfortable putting it away, but that was pretty good. Just kind of ties him up here off the pad.
That's it.
It's still rolling. Well, that really rolled quickly. That's going to be 4-leg buys. Well, if you can't hit him, kick him, as they say in the classics. And I thought they might get away with a dot here, but it just kept scooting past the fielder.
Well, that shows the speed of the field, doesn't it? And just how short it is. About 50 metres, I believe this field is.
50 metres from the centre. It's pretty standard on ECN, but we're a little bit up the mountain here. The ball just seems to fly. Hit hard, and well, attempted foot fielding. Stomp were a great percussion band, but I'm not so sure about a fielding technique. They're going to come back for 2, and it's a bit of a dicey one. And they'll get there. That's something that probably frustrates sometimes some of the players growing up, not really used to diving.
And you can see they're running with their bats nice and high, which is can make you prone for run-outs. But
yeah, got to get it down in time.
Good running there.
Another good Yorker.
Yeah.
I actually think he just bowled very well here. And to give you an idea, we saw Pakar hit 200 in finals day in the semi-final last year. So that's
big score.
So yeah,
big score in 10 overs.
Yeah, and well, if you think that's good, Catalina Jaguar hit a world record 257 in a match last year.
Oh boy!
And that was crazy. Great York. Tell you what, you're just really dealing here getting it in that block hole.
Have a look at his face, though. He knows he's bowling them pretty well.
He'd love another over, but of course you can. Yeah, he's
saying, I'm pretty good. That's three pretty good balls by me.
Don't celebrate too early. It's one thing I'll say. Anyway. Oh, that time he gets it wrong. It'll be a no ball for above the waist, and it's just going to be popped over the boundary. Maximo, on ECM we call that a 7-up and a free hit to come. And Gajar, well, it might have been A-OK before that, but it's gone off the rails.
Yeah, look, as you said, you can't celebrate anything too early. We got a free hit now.
Free hit coming up then. Gajar needs to get back to basics. Doesn't really get this one, and well fielded as well. That will be the end of the power play. And again, I'm giving an approximate score. I think it's in the mid-30s. Again, apologies for lack of score on the screen. Something we're working on in the background. Hello to Stefan Gooch, who's in the chat as well. Hello to Corey Rutgers, who's tuning in. Of course, he's one of our commentary team. He'll be here actually to coach Team Spain in the ECIs, which is the end of week 3. And then we'll do a bit of commentary as well. Hello to Julian Dawson, to Jeff Mobbs, to Terry, who's watching from Estonia, to Oliver Garnett. Great to have you. Oliver's asking what's happened to Hamza. Well, I would imagine he'd be playing for Jaguars, but I'll have to have a peek at their team list. Hello to Taki Ulmazar, who I'm not sure will be playing in here. Yeah, Western Shield, it's basically a British Isles team versus Continental Europe. So it's British and Irish Knights versus Team Europe best of 9. It's going to be amazing. And Isan has been picked for Team Europe, so it's a big honour. Looks
what
like
an honour.
Yeah, we've got Bentley coming in the 4th, and he just gets hit leg side. Didn't get all of it, but I think he's going to go. So there we go, big moment in the game. And Barcelona International, this David versus Goliath at the moment. David's throwing a few punches. That's a 2nd wicket down.
That's it, and they're fielding pretty well, I think, Barcelona International. They're not letting anything go through them, and the shots that Pak Care are doing, I don't think they're getting punished for them as such.
They're not really hitting too many out of the middle at the moment. We've seen the balls really fly on this ground before.
It's either a big score from a shot, it's either a 4 or a 6, or it's a nothing, so a dot ball. So good first ball there from Bentley.
Yeah, it's a perfect start for Bentley, really. And this will bring Mohamed Atif to the crease. Now, he's a really, really talented young bowler. I know he's been working on his batting a lot recently, and I think with a few key batters missing for Pak Care, gets his opportunity at number 4 here. Played some nice innings last year as well. Also, one of the nicest young guys you'll ever meet, Mohamed Atif.
The whole package.
And Bentley has 0 cares about that. Wants to see the back of him pretty soon. Keeper up to the stumps for James. Gets in a decent spot. First up, dot ball. So Barcelona International certainly playing better than a team that only won 1 out of their 18 games last year.
That's it. I think you were expecting a little bit of a whitewash in this game, but they're holding up pretty well. Bentley coming in for his 3rd. A dot ball and a wicket from his over so far.
Down the leg side, and it's just swatted away. Well, that's gone all the way. Maximo! What a shot by Atif, and a confidence builder. Bentley gets it slightly wrong, and he gets punished.
That's it. A little bit too far on the leg side there, and really nicely timed there from Mochim.
Yeah, I think that's Mohamed Atif out there.
Atif, sorry.
At the moment. It's all right, Mochim probably to come in next, though, so it might not be far away. Had a question. Is Rico going to be here? We'll be here for week 2. He's going to have the week off after doing a great job in Cyprus. Well done to Rico and Charlie Hunt, of course. And Sri Lankan Lions winning that tournament yesterday. I can't remember a day where we've had 7 finals matches on one day. But yeah, we had 4 in Gibraltar where I was. We had 3 in Cyprus. And it was a big day of cricket. Of course, the team that won in Gibraltar have a great name. The Sloggers.
The Sloggers.
The Sloggers won.
There's never too much cricket.
Actually didn't slog that much either. Meanwhile, this is hammered. Well, that's the first one that's gone over the fence, and it's onto the roof. It's got a friend over there at least, but that's 6 runs.
Speaking of slogging, have a look at that. Well timed, straight down the ground. See you later in the nets.
Yeah.
And we won't see that one for a while.
That was a very, very good shot. I tell you what, Matloob is looking dangerous. Just kind of opened himself up there, Bentley.
So after a good start to his over.
That's cricket, especially ECN cricket. Oh, great keeping. I think it'll be a wide, but watch this swing away. And Ash Reynolds behind the stumps. He really did everything he could. He took it, but then because the momentum had taken him so far sideways, he just couldn't get back to the stumps in time. But it's an outstanding bit of glove work.
That's it. It moved a little bit in the air, Bentley. It looked like it was going to be pitching in line, but then moved a little bit to that left.
Now Bentley gets hit down the ground. This one will go all the way. Maximo! Not quite as far as the other one, but at the moment, Bentley having a bit of everything.
Polarising over for Bentley. The high of a wicket and then the humbling nature of a couple of sixes to your name.
And that will be the end of the over. So 55 for 2. The good news is I've been given the real score now, so I'll be able to keep you up to date with that. Again, apologies. We don't have the score graphics on at the moment. We're working pretty hard to get that up. But yeah, 55 for 2 after 4. So, look, it's decent run rate, isn't it? It's 13.75 and over. Got a few innovations this year as well. So when we do get the score up, we'll probably see the expected score, which is the
score predictor.
Yeah, score predictor basically, and also the win percentage, which is something it's been an innovation in the last few months. Anyway, it's going to be for a read. It's the first one past Atif, and a bit of to and fro at the moment between these two teams, both throwing punches. And, well, you know, Georgie, I know that a lot of people have a few questions, and maybe I'll throw one at you first up.
What am I doing here?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. What are you doing? No, I was going to say your relationship with cricket, because I know obviously you played hockey at a high level, played Australian football at a high level as well.
I just loved cricket. I mean, I grew up in the glory eras of Australian cricket. We had the Shane Warnes, the McGrath, the Brett Lee, the Ricky Ponting, the War brothers. You can name it, all these Hall of Famers or future Hall of Famers, Gilchrist. We had named them, and I watched them and loved the sport. It's such a big sport in Australia.
It is big. Yeah, you're right about that. Just well fielded once again. Also international. Been pretty good at defending here. I mean, can't do too much if they're flying out of the ground, but the ones that have gone to the fielders, for the most part,
that's
have been fielded.
Yeah, I think they're fielding when it is coming to them. They're doing well, but they're just bowling a few in the wrong line for these batsmen just to punish.
This time it does go up, goes higher than it goes long, but it does have enough. Maximo sees Carrera 6 runs, and Paco Care just keep on keeping on here. Yeah, so I mean, you're right. I mean, it's the summer pastime in Australia, isn't it?
It's the sound of summer.
And you're from Melbourne originally, is that right?
No, from Adelaide.
Oh,
so
wow.
Little old Adelaide, which
Close.
is Adelaide Oval, one of the most famous cricket grounds in the world.
Beautiful ground. So you currently reside in Melbourne?
Currently reside in Melbourne, so get to go to the MCG and watch a bit of cricket there. But I lived in Perth, where you're from.
That's true.
Vin, for about 10 years, so I've lived all around.
Yeah, and I know you've done a bit of work all around the world in commentary in different sports as well.
That's it, but never in cricket. So it's a joy to be here and to make my debut in cricket.
It's kind of the deep end that we've thrown you in here with ECS as well, because it'll all happen. It's a low full toss, which is hit out and, well, does make the stop. Assisted by Newton's 4 forces there. Just stopped on a dime. I'll get back for 2. And...
well, there's that fielding I was talking about, though, that could have easily been 4 runs, but instead saved a couple.
And that will actually be the end of the over. So it's 64 for 2 after 5. Hey, so welcome into the commentary box here. We do have the cube back now. Last time the cube was actually under repair, and now it's been fixed. But it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Got Georgie Parker with me. Look, she's here. We've been trying to get Georgie for a while, and I know you do a lot of things in Australia. You just came from doing the Australian Open tennis,
yes,
right?
So
that must have been a great experience.
Oh, unbelievable experience, standing there with the best of all time, Novak Djokovic, interviewing him. But now I get to work with one of the best of all time in you, Vinny. So, chocolate cheese.
I've had my vaccination, so that's probably one thing that's different. But yeah, and I also, obviously playing Australian football at a high level there, I know you're quite involved in Australian football season, so, but it's great that you're available to get up in the Northern Hemisphere, and probably a bit colder than where you've come from, right?
Well, I've come from summer, nice warm summer in Australia, but getting the puffer jacket out, but that's fine because you can sit here and enjoy what we're doing.
Quite pleasant, actually. We had some moments here in Barcelona where it has been bitterly cold in the morning. But yeah, Georgie.
Well, if this is winter, it's not too bad.
It's not too bad.
But 4 weeks here, can't complain. Watching some men, and later in the month, a few women teams as well, which I'm really looking forward to.
We'll have Spain and Czechia going in a best-of-5 ECIW, so they'll be actually playing each other for the first time, those two teams. All right, make something out of this, Matt Lube, and he gets it away from the fielder a bit, but I've got to say, Barcelona International, they've been punching above so far. They mean business. Yeah, so I've got so many questions for you. I might throw a few at you.
Yeah, go for it.
A few people have seen you on some Australian viewers know you, of course.
There you go.
When you're on the panel shows. You're just sitting around and chew the fat. Is that basically what it is? That's
exactly what I do, and a lot of people know me from my continual trolling.
Oh, that's actually smashed. Kritzinger's come out and gets hit into the dugout, and it's a bit of hockey in that. If that was a goal, he's hit it right in the top corner.
That's it. That would have felt absolutely wonderful off the bat. That couldn't have been hit any more sweeter than that. But I think a lot of viewers in Australia would know me from. I love my social media and I love trolling England, as a lot of us do, particularly Piers Morgan over the Ashes.
Well, that's another one that's going even further. This one over the fence and far away. That ball on the net's got company now, and. Well, poor Kritzinger is coming on bowling what seems like a good line of length, and Atif, he warms up at just the right moment, smashes him for 6.
How's his confidence? 2 sixes and 2 balls.
I will say, I know that you've got a bit of a habit of trolling England, but I wasn't going to bring that up this week.
Well,
because this
you know
is probably not the greatest week.
Oh, no, we did just lose a match to the West Indies. However, I'm happy for the West Indies. How good was Joseph's debut series?
Yeah, well, that's smashed into the gap, and that's going to be 4 more. So 6-6-4, and hungry for more is Atif, who's getting moving here in this 6th over.
He's seeing them like watermelons, isn't he? And that side of the field is getting absolute punishing here. So I'd be moving a few players around in the outfield.
It's 82 for 2 now, and there's been 18 off this over now. On ECN, if an over goes for 20 or more, we tend to call it a magical over.
Magical over.
You have to learn the vocab.
Where did that come from?
Well, it just kind of happened. A bit like this did, but this is going to be straight down the throat of the fielder, so it won't go magical in the end. A little bit of magic for Barcelona International. So Atif goes a bit nuts in that 6th over. 3 boundaries, but then he holds out. Gets a little pat in the back for his trouble from Kaiser Nawaz, and that will be the 3rd wicket down. It's also the end of the 6th over. The score is 82 for 3. Nice little knock there from Atif, though. Got a few away.
Yeah, that's it. Particularly that last over. A couple of 6s and a 4 there. And well fielded again. No drop catches so far for Barcelona International.
Yeah, well, I mean...
Safe hands. Catches win matches.
They've been very good in the field, I will say that.
Yeah. When it's coming to them.
Teams have been very conscious of improving their fielding, I think, in the ECN era. I feel like we're in our 4th full season now of ECN, and it makes such a difference. So many balls get hit to fielders. I think if you think about the longer forms of the game, a lot of balls get left, a lot of balls get blocked. They're not really under pressure as much as in this game, where
everyone's making a play.
Organised. Yeah, you got to be busy every ball. Yeah, well, this is the thing. You do like trolling England.
And I know, and England just happened to win in India when we just happened to lose to West Indies. I've been made very aware of this on my social medias.
I was meaning to watch the Australia-West Indies highlights on the plane, but instead I ended up looking at the back of my eyelids for an hour.
Joseph's...
looked incredible.
He absolutely insane. And also just their passion, I think, is really important for Test cricket for some of these nations to get some success.
Hit pretty hard, but towards the fielder. It's Gajar who does the fielding. I agree with you, though.
Particularly after the first match, West Indies against Australia went just for 2 days and a quarter, not even.
That's all you need, really.
That's all they needed then. So it was great for the West Indies.
Unpredictability is what makes sport exciting. That's one reason ECN's been so successful, because you just never know what's going to happen next.
Well, that's how you sold it to me, Vin.
Dilda with a bouncer. I think this might be over the head. Now, if it's over the head, it's a wide. And I think it's a good call from the ump. We've got Taimo Mughal in there now for Pakai Care.
Been keeping the extras to a minimal, though. Not been too many wides, not too many no balls.
And not just that, they haven't too many hit-me balls. I think there's been some good shots in there. I mean, I think that early on we saw Gajan kind of setting the tone by being on target. Maybe just one ball got away from him. This is kind of heavy ball, which is pulled down the ground. Mughal will get one. But one thing I also saw in that West Indies-Australia test match was a few backflips and cartwheels, and you might be in luck, Georgie. I don't want to say too much, but Catalunya Red playing later in the day, and their captain, Imran, he's a bit of a character.
I know. Well, when we're looking at stats, when we see them, we need to have wides, no balls, cartwheels made as well. That's a stat that I'm...
Well, I want to apologise to everyone out there. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Georgie Parker here for the first time. We had an unscheduled interruption there. Welcome to ECN. It is a Monday, and on Mondays, sometimes, you get a few gremlins in the system.
No, okay.
But now we're here with Georgie, so it's a nice chance to maybe just have a chat before the game resumes. So, tell us a bit more about your sporting career, because, a lot of people are quite interested about that. And I know you're quite humble about that, but, to play sport at a high level, it takes a lot of commitment. And obviously, you must be very proud of what you achieved.
Oh, yeah. And so hockey, loved it. Travelled all around the world. Played over 100 games for Australia and went to the Olympics, Commonwealth Games. What wonderful, wonderful experience. It's a different life, though, isn't it? Now I get to do the next best job, which is to talk about sport.
Yeah, for
sure.
So
if I can't play it anymore, I'm a bit old, my knees hurt, all the things. But now I get to just play. Like, I'm here in Barcelona.
Totally
commentating European cricket. How cool is my life? I couldn't have a better follow-up career from the best job in the world, which is playing sport, to be able to talk about
We're
it.
so happy to have you. And, there's quite a few professional cricket players, particularly South Africans, that were very, very good hockey players. A.B. de Villiers, Jonty Rhodes, more recently Quinton de Kock as well. And so,
it transfers very well.
It does. It really does.
It also transfers into golf very well, but I've got a very, very good slice from hockey. So I can hit the ball a long way, but
you
goes
and I
right.
cut from the same cloth. I just have to aim 45 degrees left now.
But then it'll go straight. The one time you do, you go straight. But
don't get me started about golf. Anyway, I've got some good news for everyone. Looks like we're going to have some cricket
you
back.
don't have to talk about me anymore.
Great
Back
to
to
have Georgie in
action.
here, though. Let's get to know her. Let's pick her brain a bit. Rolled out the red carpet for you. Obviously, it might have knocked the wires out. Anyway, Dilda delivers a full toss, and it will just be knocked down for one. It was high, but maybe not high enough. Now, ECN rules say if it's waist high or above, it's going to be a no ball. But for me,
it's right on the line, isn't it? Depends on how tall you are with that one.
Yeah,
That's
look.
so wide.
Yeah, and I think it has been called in the end. So it's one of those ones, if they have doubt, then they will typically call it. So, that was kind of around the waist. And the reason is, it was quite a tender area there if you wear it.
I'd be tucking my pants in really high to make my weight higher.
Harry High Pants is a very good strategy. Anyway, free hit. Does get hit, but it should just be a single. So, it's more of a safety thing than anything there with the high full tosses here. In other forms of cricket, it needs to be above the waist, but then you find that a lot of them don't get called, and the kind of spirit of the game is you shouldn't be bowling full tosses at that high. Anyway, at the moment, we are in the 7th over. I'll give you a score in a moment as Dilda comes in. That's pretty close, and he's gone. Yeah, just kind of fake stepped out to leg and then fell across, but for me, this hits him in line with off stump, and I think it's going on to hit. And sometimes the easiest thing is to keep it simple, and that's exactly what he does. It looks like a good decision to me, Georgie, and that will be the 4th wicket down for Pakai Care.
Yeah, look, a difficult shot to be choosing, but when you're so up in confidence with how well they've been hitting, you think, maybe I can do a ramp shot. They look so easy when they're on TV, when the professionals do them. Didn't quite work out there.
Yeah, and I think sometimes, I know that batters do that, try and put bowlers off, but I think bowlers can just keep it simple, go forward at the stumps, and if you're moving around at the crease, it's more difficult to hit. And so I think that was a clever bit of bowling by Dilda. That'll bring Sami Ullah to the crease at number 6.
Well, you can't go wrong when you're aiming with a nice length at the wickets. And rewarded for that there.
Yep. Very good bowling. Anyway, let's see what Sami can do. Just over a couple of overs remaining. Here's full and straight again. Just a full toss. Got to say, Kieran O'Donnell has been outstanding in the field during the first innings here. He saved a lot of runs, dives on that one as well. I just saw a bit of dog walking in the background. O'Donnell's been like a bit of a puppy going after the ball so far, chasing everything down. And that will be the end of the over. So after 7, the score is 90 for 4. And so 3 overs remaining. This is where we are. And this is the ECS Tour for 2024. So Cyprus has already been run and won by Sri Lankan Lions. But we're in Spain at the moment. And then the ECL break. But then look at all these locations. Portugal, France, Italy, Estonia, Greece, Cyprus, Czechia, Romania, Bulgaria. The list goes on. It's very, very exciting. This is almost taken. And Bentley doesn't get off his feet in the end. couldn't really organise a dive, but almost carried to him.
Yeah, tough one. He picked the right line. His pace was good to get there initially. Just dipped right below him. Couldn't quite grab it, but a good effort and saved a few runs there as well.
Yeah, at least he kept it to 1. This is the captain, Basale. We had a bit of a chat too, didn't we, while we had the temporary stoppage, and he was saying, look, the first tournament, I suppose it was a learning experience for their guys, playing 10 over cricket for the first time. It is very different, but they feel a bit better prepared with what they need to do. Big challenge first up against the Spanish T10 champions, Paco Care. This is hit hard and high and long. Maximo. Well, there's a few clouds around. That one might have brought the rain. That was a bomb.
That's it. Struck very, very well.
Matloob, he's certainly had a very good start to this competition. And one thing I love about this job is we're always seeing new players. And this is actually the first time we've seen Matloob, 28 years old. Now this is just high and it's catchable. It's not going to be an easy one for Reid. Gets under it, he takes it, makes it look easy. And the catching has been good for Barcelona International so far. Now they've got a 5th wicket for their efforts.
That's it. We've been saying their fielding has been really good when it's been in the field. Another wicket there, well taken.
That was not easy, especially white ball in the clouds.
And it's hard to actually describe how cloudy it is. It's you're losing it. We're losing it here in commentary, let alone when it's up in the sky and you're trying to then catch it as well. So really well taken there.
Yeah, it was.
Kept his eye in.
That was a classic example of one that looks super easy on TV, but there was nothing easy about it. We had a really good line on that. And Farid, important player for Barcelona International, holds up his end of the bargain. And now, Persale will get a play and a miss, and he's bowled very well. He's got 2 wickets now. And by my calculations, he's got 2 for 15.
And this over, 2 dot balls, a wicket. That big 6, yes. But dot balls are huge when it comes to such short form cricket.
You're certainly right. This is Nelson Ali out there now for Paco Care. And he goes after this. Has it got the legs? It does. Maximo. Up and away. In Paco Care, Badalona, they bring up the 100 with that shot. And this just shows you, good teams, they do bat deep. And you've got the number 7 essentially coming out here and feeling comfortable clearing the ropes early in his innings.
That's it. You just got to take this game on, and that's what we're having a chat about, that when you're playing longer form, you can,
Yeah, you can settle a bit.
Yeah, settle in. Doesn't matter if you're not getting a run per ball, but when you're playing this, you've got to have a whack. You've got to give it a go. Especially
this stage of the innings as well. And I think that's one thing that we've seen with all teams around Europe as they've gained more experience is they have to bet unselfishly in a way to take risks. Maybe they will get out early. That's life. They have to then trust their teammates to be able to do the same sort of thing.
Well, if you're batting deep, then you're not so concerned about it because you know that the guy coming in at 6 or 7 is going to be hitting a few boundaries as well, so you're not too concerned, and that kind of frees you up a little bit how you're playing as well. So change of the over here.
Yeah, so what have we got here? That's going to be the end of over 8. 103 for 5. This is the 9th over. It's going to start with a ball that is just punched out. Bentley handles it just a single, so 104 now the score. And we have a bit of expression. There's another expression. I'm going to have to teach you these. I know you've seen a bit, but in the 9th, we always say, it all happens in the 9th. For some reason, it all happens in the 9th.
Weird things happen, you reckon?
Strap yourself
in. It's like Friday the 13th, but in cricket.
Yep, except it happens 8 times a day. It's got to come off the keeper's pad. I think this will be a bye. He throws it from an awkward position. And we'll get a run, so 105 now. 10 balls remaining. And all happens in the 9th. What else can I tell you? So when there's a bad bounce in the field, like it then takes a bad bounce and goes away from the fielder, we call that a tortuga. Tortuga is basically Spanish for tortoise.
For tortoise.
I actually came from here before it was artificial turf.
That's what they yell out at me when I'm going for a run.
Tortuga. Well, you got the green. You got the green on today.
That's it.
So the tortuga came from. I actually said this in English 2 years ago or 3 years ago. I was here with Rico.
You called someone a tortoise.
It looked like it bounced off a tortoise. It took such a weird bounce. Hit like a sprinkler or something. And he said, oh, a tortuga.
We used to call them crabs in hockey.
Oh, yeah.
Similar concept.
The reason I said you come from the artificial turf is that's the way that hockey's gone.
Yeah.
I once saw, like, for example, the 1956 Olympic final at the MCG.
You were alive then, mate.
India versus Pakistan. I saw footage. Bare feet, no shin pads, nothing. Big sticks. This is one that I think he might be a little bit lucky to get away with, but he does. For me, eyeballing it, I thought it got a bit of the tram line, but the umpire...
Nah, that's
touch
in.
and go.
That's in. And
99% in. And good keeping as well.
yeah, putting the pressure on the batter there, knowing not coming out of your crease, mate.
Reynolds has been really tidy behind the stumps. This is well bowled, good length once again, just a single. Yeah, but yeah, hockey's changed a lot.
Well, I know why no one's diving out on this. The burns you get from artificial.
Not as bad. I'll come back to that in a second. That's the end of the over. So the end of 9, 107 for 5. So, I mean, Pakai Care, I don't know what the predicted score was at the start, but I would have thought it might have been kind of 140 plus at the moment. Barcelona International doing well to hold them. 107 for 5 after 9. When I grew up playing hockey as well, actually, in kind of primary school, high school, but we used to play on those real sand-based turfs. And they were proper. I've still got scars on my knuckles.
So do I.
Yeah, I know the water-based ones, they weren't so bad. You still could get a few burns. But the sand ones, I mean,
and then
that was Sandpaper Gate before Sandpaper Gate. I mean,
we don't want to talk
brutal.
about that.
And I was always diving, trying to get frees as well, which wasn't very smart.
You would, Vin.
Anyway, Dilda to bowl the last. Nicks it onto his pad. That's why he gets away with it. Oh, well. And then chaos. Maybe all happening in the 10th. Samuela wears it. This will go down as 1 run. Big deflection there, you could see. But then, mind yourself. Bush.
Yep. The pressure's on, though, isn't it?
12 degrees. They hurt a little bit more. You'd be used to getting hit by the ball. You'd have to be a bit crazy to play hockey at that level as well. You have to kind of enjoy the danger a little bit.
Yeah, it's a scary sport. Think about Brett Lee bowling at you with a big swing, no ding there.
Especially penalty corners, the way they've gone. I don't think that the organisers of the hockey rules in the beginning ever pictured penalty corners being taken basically flicking 90 miles an hour at unprotected people.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that the evolution of the sport hasn't quite kept up with what the original standards of safety
Eventually someone said,
meant.
Maybe we should grab some helmets. I'm not going to protect our kneecaps, but maybe our heads.
Well,
anyway, that's
a
shot and a half there. It's an uppercut, and it's going to be 6. Maximo. Well, Pakai Care fighting and batting all the way down.
What, three balls to go in this innings?
Yeah, so it's gone 1.6. So the score's up to 114 for 5 with 3 balls to go. Again, apologies for the lack of graphics at the moment. But we'll do our best to rectify that problem. Dildar is going to get hit for 1. This is what he might think about it too at this stage. Masali didn't even want him getting 1. I'll just be a single, so up to 115 now.
The pressure, though, we've been speaking about this whole innings from Barcelona International. They're making them work for those ones, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're firing those balls in from the outfield.
Look, I'll tell you in a second what the average score was here in Spain in the last tournament. 2 to come, though. Big swing. Nothing but fresh air, yeah. So, look, last tournament we had here was a little bit insane, if I'm very honest. The average score was 137, so 13.7 over, and that's a lot higher. Our average score is about 105, 106.
There you go.
So, yeah, 137. This is slightly unders. Now, having said that, Barcelona International, they average 106 with the bat. So, obviously, they only won the 1 game. But, I mean, they're giving themselves a fighting chance here. Here's the last ball. Seatbelts on. He gets a piece of it.
Get there.
Got to go for 2 here. Bentley should go keeper's end here. It doesn't. Kind of can't make up his mind. Pretty close. This is 1 and maybe run out. It was a kind of like a cut-off throw baseball. Went in the middle of the pitch.
Yeah, that's it.
And then the bowler goes to the keeper. Let's have a look.
Was it bat down?
I think let's go back a frame there. Oh, I don't know if that bat's down.
Well, I think
maybe
it is
just. Yeah, I mean, might be benefit of the doubt. Let's see what the umpires think here. May just get away with it, I think. benefit of the doubt.
I think the wrong end was thrown there with that. But
we didn't really choose end, really. Kind of went the bowler right in the middle. But anyway, I'm just waiting on that, and it is given 2 runs in the end. So the total score is 117 for 5 after 10 overs. Hassan Ali and Samuela hustling to that score, but certainly under what I think I would have expected in the beginning of this game. But Barcelona, I mean, to be fair to them, they built some pressure, didn't they, with some of those Yorkers early, created chances, and I think their catching was actually pretty good.
Yeah, they didn't miss much in the outfield. A couple of big free hits and a couple of no balls as well doesn't help their cause. And Pakai Care, though, hit some big sixes as well. The cricket net's got a couple, one over the into the stands as well.
Yeah, and there were some big hits, as you'd expect. Maybe not as many as there might have been if Isan had stuck around. But remember, he went early for 10. They hit 5 fours, but they hit 10 sixes in the innings.
Yep.
So 1 6 and over is kind of par for the course here in Barcelona. The Maximo rate, which is basically sixes per 10 overs last year, was 11.4. So an average innings would have 11.4 sixes. So more than 1 and over. Yeah, but credit to Barcelona International. I mean, they were saying that they are a lot better prepared and a lot more experienced this time. And I think it kind of showed.
Yep.
Pakai Care certainly trying to up the ante. Always, I think, difficult for some batters coming out first game of the tournament as well. They probably haven't hit too many live balls. That was the last ball, which was close to being run out, but in the end just snuck home. And Pakai Care, they will finish on 117 for 5. Just going through the scorecard, 35 for Matloob. He was the top scorer there. Hit 5 Maximos. Didn't even hit a 4, but didn't need to. He was scoring very, very quickly. 25 for Atif in there. Nice little cameo of just 10 balls. Isan only able to score 10 in this one, and Mochim opening up scored 13. Ullah and Hassan Ali at the end hustled them to that 117. As far as the bowlers went, well, it was a pretty good job. Bentley's over went magical, though he did pick up a wicket, but most of the other bowlers were able to keep it under wraps. I liked Basale, 2 for 21. Qajar also, for the most part, kept things quiet early on. Not easy to bowl some of these players. Kritzing with 1 wicket. Dildar, 2 overs, 1 for 17. Did a good job towards the end. Finish down to him, Mr. Maximo, with Georgie Parker. We'll be back in just a moment with the second half of this one. Barcelona International to start the tournament with an upset. They'll need 118 for victory. We'll see you shortly for the second innings here. You're watching ECN, and this is the European Cricket Series Spain.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello, welcome back to the Montjuic Olympic Ground here in Barcelona. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with you. It is the opening morning of this 4-week European Cricket Series in Spain. Barcelona equals Barcelona bash, although it wasn't as much bash as I might have thought out of the former European champions, Paco Care. Of course, we'll see them in ECL 24 before too long. 117 for 5 they scored off their 10 overs, so that is the equation as far as the bonus point goes. Of course, first time we've had it in Barcelona. Only came in at the very end of last season for the ECCW. So Barcelona International, if they could chase the target in 7 overs less, they'll get a point. If Paco Care can restrict Barcelona International to 81 or less, then they would get all 4 points available in the game. And another way of saying that is if Barcelona International can reach 82 or more, they'll at least get a point out of the game. So I think they want more than just a point. They've got smelling a bit of an upset here, although Mohamed Atif, good left-arm bowler to get us going. Joining me in the commentary box for the first time this morning, but she's already made herself quite at home, Georgie Parker. Welcome back, Georgie.
Oh, Vinny, looking forward to this run chase. Barcelona International, they said that they struggled with the shorter format coming into it last time they were here instead. They feel a bit more used to it. And so I expect maybe a little bit more big hitting from them.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is where the rubber hits the road as far as their batting goes. I mean, they did struggle a little bit to keep pace with some of the other teams. In a tournament where 137 with 11.46s was the norm, they were averaging 106 with 5.26s. So they were hitting kind of less than half the sixes of the average. And typically, you wouldn't be surprised, teams that hit more sixes win more ball games here.
Vinny. I'm amazed by that stat. Makes a lot of sense.
Yep, correlation. One of my fortes at school. Anyway, Atif, you'll enjoy watching him. Youngster, not put off by the batter dropping his bat. And that's exactly what he tries to do. He's got a high release. He's quite tall. He's got a very kind of whippy wrist action. And you see he gets a lot of bounce, a lot of zip across the right-hander.
It kind of pulled out of a shot there. Didn't really want to play a shot.
And I know that Atif is a guy. He's played an incredible amount of games on the network now for such a youngster. That's a pretty good shot, though. That'll be 4. Well, no worries at all. Barcelona International get the scoring underway. And it's a pretty good shot to get them going as well.
Exactly how Paco Care started their innings as well. A dot ball to begin with and then a 4, basically to the same spot as well.
Kritzinger had a bit of a tough time with the ball, but he wants to make up with the bat. And he's a guy, certainly looks like he's a good technique. We saw that before. Not easy guy to drive, Atif. This time he worked around the corner, it's 4 more.
That's it.
So Barcelona International, especially if that top order fires, they could easily gun this down 118 and start this tournament with a boil over. Remember, a team that only won 1 single game last year.
That's it, 1 and 17 losses. So it would start their season off well here at Barcelona.
They're on a losing streak of 11. Not that I want to remind them. I suppose they can't hear me at the moment. But they'd love to snap it against Paco Care. Big team. Atif. Down the leg side, it's be called a wide. Anything down the leg side is called a wide unless it's, for example, between the batter and the stumps. And again, that's just for consistency. With so many deliveries, with so many matches, you want the umpires to be able to kind of have some hard and fast rules on the wides.
Well, that's it, particularly when the game's moving as fast as it is. You don't want them deliberating on too many calls.
Yeah, that's right. This one does get a bit of the pad down the leg side. It'll be a dot. And Kritzinger out there with Ashley Reynolds. Reynolds did a magnificent job behind the stumps, I thought. Particularly good up to the stumps.
Yeah, I think he put the challenge onto the batsmen. They didn't want to leave their crease too much, and I think as well limited some of their runs between the wickets as well.
I think we have Sam from Barcelona International Cricket Club who's in the chat. Is that you there, Sam? Let us know. He's up and about.
Oh, he would be. I'd be happy with my teammates.
Chops down. Bit of hesitation might cost him in the end. Well, his son had to kind of double back there. I mean, the hesitation kills you between the wickets. You can see Reynolds is pretty close to getting run out without facing a ball. And I think he might have actually just kind of disturbed the stumps a bit early. Yeah, it does. See with the foot. But anyway, all's well that ends well. Reynolds does get the strike, left-hander face up.
I think Reynolds would have made it regardless of that anyway.
Yeah, I think he would have. So again, apologies. I'll say it again. The graphics not getting on the flight so far, but hopefully they're back soon. But the score's 10 off 5 balls at the moment. And of course, last ball coming up of the first over. First one for Reynolds. Just plays it watchfully. So they'll take that off Atif, I think. That's the end of the first, and it's 10 without loss. Now, of course, one thing in the European Cricket Network that we always are excited by is the prospect of a golden ball. Now, we actually had one in Gibraltar on last Thursday night. It was a real thriller. That was in a 7-over reduced match as well. 19 matches since the golden ball. We've had 51 of them in history. And the rules on a golden ball are really simple. If the score's tied, then the batting team gets one more ball, which is called the golden ball. And they need to score 2 or more off it to win. If they do, they win. If not, they don't. Simple.
As simple as anything.
Doesn't take too long.
You get to choose who's batting.
So anyone can bat as long as they haven't been out in the innings. Yeah, so if you're out, it's too bad. Anyway, here's Raja, who's going to come in, and he is going to start with a Maximo. And it's our first bit of action in the cube. Now, I did tell you to beware, Georgie. Now, I know you've played a lot of high-level sports. I'm not so nervous with you compared to some of my other co-commentators, such as Corey.
You said the athletes are important, but what's more important is the equipment. That's the words that you said to me.
Literally, we say it every time, but rule 1 is protect the equipment. It's great to go for catches and all those things, but protect the equipment.
Headsets off before you go and chase the ball down. But safe hands when you're in the box here, Vinny.
Yeah, well, try my best. Cold morning. I love this youngster, though, Jafar Raza, left-hander. He just gets whipped away. This one is going to run away towards the field. Atif's got it covered, though. Yeah, Jaffar's a good young bowler. He's still developing, but he's still growing. But he's got good rhythm, and he's actually got some pretty good players out. He even got out Hamza Salim Dar last year. And you know when I talked about that 257 score?
Yeah.
Hamza, who I'm sure we see it at some point, he scored 193 not out, which is a record.
Tanduka numbers.
By 30. It was 30 over the previous record.
That's absolutely insane.
We saw the records getting smashed.
I can't imagine the talk at the pub after with a beer, just how good you were.
Yeah, I was still a bit young to have a beer, Jaffer, but
don't
see him having too many in his lifetime, but you never know.
No. Well, your whacks go further the longer you've been away from the ground.
Oh, yeah, the story's
Tell us about your best.
I'm a much better player now that I haven't played for 12 years.
Oh, that time I hit 150.
In a season.
Yep.
Yeah, this is hit on the foot. Well, don't go that way, go this way. Oh, such a clever attempt from Isan. He actually just goes, he kind of indoor cricket style, tries to belt it. Doesn't pick it up. Look at him. And I think it might have been out if he'd hit. Oh, it's kind of a half a pickup. But
there was no run there, though. I'm not sure what he was doing.
I think he was hopping mad, because he chopped it onto his foot.
He just wanted to get off strike, I think. So he just wanted to get down the other end, but there was no run there. So instead he was nearly going to run himself or his mate out.
Jaffer. Oh, he gets hit away just on the leg stump and disappears for 6. Maximo. Barcelona International. Where have you been all my life? As that over goes 6.1, 1.6. I make that 24 without loss after 2. So at the moment, they're on that 12 and over, which essentially is the required rate for this innings.
That's it. We're expecting them to have a little bit more vigour in how they were going. A little bit more, I guess, attacking nature.
Yeah, look, I think probably Barcelona International, though, they probably don't have the depth of hitters. I mean, they've got a few guys that can hold the bat and kind of do a job. But as far, you need those 2 boundaries and over, I think, to keep pace. And obviously these 2 are able to do that. Pretty interesting start. This one, Atif's going to get bowled out. Last over the power play. Starts with a Yorker. And swing and a miss. And so, good to see Chris Finkel in there. A few people having a few laughs with no graphics on the screen. You know what? I'll say what my parents used to say to me. Graphics They're not a right, they're a privilege, and you should appreciate them now when they're on the screen. I know that I do, because it is a bit tough without them.
Well, you're maybe in the era where it used to get chalk and a blackboard and writing them all down, Vin.
Yeah, counting your fingers.
At my age, though, it's always what we've had.
This is the thing. I still remember, when I was a few years older than you, I know that. Not too many. But, yeah, sport, even, for example, in a football match or a soccer match, they wouldn't have to score on the screen all the time. They might kind of flash it up every 10 minutes or something like that. But, yeah, it makes a big difference. You really get used to it. And
it's lazy watching.
Yeah.
Passive watching.
You can just watch it.
But now you'll have to listen to us. We'll tell you the score, ball by ball.
Wide this time, down the leg side. We'll try our best. So it's gone dot wide this over. So 25 without loss after...
Good over here.
After 2.2 overs. So, yeah, good start.
Pack Care, though, good over here.
Yeah, I mean, look, Atif, he's pretty unflappable. He's another guy who's been playing for the Spanish national team based on his performances here at club level. Doing a very good job. Close. Umpire likes it. He's gone. It's an interesting one. For me, it's umpire's call. I mean, it did nip back a little bit. And my only question was if it was missing the leg stump. But, I mean, it hits him middle and leg. It's hard to see what that's missing, Georgie. This plays around a straight one. And finally, Pack Care have a wicket. It is 25 for 1.
I'd probably give that one out. I reckon that was going right onto off stump.
Yeah, I mean, Reynolds didn't have too much of the strike while he was there. And it just got done by that little bit of the in movement. I think, maybe just came back a touch. Looked like a good decision. I'm going to say the umpires, they've been outstanding so far. One of the things we do at ECN, we'll typically have a tournament referee. And one of their jobs, and they have several, but one of them is to kind of mentor local umpires so that, when we move on, that the domestic umpires have a bit more experience under pressure. And I think that creates benefits for the domestic competition. We've had some brilliant umpiring crews this year already.
Well, that's it. As I said before, when it's going so quickly, these over rates are very speedy.
Yeah, let's just see if that's a blip or a trend for Barcelona International. Well, he's bowled him round his legs. You wouldn't believe it. It was full and it just tailed a little bit. And that's the captain gone for a golden duck. Well, pardon me, that's Imran Fareed, who's come out at 3. But Atif has 2 and 2, and he's on a hat-trick. Just have a look, a little bit of the, I always call it reverse. I don't know if that's the right term for it at this stage, but he just showed too much of the furniture, Fareed.
That's it. Those stumps absolutely blew up, didn't they?
Well, you meet Derek. That's the golden
He's
Derek
quite
Virgin.
iconic.
And, well, he's not necessarily
what?
Character you want accompanying you off the field.
Doesn't matter that we're not getting the other graphics up as long as we have that one coming up as we come into a hat-trick ball.
Hat-trick ball. We've had 2 hat-tricks in ECN season 2024 already. They're both in Gibraltar. Cyprus not really delivering on the hat-tricks. Hey, they had twice as many matches as us as well.
There you go.
But they did deliver with some 5-wicket hauls.
Well, we're coming up to a hat-trick ball now.
Both hat-trick takers were leg spinners as well.
Ah.
But we had something, I think we had 55 hat-tricks last year, something like that.
Look, it's
quite a lot.
Special thing to get a hat-trick.
Atif, he actually has 1 or 2 ECN hat-tricks to his name already. Could he get a hat-trick here?
Hey!
He can! Atif does
Hey!
it! He blows up the stumps again. And it's 3 in 3. Surajat didn't know too much about that. And what an opening to this tournament for Mohamed Atif. And we have our first hat-trick of ECS Spain.
Bring back the golden duck. He has done it. And just like he did last time, the wicket's absolutely exploded.
The power of control. You knew exactly what he wanted to do. It was a perfect Yorker. It's a very, very difficult ball to get first up. And Jar didn't really get behind it. It goes from 25 for none to 25 for 3. Mohamed Atif, take a bow.
Yeah, absolutely outstanding cricket there by Atif. And well, Barcelona International, for how much we were pumping them up just 1 over ago, well, the...
Rico does a duck noise, by the way. Yeah, well, you...
Oh, look,
Yours is better than mine already. Mine's terrible. Look, you know what? If you're ever going to put some money on a 4-in-4, I think now's the time. We have seen that. I think 4 or 5 times we've seen a double hat trick. And a team.
This could happen. This could be it.
He's got 2 to come as well. He's got 1 to come in this over.
Oh.
Misses. Yeah, well, that was a pretty special over. In fact, there is 1 to come. No, there is not 1 to come in the over. Maybe there is.
A little
I don't
high
even know
five
what's going
there.
on this morning. But there's only a wide off that over, is what I was going to say. So 1 run comes off it. I think, is he going to bowl another one? I don't know. I had ... wide, wicket.
Think Ali's got the ball?
No, that's the end of the over. Okay, wicket, dot. So, yeah, 3 wickets and a wide off the over. So it's 25 for 3 after 3 overs. What a comeback from Pakai Care.
Oh, absolutely. I thought, we've got a game on our hands here, and now, as you say, the depth of Barcelona International, maybe not as much as Pakai Care. So this could be the beginning of a little bit of trouble for them.
I mean,
they need to stay in
backs
here.
Against the wall, but the good news for Barcelona International is that's the end of Atif. Don't forget Atif's first over. He went for 10. Anyway, left armour for left armour here. Hassan Ali comes on to bowl. First ball has worked away to square leg. And here's the thing, Paul Kritzinger, he's watched that whole thing from the other end. Probably needs a trauma counsellor after that. But the good news is he's still there. And look,
and he didn't have to face him.
He scored 22 out of the 25 runs to that point. So as long as he's there, I think they have a fighting chance. And of course, Atif is bowled out now, finishing with figures of 3 for 11. A lot of people loving the duck noise. Kroom, who's watching from the UK.
Is that about it? It's pretty good.
Do you know
what? Just bring me over just for the duck.
Yeah, I'll tell you what's good about yours. Ooh. I think he just pitched outside leg.
Yeah, I don't think it was in line.
By a fraction, but only a fraction. Look, Busali's probably not a bad guy to be there as well, the captain. Yeah, pitched outside leg. Probably hit him outside leg as well. But, these two, they need a partnership. What's good about your duck noise is,
this
compared
is not
to
what
mine,
I was expecting.
is when I do it, I try and copy Rico's duck noise, and it just sounds like...
Be unique, man.
My duck sounds sick. I was like...
Oh, no, that's a proper, proper one.
But wait for it. Go on, give us one more now.
Now I want to change my technique.
No, don't. Don't change your thing.
No, I actually thought yours was pretty good. Yours was Donald Duck vibes.
No, mine sounds like a duck choking.
I didn't
or
mind
a human
it.
choking trying to do a duck
I didn't mind it. But you know what? I didn't think I'd be here doing duck noises on my match 1 here at the European Cricket League. But when you've got a hat trick...
Expect the unexpected. It's like an instant replay. Nods, which I think in some cultures means no. The umpire certainly would have made me nervous.
In some cultures.
With the big... Look at it. He's actually looking down his counter and he's giving it
He's done that nod, not this nod. Not the shake.
For example, in Czech, the word for yes is ano.
I know.
Ano, which sounds like no.
Yeah.
And
that's confusing.
If you Czech running between the wickets can get confusing when you have some of the batters out there calling ano, meaning yes, I want to run. Anyway, Hassan comes in again. It's pulled away. Not a bad shot. Like I said, these two, it's really important that they get some sort of a partnership going. This over is on 1.1. So, continuing on that work from last over.
Well, since the first 2 overs, it's all been Pakai Care, hasn't it?
We've only had 3 runs in the last 11 balls. Of course, those 3 wickets falling in the hat trick as well.
Yeah, field getting moved around a little bit. Maybe their goal's gone from not the win, but to that point now. But it just takes 1 over in short form cricket for things to change, just like it did for Pakai Care. Theirs changed with a...
That's not a bad little bouncer there as well. Yeah, but you're right. I mean, things can change quickly. They can change back quickly. I think when I first started doing 10 over cricket, the thing that surprised me the most is how quickly the game can change and how many momentum shifts you can have in such a short game.
Yeah.
Corey's in the chat as well. He's not a fan of the duck noise at all. But maybe yours can turn him around. You'll meet Corey. He's a little, Corey's a little bit serious, and to be honest,
Corey, lighten up.
Yeah, well said. Well, Georgie has made a strong run to number 3 already. Anyway, that's the end of another over. And at the end of 4, it's 28 for 3. So, yeah, to give you an idea, the first over, well, the first 2 overs, obviously that's where most of the runs have been scored. They scored 24 off the first 2, and they've scored 4 off the next 2.
That's it.
I love the confidence that's come and say, Corey, lighten up. You know what? Sometimes someone just takes a fresh face to come in and say what everyone's thinking.
I'm very brave here in this little cube with you, Vinny. Maybe not so brave when Corey's next to me.
You're taller than him. You'll,
well, that's hard.
You'll probably intimidate him.
I'm not a big gal.
You're going to commentate with Corey, I think, in week 4 as well. So
well, bring your happy pants, Corey, because
have to prepare you for that. Well, it's a bit of a mix-up. They end up going to the keeper's end, which would have been out of a hit, but they could have gone bowlers equally. Kritzinger has a close call there. Corey's gone suspiciously silent in the chat as well.
No, Corey, I take it back. We're all here just friends watching cricket. Do you know what? If he took that as well...
Yeah, it was a tough take, though, because it was a proper horn job. And Isan was on the move. Isan's a very good keeper, of course. Seen him not always keeping for Spain, but sometimes he's also a very good fielder when he plays at the national level. Anyway, this is Mohammad Mochim, who's bowling the next over. And it's hit
out
and gone. Yep, straight to Abid Mahbub. And he takes it about shoulder high. So that one hurts as well. It's really headed south quickly for Barcelona International. That's 4 down, and it's Kritzinger that has to go. The score 29 for 4.
Yeah, and Kritzinger we've kind of needed in there as well. He's been scoring the majority of the runs there for Barcelona International. And just hit that right in the catching zone there. Mahbub.
Yeah, he's into the action there. He's quite a versatile player, Abid Mahbub. And Corey is in the chat. He's
come back.
You know what? Yeah, I mean, some people can get a bit insecure easily. I'd probably put Corey in that category. And he's saying, send her home.
I've come
you
from
and Corey
Melbourne.
would be amazing together. Hit pretty hard, fast ball up, but McGall's got this one covered, just a single. Yeah, Corey's saying, week 4, bring it on.
I've come all the way from Melbourne for this.
I got to tell you about Corey. So Corey, actually knew Corey from Perth. He's a bit younger than me.
Is he a Perth boy?
He's from Perth. Actually from born in Melbourne. Grew up in Karratha. Yeah,
for those from international, Karratha is...
I don't think this is out.
No,
well
I don't
the
think
umpire.
so.
And even when the reinforcements came to appeal, I reckon he flicks the trousers, on the top of the pad. But, yeah, good umpiring. Standing firm there. One thing I love about appeals in European cricket is sometimes they just get louder even when the umpires say no.
They're real appeals.
More and more people join in. But Corey then moved to the Netherlands. He actually played in the ECL winning side in 2019, our first ever tournament for VOC Rotterdam. So he was a European champion there.
There you go.
Wow, cut straight through him. And now I think about a run that's not really there. And, yeah, pressure at the moment. Yeah, so Corey has ended up part of our commentary team, and he's saying to me, actually, he's saying this, doesn't want to say this in front of the whole class, but he's passed me a note privately saying, she sounds fun. Say good day for me.
Corey, don't worry, I'm not worried about you.
When Corey's here, funny things happen as well.
Oh, does it?
Don't worry about that. Last ball of the over coming up, and that will be the end of it. So, yeah, not a lot happening on the score, but at the moment, 4 dots to finish that over. 30 for 3 after 5. I want to welcome you into the cube. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Got Georgie Parker with me. Corey isn't here, but he will be here later if he can make it. Rico will be here. So you get to meet Corey, Rico, and I. And we have other commentators as well, of course. But I suppose over the last couple of years we've done most of it. Yeah. So, and at the end you can tell me who you like best. So it sounds fair.
Well,
Corey's cheeky though. You're gonna have to watch him.
Same.
Yeah.
Same. That's fine. But what an interesting match this is. The first 2 overs, whack, whack, whack. Suddenly, no more runs.
Was that whack or quack? Sorry.
Whack, whack, whack. Who knows?
What do we think of the duck noise from Georgie?
It's no good. I'm aware of that. But that's okay. I'm not here to do that. Maybe I'll practice it over 4 weeks.
Just do what comes naturally. Derek is a bit of a fixture now on the network, and he's got a birthday coming up, Derek the Duck. First
Derek the
appeared
Duck.
in Portugal in late March last year. And the amazing thing about Derek, one day he just appeared on the screen.
Nobody told you.
We never planned it.
Nobody told you.
And now we got a whole family of Dereks. So you've met the golden Derek. This is Mahboob coming on to bowl the 6th over. Geez, that's a long way back now. Suddenly you're looking at that 82 to get a point out of the game.
Yeah, honestly, the first 2 overs, they were just hitting a couple of 6s. Suddenly it's dried up and it's just dot ball, and a couple of singles here and there. They better get going, but they just need to give it a crack.
So he's not going anywhere. Mahboob gets a hand on it. And, yeah, that's the beauty of this game, and you're going to see plenty more of it, especially something about this tournament, Barcelona. It's just a ride a minute. Oh, good keeping. Isan likes it. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Oh, I think that might be gone. It's not the greatest angle.
It's right on the line, isn't it?
It's one of those ones that probably goes to umpire's call because of where that camera is, because it's on a platform. The umpire, because you can't really see where the rest of his foot is, the umpire is going to stick with his call. So he gave it not out on the field. It's going to stay not out, but it's pretty tight.
And it's fair enough, though. I think that's probably the right decision. It's one of those ones that if that's your team, you think it should be out.
Definitely.
And
selective vision.
Yeah. It's off in the way.
Fraction
There
short.
we go.
Yeah, cut away. This will be 4. So, trying to keep things going here. Not easy for Barcelona International.
And they need that little bit of pressure off. Know that they can hit a 4 or a 6 or a boundary.
It's going to be fun. Yeah, so Derek just appeared on the screen one day, but now we've got the regular Derek, which is just white. You haven't actually seen him yet. Seen the golden Derek. There's a diamond Derek if you get it run out without facing a ball.
Yep. It's everyone's favourite one. And it's Maximo.
Yeah, well, it's gone out of the ground. Well, he's doing all the tricks already. But, that's just throwing the hands at the shot, really. A bit fuller from Mahboob, who for the most part hasn't really pitched up this over. But, nice shot. I mean, they're not out of this. 18 and over. We've seen that done before. There's the quicker ball.
It's just the wickets in hand, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing. Basale also, their leading run scorer last year, but he's at one stage there he's 2 off 11, which is not a great place to be. And that will take us to the end of the over, end of the 6th, and it's 42 for 4. So now we're talking 40 of 4 overs to get a point. And Barcelona International, I suppose if you'd offered them a point at the start of this game, looking at those David versus Goliath, they'd probably be reasonably happy with that, considering they were 10th last year. They're playing the runners-up and actually the national champions of Spain. Anyway, so I talked about the Dereks. We've got the golden, the diamond. We've even got a royal duck now.
Royal duck
royal duck is if you get out first ball of an innings. It's got a little crown. Yeah, it's got a crown. And I've got to tell you about something yet. I haven't mentioned it to you.
What colour's the crown?
Red and gold.
Obviously.
Uh-oh.
What's going on here?
Well, he tried to stump him and kind of Alex Carey, Johnny Bairstow style, and then the bowler wasn't watching and they almost got an overthrow. I don't know if he was actually out here or not. He's just kind of throwing the arms out, shrug emoji style. It's but there's also a Peacock Friday, Derek. So on Friday, because you got Thursday off, right?
I wish people could see you. You're about to show me what it is.
I've got a job for you on Thursday.
What do I have to do?
On your day off, all right?
Oh, well fielded there.
That's another dot. Like a completely different game from 3rd over onwards.
Isn't it?
I suppose that's what a hat-trick will do. So, yeah, so we have a bit of a tradition to wear like a really bright shirt or bright clothing on a Friday. We call it Peacock Friday. Corey actually came up with it. He regularly forgets it. But, yeah, Peacock Friday. So, on Friday,
all right,
I'll do my best to be colourful.
Well, I'm colourful today, but I will go and find something even brighter.
And I'm talking...
I'll get a whole kit.
That's maybe a harsh call for a wide there. Maybe it was helmet high, although he was kind of jumping. Barcelona International can probably use the help at the moment. And so, Peacock Friday. So maybe on Thursday, you can go to anywhere to shop. Just something, maybe like Hawaiian shirt, something like that.
I can do that, Vinny. I'm not scared.
Yeah.
I'm not scared.
I've got a few duck-related ones actually I brought over. I sometimes just go with what I feel. I've got a few peacocks in the shed
so,
now.
well, I might get one, and then it might be my Friday wear for the
Peacock
next
Friday
4
shed.
weeks.
And the reason I brought it up is because we also have a Peacock Friday duck now. Yeah.
A special one just for Fridays.
Well,
Big swing, no ding.
A bit hard to watch now for the Barcelona International fans. And Barcelona International, they're a really interesting side. I mean, they've got players that essentially learnt their cricket all over the world, coming together here in Barcelona and obviously being put to the test, and a pretty stern test here at the moment. There's only been a wide in this over at 4 dots. Make that 5.
Well, and that sounds like every over for the past 5 overs as well.
Yeah, you're right.
It's been really dried up since, what was it, the first 2 overs?
Yeah, first
2 overs,
25. They were 24 after 2, and in the third over, Atif took a hat-trick. Now, there was that little burst of like a 4 and a 6 in the 6th over of Bin Mahbub, but they are the only 2 boundaries in the last, essentially, 4.5 overs. So, yeah, it's been tough going. And even, like I said, that 82, they needed 10 and over from this over, and I don't see 10 at the moment. I see 2, and in fact, that will be the end of the over. 2 off it, and at the end of 7:44 for 2.
Well, we were talking about how Pac Icare are one of the best teams here and coming in as hot favourites. And this is why they'll be able to change their approach, I guess, after the first 2.
I mean, good teams have a way of winning ugly. I mean, you probably know that from playing very high level of sport. Good teams just have a way of getting it done. I know a lot of my coaches used to say, and particularly with batting, he used to say, everyone can make runs when they're batting well. Can you make runs when you're not batting well? And that's sometimes
key.
the key,
That's key.
Finding a way. Pac Icare have done it here. Mahbub comes back for a second over, and he's going to start with a wicket. So just trying the slog sweep there. Aims it miles over the leg side, but in the end, he's just going to have to walk that way. And that will be the 5th wicket down. That's Kaiser who's going to go, and the score 44 for 5.
Yeah, I think he just knew that he needs to do something. Better to get out than not have a play at a shot. But it's a bit dire now for Barcelona International. After they looked like they were happy with their fielding efforts.
Yeah, just never easy to see a group of players' dreams squashed in about 3 minutes. But that's basically what happened in the third over. And since then, it hasn't gotten much better. This is Umar Razi, who comes to the crease, coming out at number 7, lefty. Well, still,
we can do.
I mean, they've shown they've been competitive, and I kind of go as far as to say that they won the first 12 overs of this game at Barcelona International. But just since then, they just haven't been able to deal. And I talked about the importance of that top order firing, and they did for a moment. But
because I do feel as though Barcelona International made it difficult for Pac Icare. They got an okay score, but there was never really like a big chunk of time where they looked like they just dominated.
Yeah.
You know?
And when
they got wickets. They made it tricky.
I suppose, in a sense, I think they just performed a lot better than expected. If you look at their actual numbers last year, you would expect Pac Icare, I suppose, in an average game to probably whack them for 140.
Yeah, on
plus.
paper particularly.
But Barcelona National have shown a lot of improvement in their bowling and their fielding. That was pretty clear. Now they probably just need a bit more production with the bat. There's still time to go in this tournament. Remember, this is only the first game. Every team will play 18 of them along the way. Mahbub, clever customer. This one would have been wide, been steady. Spoils it, comes off the pad, and knocked away for a leg side. Yeah, so 10 teams here. If you just joined us, it's actually the same format as last year. We were here late last year in November and December. It was actually our last European Cricket Series of the year. And so 8 teams will make the finals, but you basically get an easier run to finals the higher that you finish. So the first and second team, they get to go straight through to the semi-finals. Okay, so finals day is Saturday. That was almost very cheeky from me, Sean. I thought he might have pitched him there. Cuts this one away. He'll get a single. And this will be the end of the over as well. A wicket came off that. There was one run off the bat and a leg by. So 46 for 5 at the end of 8. Yeah, so the top 2 teams go straight through to the semi-finals. But then before that, teams 3 to 8, they basically play off for the other 2 spots in the semi-finals. So we call that Elimination Day. I like to say it in that voice. But if you finish 3rd or 4th, you only have to win 1 eliminator on Elimination Day. So you kind of get a bye through to the second half of Elimination Day if you finish 3rd or 4th. 5, 6, 7th and 8th, they have to play in the morning on Elimination Day. If they win, they play either the 3rd or the 4th team in the second half.
Yep.
And then the winners of those second half of the day eliminators get the other 2 spots on finals day. So this is not a bad shot at all. In fact, that could be the first one over the fence. Maximo.
See you later, ball.
Yeah, that's a classic adios pelota. We'll say that a few times. And when balls go over that, you get a great view of the city here as well, Georgie. That one's gone downtown Barcelona, baby.
That's it.
Oh, is there any chance here? I mean, 52 for 5. It
what
brings
do
up
they
the
need?
50.
70 odd, wasn't it?
They need 30 off 11
Oof.
for the point. And it's pretty much gone straight up, but there's nobody there. Easton really wants to get there. He won't quite manage. I liked it. And now there's no keeper, so he throws the bowler's end and might give away an overthrow. This could be a 6. No, it's going to be 3. Lucky Easton's not that strong. Otherwise, it probably would have been a non-Maximo 6.
I wonder whether or not he was the right option to be running after that ball.
Well, the thing is, no one was going to reach it.
And then he left his position.
Left his post.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean...
I like the effort, though.
Yeah. I mean, Isan is the kind of guy who'll try and make a play that's impossible, and that probably was impossible. But I actually thought maybe the keeper's end that he'd left unattended was an easier proposition for a run out. Anyway, excitement. How many was that? It was 3.
Yeah, so that's 9.
Our first 3.
So 9 off this over.
Yeah, 55 is the score now. So they need 27 off 10 for the point. Make that 26 off 10 for the point. So, I mean, you can see it's possible. Yeah.
Just a couple of boundaries and you're back in it in terms of that point. And that's what's so good about that bonus point.
Yeah, I mean, exactly.
That it gives you another target that you think, oh, we're not gonna now win, but we can still get something out of this. And that can be the difference between 8th and 7th, Finn.
True. All right, hit pretty well and into the gap. That's 4 as well. So another boundary. And Barcelona International point might even feel like almost a win for them against the former European champions. Again, you feel like they've played well enough for most of this game to take something out of it. It's just those 5 overs where it just went completely off the rails. Matt Lube with the ball. Oh, he gets his out of the screws, and that one's going to go. Maximo! Oh, where's this been? The whole innings, and you know what I said earlier? It all happens in the 9th, and it is for Barcelona International.
That one go over again. Yep.
Yeah.
Lost another ball coming on.
There's a bit where we don't lose it forever in the softball, but then there's a bit where we do lose it forever. That one we might get back. Anyway, now I have to do some arithmetic. 20 off this over. It has gone magical. Doesn't time this, but he'll get away with it. And that's not too bad because it means he retains the strike. So I make that 21 off the over. I'll wait for confirmation. So I think that is, I'm going to say, was there a wide in there? Okay. Yeah,
there was a wide.
There was a wide
first ball.
6-6-3 wide for 6-1.
Quick math here, Vin. What are we talking?
Well, that'd be 21, which is what I said originally. All right, now he pins his ears back and he's misjudged this one, Mughal. That'll be 4. So, things happening, and suddenly Barcelona International may just hit the second game with a bit of momentum with some good late hitting here. That is the end of the over.
Expensive over too by Matt Lube.
Well, that's a magical over. It's gone 20 plus. I made it 25. I'm waiting for the official confirmation. Yeah, it is 25 off the over. So 71 for 5. Now, this is what's coming up next. We have the return clash. Barcelona International versus Pack Care. Barcelona International win the toss again. They elect to bowl again. Makes sense because I think they did get themselves in a position where they might have been able to get the win. Just fell away with the batting. That game's coming up in around about 20 minutes. And hopefully you can join us for that one. Isan for Pack Care Barcelona. Only made 10 the first game. He's listed open with Abid Mahbub this time. I wouldn't be surprised to see Mahbub up there. Okay, so here's the equation. They need 11 off 6 because 82 is to get a point. And now it's just 10 off 6 after the wide. So at the beginning, we showed you the graphic that said 81 or less. That was for the bowling team to get the point. So if you're trying to avoid that as the batting team, you need to get more than that. So that's why they're trying to get to 82. You see,
here we go.
Restrict to 81 or less. That's for Pack Care to take all the points. So at the moment, there's 72. And after that, they're going to stay 72 because it's going to be caught. Bit of the crocodile style about that from Hassan Ali, but he does take the catch. And so we see a wide, then we see a wicket. Got to say, though, I like the batting from Razi there. He certainly put his team in with some sort of a hope, but I think he'll be a bit disappointed he can't finish the job as he departs. It's 72 for 6.
Last couple of balls here.
Yeah, so still
5 balls to go.
5 to come.
Bentley coming in.
Yeah, they need 10. And Bentley, he's not a bad bat at all. Again, Bentley's probably a guy a bit more comfortable in the longer form of the game. He's not in an army of one there.
But just get some free hitting now. You got 5 balls to go to get 11.
Well, at least, I mean, you still got your captain at the other end. And Busale has kind of progressed after a very slow start to 26 off 19. So I think just make sure you get something out of this. Well, he gets something, and he's going to hit it straight down the throat of Atif. And once again,
could we have two hat-tricks in one?
We might. And, you know, it's happened twice before on the network.
We're getting the duck up.
Yeah.
Quack, quack.
Yeah, you're excited. Atif didn't have to move a muscle there. Unlucky for Bentley.
Quack, 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 quack. You do yours.
No. I'm
Corey, turn it on mute now. Quack, quack.
Wish I could turn Corey on mute sometimes.
My mum says that about me all the time.
Anyway, Bentley is going to have to go.
Look, I as much as I'd love Barcelona International to get that point, I'd much rather see 2 hat-tricks.
You might get both.
Yeah, it's true. This is true. Well, no, does the maths work there? I don't think the maths works there.
Yeah, they can, because they only need 10. And
there's only 3 balls, no?
There's
no,
4
balls. This could happen. Do you know what? Let's get them both.
You can do it a ball spare. So, yeah, it's happened once in the ECC for the German national side. We actually saw one player take 2 hat-tricks in innings.
Oh, my God.
Here's a hat-trick ball for Mochim. Oh, it's bolted Noe.
No. Right.
That's a good result for International.
Barcelona International.
Yeah.
And he's kicking himself.
Do you know
he
why?
was not happy with that.
Free hit as well.
Yeah.
So free hit as well. That's pretty well played by Vishesh Gajar.
He is not happy with himself, and as he probably shouldn't be.
Yeah. So, yeah, can you imagine that? It was Umar Tariq, about this time last year, playing for Austria against Malta, took a hat-trick in the last 3 balls of his first over and a hat-trick in the last 3 balls of his second over.
Oh.
So the same player took 2 hat-tricks in an innings. Anyway, free hit. It's a free hit. I don't think the non-strikers realise it'll be a long dot. Oh, I don't think anyone knew what was going on there.
I forgot that it was a no ball for a second. I was like, oh, here we go. He wished he did that. And do you know what? He wished he did that ball the one before.
I mean, you are a rookie, but that is a rookie error. And don't worry, we all make it sometimes forgetting the free hit.
No, it's because you were starting to talk about Malta and Croatia and innings and...
True. Oh, bottom edge. Nothing's another dot. All right, I'm losing count now. Let me go back. So we're at
3 balls to go.
73, 74, 74. They need 8 off 2.
8 off 2?
Tell you what, I missed the graphics.
You missed them.
I'm sorry. I'll do whatever I have to do. Please bring them back. I'll be good. All right, 8 off 2.
You take them for granted.
So, look, here's the other thing. You need at least 2 off this. So if you're thinking strategically, I know it's a lot to
to process when you're out there. But you're going for 2 here if it goes to the outfield, because then you can still do it with a 6. Mochim.
That's it.
Just doesn't want to get hit to the boundary here. He can grab another point for Paco Care. No, I don't think that's going to the boundary. Or is it? It's gone backwards. It's gone a long way. It's gone for 6. Well, why don't you? I thought that was straight up in the air, but it just kept on keeping on. Put that one on the wagon wheel. Maximo. The score moves to 80, and now was kind of like a fake golden ball, because you need 2 runs to get a point, and Paco Care need to prevent 2 runs to sweep the points and go 4-0. See this bonus point?
Fake golden point. Do you know what? You need a graphic for fake golden point.
We've got our first ever fake golden ball, and that's what they're saying right now is 2 runs off the last ball. Game within a game now. Mochim somehow got reverse driven for 6 last ball. Victim of his own pace. All right, 2 for the point.
Let's go.
For Barcelona International. Here we go. He hits it, and he's going to get it. Well, there you go. Barcelona International. Wow, answer to the quiz question. When does a loss feel a bit like a win? And he cracks the last one out of the ground. Back-to-back 6s. I mean, high entertainment here, and this is only the first match of 107 here in Barcelona, so there's plenty more to come. But, you know, credit to Bossalo there. Had a very slow start. At one stage, he was 2 off 11. Barcelona, if you just could get the men in black glasses and just delete the middle 5 overs of that innings, they were all over Paco Care there. But
absolutely different story.
The final score will be 86 for 7. So the final score, 117 to 86. Coming up in a very short amount of time, about 15 minutes to the first ball, we have the return clash. Once again, Barcelona International winning the toss and electing to bowl. So they'll be hoping not just for a piece, they'll want the whole thing next time. But Georgie, congratulations. You finished your first game as an ECN commentator.
Debut done and dusted. What a match.
Yeah, but
we saw it all.
Yeah, we did see a very good start, though. I mean, they were looking good for the whole game here. The first 2 overs told a completely different story.
And the last 2.
Yeah.
As well.
But, I mean, they were 24 without loss, and we saw the openers looking pretty decent, but then it was 1, 2, 3, Atif with the first hat-trick of the series, and that changed everything.
Didn't it? And that from there, you just could tell that maybe they didn't quite have the confidence at the crease, because then there was just dot ball after dot ball after dot ball. There was no real endeavour to make any runs.
Yeah.
And then if you take that out, then that middle patch, completely different.
Yeah, it just was kind of a mixture of good bowling and batting that was a bit subpar through the middle. You see Mahbub was able to get that one through. But then we had a late run. We started thinking that point was slipping away from Barcelona International. That was a slight misjudgment as well from Miguel. Credit to Razi, who kind of started it off. He fell in the last over. And then Bentley, he went for a golden. Golden Derek was making quite a few appearances during the innings. And then this one. I mean, if you can't be good, be lucky. That one disappears dead backwards. And that meant it was 2 off the last ball for the point. And why bother with 2 when you can get 6? And Barcelona International, in the end, they have to fight hard, but they do take something out of that game. And they'll be hoping to take a bit more out of the second match coming up. Just quickly, I'll take you through the scorecard for Barcelona International. Of course, I liked the work of Kritzinger early. He scored 22 out of the first 25, but he'd only get 1 more than that, 23, before he was gone. And he lost 3 partners in that hat-trick from Atif in the 3rd over. Vasali made a slow start, but finished 38 off 23 with 4 Maximos. So maybe he can take a bit of that form into the second game. And Razi, with a 4 and a 6, just gave him a shout in that bonus point to keep the point at least. He scored 11. As far as the bowling went, well, Atif, whenever you take a hat-trick, you know it's a good game. 3 for 11 to go with. A nice little cameo with the bat. 3 for 17, Motion amongst the wickets as well. He was on a hat-trick at one stage as well. The other one went to Abid Mahbub. Hassan Ali didn't take a wicket, but he only went for 5 in his 2 overs. He was involved in that kind of strangling in the middle overs. Well, that was good. That's only 1 game. Are you ready for more?
I can't wait.
Well, guess what? You're going to get more. We're back in around about 8 minutes, take you to the second game. And once again, Barcelona International will be taking on Paco Care, sending in the former European champions. Let's see how that works out. When he's down here, Mr. Maximo with Georgie Parker. See you in just a minute for more ECS Spain.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company. Opening morning of this 4-week European Cricket Series in Spain, right here in Barcelona. Coming up next, we have match 2, and it's a return clash between Barcelona International and Pack-I-Care Badalona. A little bit earlier, we had Tyrone Peters with the 2 captains. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Barcelona International to call. Heads is the call. Who ball first? Are you going to bowl?
Barcelona International, they win the toss once again, and once again they elect to bowl, probably because they bowled pretty well at Pack-I-Care, I think, in the first innings of the day, keeping the former European champions to 117. So certainly we know that they've been punching above their weight a little bit, but I know they're going to have to deal with that Pack-I-Care batting lineup again, and we know a player like Isan, he is a tough one to pin down. Got to say, though, I was really impressed with Barcelona International's bowling early. I think they nailed their Yorkers, like the work of Gajar Basale as well. I think the catching was very good as well. They certainly have improved a lot. And see how they go here, though, in match 2 as we get ready for the first ball. It's been great to have Georgie Parker in the commentary box for the first time. Georgie, I can tell you, the news from the toss here in match 2 is that once again, Barcelona International, they've won the toss. And once again, they're going to bowl. Over to you.
Thanks, Vinny. Barcelona, they did bowl very well in their first inning. So, as you said, Vinny, that they might, if they win the toss, bowl again. And that is what they are doing. Interesting to see if they change any of their tactics or how Pack-I-Care go. They don't think they had such a great innings with the back. We probably thought that maybe they were expecting a higher score, but we can see how they go in this second match here as the players start taking their way to the field now. Barcelona International got that 1 point, the new system where you get 3 points for the win, 1 point for the loss, as they make their way on. Gritzinger was very good, getting 23 of 13, but the player of the match, I think, in everybody's minds in the last match was Atif. 25 off of 10 with the bat, and then obviously that hat-trick which turned the game around for Pack-I-Care. We thought maybe we had a match on our hands with Barcelona International, scoring about 25 off of the first couple of overs until Atif came in, scored a wonderful hat-trick, left-arm bowler. Players get their way to their crease. We have Gajar with the ball. There's the honours of having the first over of the day. And Vinny making his way back from the centre.
Yeah, it's good to be back. And I was got to say, I was really impressed with Gajar earlier. I think he bowled very well. Here we go. Shake, rattle and roll. And first one. He's maybe teasing the tram line. Yeah, actually just inside. I think that's a good call.
He looked straight back to the umpire. He knew that maybe he might be on flirting with danger there.
Yeah, it was touch and go. And this is short, and it's going to be pulled away. That'll be a boundary. And so, yeah, Gajar just losing his length there a touch. And that's pretty good hitting. And let me tell you something. Isan, he's a beast. In fact, he was the first ECN cricketer. Bearing in mind, we've had over 7,000 cricketers on the network. He's the first to achieve he was the first to achieve the 3,000 run milestone on the network. So that's pretty special. Did it last year.
After how many games?
A lot. I'll tell you.
Sorry, you wanted to give me a stat?
Yeah,
no, I delved.
You're right.
I delved too deep.
But you know me,
sorry.
I'm a perfectionist, so I like to be exact. But it's over 100 games, I think. He has played 141 games on the network, and now he's scored, going into today, 3,579 runs, including 2 centuries.
2 centuries.
I'll give you another good one.
Yep, go on.
This will be a wide. He's hit over 3. Well, I think he's going to hit his 400th six on the network. He's hit 386, and didn't hit one earlier in the day. He made 10 off 8. It's pretty good though. So yeah, 3,579. But the player of the tournament last year, Hamza Halim Dar, was doing some pretty cool things himself. And he was like, it was kind of a race to 3,000, and then Spanish teammates as well. They're playing for different teams. And Ihsan won the race to 3,000. But Hamza Salim Dar, maybe scored that 193 not out, which is insane. He scored, I think, 400s in the tournament.
Yeah.
And now he's actually on 3,726. Big swing from Ihsan, misses out.
Great first over.
Yeah, very good first over. This one. Even though that one boundary that got away. But anyway, now you're settled in. Hopefully, we can get to know George a bit better and keep the questions coming in the chat for Georgie. Such as, how good's your Spanish? I've heard your Spanish is okay.
Oh.
Because you told me that.
No, my Spanish is particularly average.
But you got non-zero amount of Spanish. For an Australian, that's pretty good.
It's non-zero.
It's non-zero.
But
mine's non-zero, but not far above zero.
But I will say the first thing I need, and they'll reply, and I don't know how to reply from that.
Yeah, that is an issue that I grapple with.
They think, she can speak Spanish. No comprehendo.
If you say something too well, say you learn one or two expressions really well, you do give a false impression that you know stuff, and that can get you into trouble. I know that.
That's it, and they it's such a fast language.
Yeah.
Maybe by the end of this, we can do some Spanish together on air.
Maybe. Well, Rico speaks fluent Spanish, so that's useful. This will be another wide. I think only Japanese is spoken faster as far as syllables per second. That was a...
There you go, another fun fact.
Yeah.
You're full of them, Vin.
Hey, and just
you know what fun? I would like one fun fact and innings from you.
Easy. Well, I've spent
one.
You'll love last game of the day as well. Jar comes in, gets that Yorker in. When he's bowled well today, he's been able to hit that kind of length. And that should be the end of the over. So that one went...
How many extras was in there?
Yeah,
was about 3 wides?
There were 4 wides, I think. But that's still not the worst over 9 without loss after 1.
Yeah, but when you're doing 4 extras in your opening over...
Yeah, it's...
Very avoidable. And what could have been quite a good over.
Yeah, and he's had a good day, I think, for the most part. But, yeah, just let himself down with some of those extras. Yeah, so last game of the day, traditionally, we throw it open to the chat, and they can do it any time, but... The specialist thing is random questions. Last game of the day. Ask us anything, and it can be about cricket.
Go anyway.
I prefer it when it's not about cricket, personally.
It's a bit more interesting.
For example, last year, because I used to have a bit of a background in gaming and things like that, I gave my tips of how to maximise the chances of winning the lottery.
Well, there you go. I had a friend that won the lotto.
Well,
she won.
That's a good story, though. I want to hear something about it in a moment. But this is a false shot. Hangs in the air, but just loops over the fielder. And it's going to run away for 4, so not particularly convincing there from Ihsan. Hasn't really hit his straps, but as long as he's there, he's a threat. Okay, tell me that story, then I'm ready for it.
I mean, it's not particularly cricket related. She had
They won like Division 1 in Australia?
Yeah, but annoyingly, 24 people won it the week she won it. So she won 1.8 million at 21.
Wow.
Bang.
This is a shot of a millionaire from Ihsan. He just lifts this one up and out of the ground. Maximo! And matter of time, I think, till Ihsan hits his straps. International will hope it's not in this game. Yeah, well, actually, my tip was not so much about how to win the lottery, but
what to do once you've won.
Pick numbers that other people don't pick. So pick all numbers above 31. Then if you do win it, your chances are the same of winning it. But if you win it, you don't have to split it with as many people.
Well, I think she just did a random ticket.
Obviously worked for him. This is short.
Another 4.
Yeah, well, you can't afford to get that short to Mohamed Ihsan. And now he's up and away. I suppose now, we talked about 3,000 runs. The race to 4,000 runs is on.
It's on.
And it's still a bit of a 2-horse race, I think, between Ihsan and Hamza Salim Dar.
When she won it, though, a few weeks later, somebody won 10 million because only 2 people won it, and she was complaining, and we said you don't get to complain.
Yeah, I think that's...
You lose right of complaint.
I think you do.
Oh, but she only had to share it with 2. Honey. Don't talk to me.
Hey, picked and well hit by Ihsan, who is heating up now. 4 carreras más. 4 more runs.
Good Spanish there, Vin.
Yeah, well, that's one I've been saying for a while. But... yeah, we're talking about Hamza Salim Dar and the race to 4,000. He was playing for Catalunya Jaguar last year, but I'm not sure he's in the country at the moment. So I'm not sure we'll see him in this series. That's the word that I've got, which would be a bit of a shame. That would have been a Y, but instead, Isan's going to help himself to 6. So things getting out of hand pretty fast for Barcelona International. 6 more.
Yeah, well, we did speak in the first match these guys played that probably Barcelona, Pakaiket didn't hit their straps with the bat.
And particularly Isan. I mean, he is, by any measure, the most destructive of the batters out there in their lineup today. Do have a couple of others in the squad that aren't in the 11 for this first game, or first series, but he's quite intelligent with his decision making, and he tends to just play the right shot to the ball bowled to him. Doesn't premeditate a lot. Yeah. That'll be the end of the over, and at the end of that, it's 33 with that loss. That one went magical. 24 came off that over. 28 days until the ECL. Now, probably at some point, we'll show you the teams. And the way it's structured, there's 35 clubs in the ECL this year. They each play like a 3-day mini tournament. So it's super exciting. They play two days of round robin matches in their group, and then the third day is a finals day. And there's 7 groups, they're 3 days each, and they all run into each other. So that's 3 weeks of just qualifying. Mm-hmm. And the 7 winners of those kind of mini tournaments, the 7 weeks of the 7 winners of the groups, you see the groups there, they come back in championship week in week 4 and play off for the title. So it's going to be huge. I think it's 123 matches. And
how many players are going to be coming in?
Well, 35 times, I think, squads of between 13 and 15, so probably like 500 players potentially. Bentley.
Bit of a party.
Yeah, can't handle that. It is a festival, and that is the original kind of ECN tournament as well. We held it in 2019, and that led to like an immense interest in ECN cricket. And we started rolling out domestic tournaments like this ECS. Oh, look, we've got a score. I'm liking it. Well done with the backup plans.
It's up. It's on.
We got something. Anyway, Isan faces up, and he chases this one outside the off stump, and he gets enough. Maximo! And, well, Isan is a beast when he gets going. This one might have been a wide, you know. And he's not satisfied. He just basically throws his whole body at it and gets 6.
Now he's seeing them like watermelons in this innings. A little bit different to the first.
Yeah. I mean, that's the beauty of this game as well, though. He's a class player, but even good players, they make mistakes in this form of the game. You can't expect to hit absolutely everything in the middle of the bat.
Well, and that's cricket, that one mistake actually, that's you done. You don't get any second chances.
Well, this one was an interesting one because he seemed to get a long way across here, Isan. Look at the footwork here. I think they've said that's gone over the stumps. That's why it's not a wide, but he'll be kicking himself if he doesn't hit it because it was there for it.
Yep, right in the hitting zone. Just a bit flat-footed.
Risky thing to bowl the short ball here.
Yeah.
This pitch, I haven't really talked about it a lot this morning, but it's the pitch we saw for the first time in the November series late last year. Isan bangs this hard, and that's going to be 4 in the power play as well. He's so dangerous because he can't protect these boundaries. Only 2 allowed out at this stage. And he's a dangerous guy to give any length to. That time he steps across and hammers it through mid-wicket. Yeah, so this pitch is a lot wider, and it's just played a lot better than the one we used to have here because it's a baseball ground. They're not allowed to have a permanent pitch in. So they have to basically build this up on wooden boards and then a layer of carpet over the top. Mm-hmm. It's a little bit rubbery as well now. It's a lot wider. The old one was a lot thinner, and it wasn't as good as the one we've got now. There we go. That's why you don't want to bounce the ball to Isan. This one's in the dirt. It goes for 4 in the end. And Isan, once again, is dealing for Pakaiket. Bowler needs to try
48.
Yeah, get up in the block. Oh, yeah, 48 without loss. Knocking on the door.
How many?
Of a 50 partnership. Isan's up to 43 now.
Yep.
He's moving pretty quick. Moving a shake-up. And Corey, of course, is Isan's coach because Corey coaches the Spanish national team, right? That's why Corey's tuning in. Not just to spy on Georgie.
He's doing a little bit of scouting as well.
That's what he's saying.
Well, he'll be happy with how he's hitting the ball now.
No doubt. I mean, the thing about Isan is he basically got picked for Spain on the back of his performances that were televised here on ECN. So it's a great success story.
Good platform.
Yeah, it'll be the end of the over, and that's the end of 3, end of the power play. Pack I Care 48 without loss. Hey, Pack I Care, they've held a couple of records in the past, but one record they held was, they hold now, is the highest power play. And the previous highest power play they jointly held was 82 in 3 overs. Last year, they hit 94 in a 3-over burst. And that was quite insane.
How's the ego of the bowlers?
Not great.
It's gone.
It's disheartening.
What was the total from that innings?
It was actually a chase, and they chased it in exactly 3 overs. I think the chase was 94.
Or well, they get the bonus point.
So they were on track. If they had kept that up for 10 overs, they would have scored over 300.
Oh, my goodness.
But luckily, the referee stopped the fight. Bentley's going to get a bowl here in over number 4.
He first ball got a wicket last match, but then was pretty expensive for the rest of that over.
Yeah, see how he goes here. Yeah, not a bad start. Bit of a miss hit there. You got Mocham out there. He hasn't really had to face too much so far. He's only faced 2 balls. In fact, that's his 3rd ball of this inning so far. You know what good players do as well, I've found this, is they find a way to dominate the strike. So because you can get runs of boundaries here. You know, you talk a lot in other forms of group about rotating the strike. Yeah. I think maybe the opposite's true here sometimes. Because you get maybe 2 here. You get one guy just getting really hot. So it's also great if 2 guys get really hot. But you won a ball. I mean, one a ball in this form of the game is a win to the fielders. So you tend to see that when batters are going well and teams are scoring high, they'll have one guy, for example, dominate an over. 4-6, 4-4, that like kind of thing. Maybe a dot. And that's kind of exactly what Isan's doing at the moment. Yeah, well, he's dropped. I did carry a note, and that's a big moment in this game. Isan gets dropped on 45. Check this out on the replay. It does carry a note. He almost knocked it up. The old volleyball 3 touches were required, but the second one got away.
It was there to be taken as well. It was in a good position. It did carry all the way to him.
Probably couldn't believe what was happening. Yeah. Because Isan hasn't looked like giving a chance so far. Bentley, well, he won't be thrilled, and he won't be thrilled about this either, it's going to be drop-kicked over the ropes for 6. Maximal, 6 runs.
That's what good batsmen do. Once they're being given another chance, well, gets to go over.
Yeah, just getting a little bit into the pads. Bentley. Got a lot to think about. Love Barcelona International, the way they go about their game. I see them in the nets a lot, practicing. I see them trying to improve their game. Obviously, this is a bit like cricket boot camp. And right now, there's a bit of punishment because that one's gone up and over the top. Maximal. And this time, it's Mocham that gets his first boundary.
Yeah, you think they need a wicket here just to stop this confidence kind of batting. Just giving it a bit of a whack.
That's really...
Dildar just came over there, just giving a little bit of tips there to Bentley. Not having such a great over.
Well, it goes up.
Here we go.
Now this should be gone. And it is gone. He's caught well here. Gajar, reliable. And you can see that he's fired up. There's a little bit of a fist pump. Says, right, that's the end of that. Mocham goes 6 and out. And that will be the first wicket down. The opening partnership is broken, and that's going to be the first one down, and the score for me 64 for 1. So a decent opening partnership for Pack I Care, but well done to Bentley. He does get a wicket in the end. Maybe not the man he wanted in Isan, but he does get Mocham, also a dangerous hitter.
A wicket nonetheless, and Dildar said something to him just before he bowled that ball. Gets him out and goes straight up to him and said something else again. So I reckon he's wanting to claim a little bit of that wicket for himself. We'll go to Bentley's name, though.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, catching's important. Yeah.
He's got Fareed on the ball.
Yep. Fareed. He'll get another chance with the bat in this game. He's a pretty good hitter, but maybe he was part of that hat trick that kind of wrecked the top order. Our first one, low full toss. Gets knocked down the ground for one. I think Isan, this guy you're pretty happy to see at the other end. But this brings out Ahmed Matloob. And yeah, he was actually very, very good in his first ECN game earlier on in the day. He was able to score 35 and was the top scorer for Pakai Cairn. Their total of 117.
You probably see it getting a little bit higher than 117. There's an overthrow here. See, probably getting a bit higher than 117.
You know what it does? It brings the danger man back on strike, which is, I just want to be filing under you for unnecessary. You go down as a bye. And also, it was a no ball. So, yeah, double whammy means you're going to get him back on strike for the free hit. And Isan steps across, just chooses his own line, and he's going to smack the one into the banner. Maximo! Little mistakes having big consequences for Barcelona International.
That is a man with confidence. Moving before that was even bold, really.
Yeah, well, he can. I mean, he knows he can't be out, can't be bold, can't be caught.
That's it.
So he took a big gamble. But yeah, he was kind of playing with the house's money, so to speak. Now, just clipped away for a single. And you can see the clock there. Obviously, it's not quite a regular graphics, but we're working on getting those back. But we're pretty strict on the time in ECS cricket or ECN cricket. So I'll explain the clock in a moment. Some of our new viewers, perhaps. It's a cracking shot. It steps across, and yeah, this guy looks like he's very, very dangerous, Matloob. I think he's looking leg side, but what I like about this is he's able to adjust. And he doesn't hitch his wagon to just hitting that one direction. He ends up playing the line of the ball and smacking it into the fence. Yeah, so the clock starts at 40 minutes, and it is managed along the way, so you get kind of allowances for wickets, or if there's a stoppage or an injury, the clock does stop. Or time is added to the clock. But you must finish your ninth over before that clock runs out. And if you don't, then you give away 5 penalty runs to the batting team. So it's such a simple tool, but it works. And we need to keep our matches on time because we have so many matches in a day. And yeah, that's the clock on ECN.
Just send that to some Test cricket boards and you'll fix the problem.
Yeah, we'll probably talk about it during the series. But there are a few things. I look at baseball and what they've done this season, or actually I think it was last season, they started it to speed up the play. And I think in Test cricket, for example, it doesn't work because no one's really thinking of it as an immediate need to save time.
Yeah, it's because it goes for so long.
It's a lot of little things that add up. So in baseball, for example, they give little penalties for not pitching the ball in time at the time. Come back to that in a second. But right now, that's the end of the over. And not a bad one at all, except for that free hit 6. That kind of hurt the figures a little bit. At the end of 5, it's 81 for 1. And gives us a chance to welcome you into the commentary box. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Georgie Parker, who's in the cube with me. Again, sorry we don't have all our regular graphics up today, but we are working on that. Some people are saying that it's the Y2K of 2024, and it's just struck us here at ECN. You're probably too young to remember Y2K.
I remember Y2K. Thank you for thinking I'm young enough to not remember that. I like that, but
sometimes I'm telling the truth.
And then everybody lost the plot, didn't they? But
yeah, nothing really happened. But is that because everyone was so well prepared for Y2K that nothing happened, or was it because it was never really a threat?
I don't think it was a thing.
Give us your opinions in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network, or even if you want to say hello to Georgie. And meanwhile, I think there's about 1,000 people working on trying to get our graphics back on the screen. So
well, at least we've
good luck to you as well.
We've got part of it though.
Yeah, we've got
some of them. So we know
the key part.
Exactly. We know how many runs and how many wickets, and that's the most important. The rest of the stuff is all value add, but we can give you that information instead.
Are you enjoying yourself so far?
How fun's this?
Are you enjoying yourself?
So good.
Yeah, enjoying. Is it enough cricket for you?
It's enough cricket.
107 matches you're down for?
Well, I'm not doing all of them.
Just most?
Doing all of them. Doing a lot.
Anyway.
I'm doing a lot. It should be great, though.
Kajadawal the 6th here. And Isan still there, still a threat. He has passed his 50 now as well, Mohamed Isan. And it's a single that will get Matloob back on strike. And this is the dangerous thing as well. When you've got 2 guys that are up and going, which is kind of what the situation is right now. It doesn't really matter who's on strike. All right, in the air. I think it's going to have the legs, and it does. Maximo! A very modern shot here from Matloob. He kind of clears the front leg, goes up and under, and he gets 6. quick hello to a few people in the chat. Just speaking of the chat, hello to James Stewart. He's watching from Estonia. I know that Shohag's watching as well. We've got Kroom watching from the UK. Julian Dawson watching from the UK. Hello, Julian. Big swing to miss this time. Good comeback from Gajar. Kind of gets that full length back. Hello to Dave Bennett as well. And Jeff Maguire tuning in from Northern Ireland saying morning, Georgie and Venny and everyone. Asking, did Ishan score 3,000 runs last season? Well, he didn't score 3,000 last season, but he did pass 3,000 in his career. Having said that, he did score 1,450 in the season. Not
1,450 in one season.
Yeah, he played 47 matches.
Look, well, you can see why they were at the top of the table if one of their players is scoring that many runs.
Yeah, the reason he played so many matches, he played in the ECS, obviously, which is the kind of same format here. It's like 18 matches plus finals. But he also played for Spain a fair bit in some T10s. Well, this one looks high to me. And it's going to go for 4, but I'm curious about the height here. Check it out in the replay. Yeah, I think, look at that. That's waist high for me. So we're just talking about the height. So it'll be a no ball plus 4. And Isan will get another free hit. Yeah, but I was going to say also, Pakai Care did play at the ECL last year because they were reigning champions. They automatically qualified. So that's another set of matches he played. So, yeah, it's crazy that you play that much in the air, but that's kind of how it works out.
Oh, and if you love it, you love it.
Yeah, he does love it as well. Play it. And he's a real character as well. He's a guy that loves what he does, and that really comes through. I love to watch it. Gajar is going to get hit in the air. Remember, this is a free hit, so probably no one will remember. Dad will get caught anyway. And now, well, it's a fake throw, basically. Yeah, it just slipped out of the hand and a bit of ECN chaos. You need a sprinkling of that in your day, Georgie. You know you're alive when you're watching the network.
Yeah, nobody really wanted to throw the ball, but they all wanted to throw the ball.
I think that he would try to bail out of the throw, actually, and it ended up, it was just a bit too late to do that.
And what it is you watch these brilliant fielders playing professional cricketers and you see them be able to do it all in one motion, and that is really tough.
Yeah.
That is really tough.
It's going to be 4. It's a cracking shot. In fact, brings up the 100 now for Pakai Care. And they are certainly playing some good cricket in match 2. Clicking with the bat, particularly Isan, as that will take us to the end of the 6th over. There were 18 off that one. Maybe a few more than that. In fact, there were 20 off it. If you add in a couple of the extras, 101 for 1 now.
Yeah, it's a long 10 overs if you're a Barcelona international.
And 4 overs to go. Let's have a look at the ground here as well, Montjuic. It's a different kind of facility. I've actually come from one artificial grass to another. I was in Gibraltar for the night series. They're both similar type.
Hey!
That's gone. Well, there you go. That's how to do it. Farid comes in, and Matloob, sensing that things were needing to heat up a little bit more, just tried to send this one across the road instead. The middle stump gets tilted back, and that will be a wicket to start the 7th over. 101 for 2.
You can hit them as well as you want, but still when you get out, you're still disappointed and walk off shaking your head. They're going to have a brilliant innings like he just did. He set up his team pretty well, 101 for 2. Off 6 overs.
Not bad, is it?
That's it. Well, considering their match just half an hour ago, they only got, 117?
Now, Jeff asking, is Georgie signed up for the car tomorrow for the ECL? Well, we'd love to have you there, Georgie, but I know you've only got 4 weeks in your schedule and you've agreed to spend them here. The question being if you'd be able to join us for the ECL. Well, now this is really good heads-up play once again from Isan. They're going to throw anyway. Almost hits the umpire. Isan's thinking he wants to. They're still throwing the ball around. Well, this is what I love because this format does
things.
Throw a few things up. You see, look, throws it back to the keeper that wasn't watching. Then Isan thinks, I want the strike. And then he thinks about going again, but says, I'm pretty happy at this end, so maybe I'll stay. Latif's out there with him now. Farid really wants to see the back of Isan. Won't just yet, but it's not a bad ball. It'll just be a single. Yeah, so I was asking people where were you when the Y2K was going on, or the New Year's millennium? And this is up, and it's going to be 4. So it's just a class shot, really. It's not a bad area. Kind of hunting just inside the tram line. Not a lot of footwork, but throws the hands at it and gets 4 more. And Latif, let's not forget, he's now in the Hat-Tricks Hall of Fame. He's 3 for 11 in game 1.
So 3 already this year?
Yeah.
How many hat-tricks were there last year?
Good question. I'm going to go check, but...
Look, the year's very young and they're already having 3 hat-tricks.
The year's very young.
And we nearly had 2 hat-tricks in last match.
Correct. So last year, as far as hat-tricks went, again, I think I know what this, but I'm not game to guess. But we had... There's a lot. Well, hit. And field up. Slightly misjudges this. What a catch! Unbelievable catch. Well, Bentley, he found himself kind of going the wrong way up a one-way street. He throws the hand up. Statue of Liberty play from Bentley. Oh, that's a highlight. In fact, that might be your play of the day. And it comes in the way of a one-hand catch from James Bentley.
How's that for an absolute ripper? Full stretch. If you could think that was Glenn Maxwell, that is Glenn Maxwell-like. Absolutely brilliant catch. Full stretch. In a time when they needed them as well.
Definitely. And if you had like a degree of difficulty, then that one's off the charts. He made it tough because when I saw it from here, I knew he ran in when he didn't need to. And he had just one kind of like the emergency parachute to like stick up the right hand and hope for the best.
Well, it's a bit like that.
Pretty well.
It's a bit like that. You kind of just go, this is all I'm going. He couldn't go any further. He could not go any further, but he timed it to perfection. His right hand, safe as houses, in his there to Bentley. Absolute ripper, and he knew it. Teammates got around him.
We know Bentley's a luxury vehicle. That's a bit of a luxury catch, if you ask me. Bentley was thrilled about it. And that's what this is about as well, even when the game's kind of rolling against you.
Good highlight.
Yeah, you can always pull out that highlight, and that'll last for generations in the Bentley household, I'm sure.
Well, that's one that you can go home and tell your family about. I jumped in the air, I caught it.
Yeah, so to answer your question, we had 50 hat-tricks last year.
But out of how many games?
1,600.
Yeah.
Maybe 1 every 30 games or so. About 1 a week, because we had a 49-week season.
It's a lot of cricket, isn't it?
It's a lot. We had a record amount of centuries. So we had 14 centuries in season 22. But in season 23, we had 58 centuries. Not that many more matches. And we also had...
That's called exponential.
Yeah, exponential growth. We had 32 5-wicket hauls.
32 5-wicket.
Yeah, so they're the kind of the Hall of Fame kind of thing we'll see. You also had a new record set. Lowest total defended. We saw 56 defended successfully.
Hey, that's great bowling.
The record was 60 for ages. And
how many? Who's got the record for dot balls?
Well, in the air. Well, you like that, but is anyone getting there? Well, kind of back off in the end. Isan gets a bit lucky, just a single.
I reckon Gajjar could have run for that one.
Dot balls in an innings is 53.
You actually know this, or are you making this up?
It was when Miranda Dragons in Portugal made 14 for 8 off their 10 overs against Oeiras. And that also had the...
Wait, they did what?
14 for 8. So
14 for 8.
In this part of the world, I haven't taught you this, but the wickets come second in the scores.
I know that.
So it actually doesn't make any sense.
Well, no, but England do that, and they made the game up. So, do you know what? I'll cop it with this one. I don't let England win very often, but I'll cop it for this one.
I like that you're just giving a small concession. But okay, I don't have an issue with that. But then why are bowling figures like Fareed got 2 for 25? Why don't you say 25 for 2? The defence rests. Here's Bentley because he's on a heater. Give him the ball, and it's not a bad ball first up. That right hand is golden at the moment for James Bentley.
That's it. Ripper catch, and he's also got a wicket in that first over that he did.
But whichever way you say it, 14 for 8, and it also had the longest duck we've ever had. Paul Stubbs, none off 13, 0 off 13 dismissed.
You know, in a 10-over game.
I mean, he's gone. Yeah, it's going to hit the top and middle stumps. And Bentley's having the 5 minutes of his life here. First a classic catch, and now he's going to knock over McGall. And so that will be the 4th wicket to fall. In the 8th over, it's 113 for 4.
Great delivery here. Aim at the stumps and you might hit them.
We often talk about this top of the stump's length. And I know Corey says that, you know, if you're not going to get the Yorker, that top of the stumps is probably a good way to go because it's in between, you know, maybe it being pullable and drivable. It's not easy to do either. So, yeah, well bowled.
And if they swing and miss, well, then that can happen.
That's exactly what can happen. Yeah, Jeff Maguire, just mentioning last year, we had our first female hat-trick taker as well, Regina Sizze of Italy, in her first ever match. And then I had
her first ever match.
Her first ever match of international cricket, I should say. And what was funny is then I had her on for an innings. This was at our first ever 10-over women's international tournament. And she's 17 years old. I said, is that your first hat-trick? You must be excited. She said, I think I've taken 6.
What?
And I said, can you remember them all? She's like, yeah, kind of.
Oh, no.
And I was like, wow.
Wow, she's taken that many.
Oh, this could be another wicket. It's in the air. It's a bit of a sitter. And it's gone. O'Donnell takes the catch. And things changing very quickly. That's Ayaz Faiz who comes out. It's another golden Derek. Another hat-trick opportunity. And Bentley strikes twice.
Quack. Quack. No, it's no good. I'm going to stop.
I like it. I like it. No, you got but you went early. You got to wait for Derek to come up.
Well, but Derek's creeping up in the...
Yeah, okay, I get you. So he's creeping. He's making a lot of noise.
No,
hey, O'Donnell, you made me nervous there. But Faiz, unfortunately, there you go.
Quack,
you're away.
Quack, quack, quack.
He's a character, Derek. I told you.
He's pretty blingy, isn't he?
We just found him one day in Portugal, and he stayed with us.
I love this Bentley
People
on the hat-trick ball.
Yeah, hat-trick ball. Let's go. And this has just worked away for a single, so it won't be the hat-trick. I know Elsa from the crew, she likes to say that she's basically
responsible.
Derek's mum.
She's responsible for it. I just heard that in my ear.
We'll have
it's his birthday.
We'll have to get some DNA
Not
tests.
soon, his
I don't think his
birthday.
birthday's till
No,
March.
it's soon, yeah.
The March is when he first appeared.
Well,
I've been meaning to look it up actually, but we got a shock one day. when
I would, if you weren't expecting it, you just suddenly see this duck. He's a cute little thing. But do you know what's interesting is that you say there's all these different types of duck, but because all the ducks we've had today have been golden duck.
You've only seen one. That's true. Bentley wants a third wicket. And he hits Isan in an uncomfortable area. Hit him. Right. Certainly heard the sound of leather on plastic. Put it that way. Talk me through that one.
You talk me through that one.
Enough said.
I think you've got a little bit more experience with that than I do.
Unfortunately, too much. I used to have a much lower voice. Got to sneak through. They've got a backstop, and now it's going to be a run out. Well,
what an over.
It was an interesting one. I mean, this won't go to the bowler, but you know, to be fair, he gets the ball past Isan in the first place. And you can see that it's an unusual position. As a keeper, I would have been offended if I had someone fielding there to me. But I suppose he nutmegs the keeper, and he didn't really get a great start. Ume Mughal, did he? And he's going to go. And so, yeah, it's going to be another wicket. Yeah, Zishan doing the fielding. And that will be the end of the over as well. So Mughal run out for I'd call that a golden one because he faced one ball.
Yeah.
And he did get one, but we don't have a golden one. That will be the end of the over. 115 for 6. That's what we're seeing there. Doing a little bit of stretching there.
That's it.
On the boundary. He's keeping himself loose.
Getting ready for a big innings with the bats.
So, where are we at? We've got 8 overs down.
Farid's just a little bit tired there, but what's happening here?
Yeah, this is Khalil Ahmed, who is coming to the crease. Pardon me, that was Ali Osama. That was in that kind of very fine leg. Anyway, 115 for 6. It all happens in the 9th, and it starts right now. Here's Dildo with the ball. They've done pretty well, just kind of, to a degree, keeping Isan quiet. I mean, you're much happier seeing him at the non-strikers end at the moment.
Yeah, and I guess the last 2 overs, they've managed to stop the bleeding a little bit. It was boundary after boundary, or maximal after maximal for a period there.
Yeah, well, you know what? We've sparked something There's verbal warfare.
I've put them
wickets
on
or
that.
runs first in the score in the chat. At the end of the bat, they're going to go on the hit, and they'll get there for a single. Yeah. So basically, you've reignited a new kind of Ashes in the chat. The Australian and the English arguing about what's the most sensible way to put the score.
Oh,
it's all
do you know what? It's one of those things that it doesn't actually matter.
I'm not bilingual, but I feel like I'm biscoral because now I can think of it.
Yeah.
I can think of it both ways, and it doesn't unsettle me anymore.
I do think that
should just be one here, and it is.
Don't most nations do it our way, as in Australia's way?
I think more do it the English way. But my issue is just more to do.
I thought that was.
Yeah, I think more do it the English way. But
do you know what? Though that's why I think they made the game up. So let's go with it. But that
doesn't mean they know everything.
Well, no, that's obviously they don't. A la Besto, right?
Uh-oh.
So
whoa, settle.
Well, folks just did the same thing.
One more at a time.
In India.
Well, that's 4. I thought there was no chance I was going for 4, but it's just a push. And it is 4 to the total. What a shot.
No, look, I don't want to spark any wars here. I get
Let
enough.
me just tell you to cool your jets for a second. And I'm not saying that it's not going to be brought up. But
no, I just think that
we end up rehashing things, and that's one that's probably been rehashed 40 or so times. And it gets people fired up.
We don't need to. What I'm saying is that I'm happy to play by the rules that England made, which is if that's their scoring system, well, let's go with it.
It's not in the rules anywhere.
But
right? It's just a way.
It's
a custom.
It's a custom.
Yeah.
So I think that why did we change it?
Probably because it makes more sense. But my only issue is inconsistency with your bowlers' figures. You say, how'd you go? I got a 5-5. You didn't go because I got a 4-5. Do you? I mean, I love it when I'm making complete sense. But like I say, I'm kind of used to it. I know I have to explain the game to new people all the time. And that's one of the things they say. Well, why is it the other way around?
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, that's a shot. He takes a chance there. And it's either 6 or out, basically. But put it in the book for 6. Isan is going to finish the 9th with a bang. That over went 1-1-1, 4-1-6. So 14 come off that one. And with an over remaining, 129 for 6. Anyway, this is what's so great about the chat, because they can throw things at us, and sometimes, like you've just basically thrown a grenade in the chat and
then
blown them up.
But then left.
And then left. And then I know you're not looking at it yet, but I'll show you how to get it on your phone, and then you can get a bit more involved.
Oh, it could be dangerous.
Jeffrey Mobbs has a good question for you.
What is it?
Saying, Georgie, is this something you want to pursue, or just a chance to experience this and a break before a busy footy season? Jeff's watching from Australia.
Jeff, hello, Jeff. How are you?
Tough question.
I don't know. I just love cricket. I love working. I love doing it all. Who knows?
We love to get people in that are available that we think would be good in the box, and you certainly fit the bill.
I don't think I'm knocking a...
This is great running. You know, at the end, you really want to gamble to get the set batter on strike, and this is the big O, Kieran O'Donnell, coming on, and he's the big O by name, the big O by number, and
Golden O.
He's a golden O as well.
Oh, a few golden ducks this innings.
I think you might be on the money there. So a bye gets Isan back on strike. Now he hammers the 6. That one ain't coming back anytime soon. In fact, that one's ended up on the softball field. Maximo. And Isan, I'm going to have to count what he's on, but I've got him as 77, 83 now. Well, hold on a second. Could he get 100? Because there's still 4 balls to go.
He's going to do some big swinging, I reckon.
I capped 136 for 6. Well, maybe will, because this is up and over the top as well. That's 6. And Maximo. And that puts Isan, I think, to 89. And there's 3 balls left.
You could do this 3 different ways.
Yeah, he could. I'll put the jinx on him. We've only had 1 century so far. It was Akila Kalagala in Cyprus, 101 undefeated off 36 balls. Isan at one point held the equal fastest century. And well, that'll put him up to 89, 95 now after that. And Maximo, 666. And yeah, for me, I think that's 8. That's 95 with 2 balls remaining. So you don't want a single here.
No.
All right, here we go. Isan, can he bring up the 3 figures?
Oh,
He's hit straight up in the air. He should be gone. Surely. He's gone. He's going to be gone in the 90s. It was a good catch by Reynolds. And Isan will be disappointed. But let's not forget, he had that life a bit earlier as well. Remember, he was dropped on 45. So it ends up costing him an even 50. And we got pretty close to 100. We've seen it all so far this morning. We've seen a hat trick. We've seen an incredible one-handed catch and almost 100. We've seen a last ball finish, if you like, in the first game. But Isan, so close yet so far. But what a knock. He'll finish with 95 off 37 balls. And with 1 ball remaining, the score is, hold please, 148 for 7. And O'Donnell, I'd say he planned that all along. Spends 18 to get Isan. Last ball coming up. A bit of a slower ball. Probably worth going for 2 here, especially with the barrel roll. Nawaz throws it in, and they'll have to settle for 2. So they'll finish with an even 150 off the 10 overs. I can tell you that quick calculation means Pakai Care can take all the points if they can keep Barcelona International to 105 or less. So, I mean, that's a challenging target in itself. But it was really all about Isan that time. He lit up the ground with some really big hitting. 8 sixes and 8 fours.
Outstanding. Well, given last innings, the entire team only had 10. And he hit 8 himself here. He'd be disappointed getting out of 95, but what a knock it was. It shows that you can't drop a player who's good with the bat.
Yeah, it'll cost
Suddenly,
you.
it costs you another half a century of runs. And there's some big sixes in this as well. Some over the entire softball field.
Yeah, what I noticed about Isan is he'll often move. And that was it, wasn't it?
That's it. And you
Down
know.
It went, and it might have been Razi that put it down. But with Isan, he might move around a bit, but he's normally pretty still at the moment that the bowler releases the ball. So he's still got that head still, and he's in a good position to hit the ball, and hit it he did. Had a bit of help from Matt Lube for a while. He was able to whack a 4 and a 6 in there, but then it was over to the Isan show. But that was the Bentley catch, and that was something else. That was a proper ECN highlight, and then he flashes the pearly whites for a good measure.
That's not even an ECN highlight. That is a highlight in any level of cricket. That's an outstanding catch. Couple more wickets, then he goes on and it has 2, I think, in the next over that he bowled as well. So a good 5 minutes for Bentley.
Yeah, Bentley
coming in
was brilliant, and kind of created this one as well. Umar was waiting for the Morse code signal to run. It took him forever to get it, and he was gone by about 3 steps. And this one is actually a cracking shot, just straight down the ground, just a push really from Khalil Ahmed.
And this last over, well, that was good and bad, right? 6, 6, and then the wicket, which I'm sure they wish they got 5 overs earlier.
And sometimes I think if you're losing in a game, sometimes it's good to get petty. And the little thing of stopping someone getting 100 at least gives you that little bit of, you know what I'm talking about.
If you can't win, you want them to not get any success. Yeah. You can't make finals, that doesn't matter. Let's stop them getting them. Absolutely.
Probably says a lot about our culture. But anyway, we won't have the scorecard, but I can read you through it. 150 for 7 off the 10. Isan 95 off 38 in the end. And apart from that, a couple of double-figure scores. Mochim with 14, but Lube with 12. No one else making a significant contribution. I liked Khalil's on drive at the end. He was able to get a boundary there. 3 for 19 Bentley plus a worldie in that 10 overs. And I think he's the best of the bowlers for me. 2 wickets went to Fareed and 1 to O'Donnell at the end. He did get Isan in the 90s. We'll take a break. We'll be back very, very shortly. The chase will be 151 for the win, or 106 for a point for Barcelona International. I mean,
gonna be
that
tough.
Would be a result. But Pakai Care, they're looking dangerous. They are former European champions. We'll be back shortly right here in Barcelona with more ECS Spain.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company. Opening day here in Barcelona. Opening day of a 4-week European Cricket Series, and you're watching the second half of match 2. Barcelona International coming out to chase 151 for victory. Pakai Care sent in match 2, 150 for 7, featuring a wonderful 95 off 38 from Mohamed Ihsan. So 151 will be the victory target. Now, we did see Barcelona International steal a point before. In fact, they did that off the very last ball. And to get a point here, my calculations say 106 is what they'd need. I guess we'll get confirmation of that in a moment. Right now, it's Ali Osama who's going to face up. Kritzinger at the other end. Atif ready to deliver the first ball. And it's going to be a dot. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN on a Monday morning. Hopefully your Monday's going well. In fact, it's already the afternoon, these late starts. Georgie Parker with me. So, yeah, 106 to get a point. 105 or less. Pakai Care will get all 4. But, yeah, I think we saw some inconsistent action, let's say, in the Barcelona International innings before. Let's see how they go this time.
Yeah, that's it. And, well, it was this man here, Atif, which really made it difficult for them. He was the hat-trick for himself.
Yeah, hat-trick hero. This one's a bit closer to the batter. Turns on it, and that's going to be 4. Just beats the outstretched right hand of Jafar Raza, who's to a non-preferred side and in the dirt as well. Atif, don't think he was trying to bowl that line, and that will be the first boundary.
Just what Barcelona International need. They need to start a little bit quicker. They started quickly, in their match. They're obviously double headers while we're here. 10 teams. Each play each other twice.
Similar kind of line follows the batter. They go on the hit. Fumbled by Tamara Mughal. Getting a lot of comments coming in as well, Georgie. Of course, it is your first day in the commentary box with us. You're kind of our guest for 4 weeks. And I know you're very, very busy with your career at this point, but it's great to have you. A lot of people saying they're loving your genuine enthusiasm.
Oh.
You do seem very genuine. Genuine entertainment this morning from Atif, who took 3 for 11, the first hat-trick of this series.
Oh, and it's an outstanding moment as well, because Barcelona International were really going for it.
Yeah.
And he really halted it for them. So it was an important timing as well.
He turned it around very quickly.
Yep.
It's a bit of a peach to Kritzinger first up. He's lucky not to nick it. So give us an idea. Give us some. We've talked a lot about sport and your love of sport and the sports you played. I know you played at a very high level. What do you like to do outside sport? I mean, are you ever lazy?
I watch a lot of sport. Does that count?
Nah, it's sporty. Give us some non-sport info.
I walk a lot. I go to the pub.
Okay.
I think this is what I've worked out. I've worked out that I don't have any hobbies. Now that
Can I tell you something genuinely? I have a Spanish conversational tutor at the moment, and he tried to do a whole
section on hobbies.
We did a whole hour speaking about my work. In fact, I think it was 2. And then he said, "Today, let's talk about your hobbies." And after about 2 minutes, when I pivoted back to my work, I realised I don't have any hobby.
Oh, I've got none.
I don't do anything.
Since
eating.
No, I do that, but I don't think that counts. So
yeah, because you have to do it.
Once I stopped playing sport, nearly got there. Once
the first over. By the way, sorry to interrupt you, but the graphics are back.
They're back, and they're back, and they're better than ever, are they not?
My head can take a bit of a rest.
Vinny,
6 without loss after 1.
Big claps for you, because I could see your brain working overtime. You're writing down, you're manually doing the scores to make sure that the listener and the viewer knew how many runs every player was. You did a great job, but let's keep the graphics with us.
We will. 20 matches since the Golden Ball. That Golden Ball was on Thursday night. Something about Thursday night and Golden Balls. We've had a couple of real
Thursday
bangers.
nights, and it's ninth overs.
Yeah, ninth overs. It all happens in the ninth. But I've got to give a shout out to my homie Elza in the production room there, who came up with that kind of backup plan, and Mita, who was scoring 3 different ways, including typing it on the screen.
Well,
that's genuine ECN ingenuity.
That's it.
Mughal gets the ball here in the second, and the first ball as well. Would have been a run out, but in the end, it'll just be an exciting dot. Okay, So you say you like going to the pub. Let's talk about that.
Yeah,
So
well, that's
you
the
walk
thing.
into a pub. What do you say? What are you drinking then?
Oh, depending on the
food chat.
it's depending on the weather.
Okay. This weather.
This weather here, I'd like a nice red or something, but depends on how late in the night. I'm not having that as my first drink.
Okay.
I'm obviously having a beer.
Nice red wines in Spain.
There's nice red wine everywhere. And as my stepdad loves to say, he says, there's no such thing as a bad beer, only beer that's better than others. And I find that pretty similar with wine.
I'd like to see some psychologists pick that apart
Oh, no.
to make that kind of a comment.
There's no such thing. So I do love going to the pub, but basically my life revolves around sport. In summer, it's cricket. In winter, it's Australian rules. But cricket never ends. That's what's so great about it.
Yeah, that is.
It's all year round. It's 49 weeks a year for you guys here with all the ECS and everything you find on
ECS, ECL,
and on it all.
New stuff popping up all the time.
If it's not Australia playing in Australia, it's Australia playing in India or in England or England playing somewhere. There's always some cricket on.
Yeah, that's true.
And I prefer the tests. I prefer tests, but
yeah, understandable. I think I'm a big lover of Test cricket as well.
But there's a space for it all, and that's what I think. I don't like when purists go on about how this short form's ruining the game. I completely disagree. I think the fact that you have how many teams?
Yeah,
1,000 teams.
Yeah, we've had. Actual amount of teams we've had 500 to 600 teams.
You know, you've got 600 guys that are a lot of subcontinent players in another country where cricket's not here, and this means they're able to play.
Yeah.
So I think it's actually growing the game, the shorter form.
Definitely is. Couldn't agree more.
I think Test cricket needs to be more inclusive for smaller nations. That's probably what Test cricket needs. But I love it. I love cricket. I love sport, watching sport at the pub, going to nice restaurants. I love food. But I don't really do much. That's what I worked out. I took a month off drinking and I worked out I don't actually do much when I did that.
How did that go for you?
Look, I saved a bit of money and lost a bit of weight. But look, June the 1st, I had a wine in my hand.
You know, everything in moderation.
Absolutely.
Classics. Mughal has only conceded 2 off 4 balls here. Make that 2 off 5. It's a good line. Yeah, I like a bit of body language. But I don't know if the batter is living in our reality here because he wants a wide.
Yeah.
Kind of motions at it. But look at that first step. Goes a long way away from the ball.
Well, that's it. It was
Subtle
wide
hit.
from him because he stood off his crease to the leg side.
Maybe a motivational speaker would say it's a wide if you think it is, but
Well,
that's not really how the rules work. And last ball of the second coming up. He'll get the end of the bat on it.
Well
Issa.
kept.
Yeah, great keeping there. Off the end of the bat into the ground. One hand, one bounce. Was out the backyard. It's
Are they universal rules?
I've learnt through a few conversations that backyard cricket rules actually differ a fair bit around the world. That's the end of the over, by the way. And, yeah, obviously having a bit of a tough time at the moment. But, yeah, you can see Barcelona International got their second. First time they've been that high.
Yeah.
And because of that point. So, of course, we haven't seen the other 8 teams yet. And, look, that point could be important. Remember, you just have to get to the 8 to give yourself a chance. And then maybe, you know, in a one-off game, anything can happen. If you can put together a series of good performances, you might be able to give it a shake. Atif comes back and they put the deep third back as well to stop that. So, yeah, let me explain the graphics here. If you're watching for the first time, and we always have a few new viewers for a new tournament. The 151 is the target for the game. The 106 in brackets, that is the target for the batting team to at least take a point out of the game. Now, if they fail to do that, then they don't get any points, and all the points go to the fielding side. Then obviously you can see the win predicted there as well. At the moment, Barcelona International given a non-zero chance of chasing this down, but not much above that. That's a shot though, but I think he's mishit this. Could be trouble. No, just loops over Umair Mughal there. It'll be a single. Probably fortunate that it was the power play in the middle was up in the circle. Yeah, I liked your thoughts about a Test cricket. And actually one thing I've noticed is how all the forms of the game are kind of interrelated. So I'll give you an example. 20-over cricket has had knock-on effects into 50-over cricket. So batters have learning skills that are transferring to the longer game, and even Test cricket to an extent.
Buzzball.
Yeah, and we're seeing scores going up and up. You know, bowlers are now more able to use changes of pace in Test cricket when, you know, in sessions where maybe in the old days they just keep plugging away on one spot, hoping for something to happen, but they're more willing to try things. And I think, it's all part of a balanced diet. We say everything
in moderation. I think they've all got their place.
Yeah, I agree. And
and that's why I think that's what I don't like is the purists that beat down on.
I sometimes put it this way. I think sometimes in the cricket community, certain sections can kind of take it too seriously.
Oh,
in the end, it's meant to be fun.
It's all fun.
It's meant to be fun, and we have a lot of fun here on ECN, and we also see a lot of good cricket. I mean, look, a lot of things go viral. The things that go viral typically, it's stuff you'll see here and you won't see anywhere else. So you'll see some amazing shots, amazing catches there, but you might see those in some other competitions as well. But there are certain things that you just will not see anywhere else.
Golden ball.
Golden ball is one. Just some of the emotions displayed. I mean, these are real amateur cricketers. Yeah, it is raw.
But that's what I love about it, that there's so much passion here of these players trying to bring their home to this country, this continent.
Yeah, and you're right. And it's a real melting pot of cultures, and every city is a little bit different. I mean, Barcelona, I've said this before, but a bit of trivia for you. Another fun fact for this innings.
Fun fact for this innings. You only get one. Are you going to waste it on this?
No, it's not a waste because it's pretty relevant to the tournament. Aside from London, Barcelona has the most cricket teams of any city in Europe.
You did tell me that.
Does that mean I can't use it on the broadcast?
No. I think it's a great fact for the listeners, and I probably shouldn't have said that. You told me that.
It's okay. I tried to give you a bit of background
bit of heads
as well.
up. And what is that number?
It varies.
Sorry.
It's it's between kind of 70 and 80, something like that.
It's a lot of teams.
Yeah.
It's a lot of teams.
I've got a random question for you.
All right, go on.
While we're throwing
without
around.
notice.
Yeah. Last ball of the over. Last ball for a teef. And it's good old-fashioned swing away to leg side. It doesn't connect. Critsinger not having it so easy in this one.
That run rate, not really doing things for that 106 target, and definitely not that 151 target. You can see them swinging at things, but they're not moving their feet.
Yeah, exactly. And Critsinger actually was pretty good earlier. Just hasn't had things going his way. 13 without loss after 3. And that shows you some of the tall towers that were built. So that 8th over of 3. That was Bentley, I think, that was very, very good there. There were 3 wickets in that over, 2 wickets in a run out. And, 150 always...
At this stage.
Always difficult. Yeah, so my random question was this. Some people, when I went back to Perth over Christmas and New Year, and a lot of people do follow it there, and they say, can't we have like an ECN tournament in Perth, like maybe between Christmas, New Year, or January, something like that, with the clubs there? Because they say it just looks like the cricketers are having so much fun. So imagine if you could replicate the conditions of this, the 10-over format, the kind of helter-skelter nature of it, 50-metre boundaries, artificial pitch. It'd be pretty cool.
And I think people would get around it, but we take things so seriously. That's the problem. Not everyone does.
Everyone likes their moment in the sun.
Oh, yeah.
Why should only the pros get it?
Yeah.
Right? This is pitched up on the stumps, and it's hit to leg side. Should just be a single. Yeah, now's a great time to throw a few questions at Georgie. Let's get her squirming in the chair, whatever you like. Everyone's quite excited in the chat that the graphics are back. Not as excited as we are, especially if you had very little sleep on an aeroplane overnight. Yeah, I don't know if people weren't watching the Gibraltar series, I don't realise that myself and a couple of the other crew, Tyrone's one of them, he needs a coffee, and also Paolo, our journey last night. This will be a wide. So we finished up. I think I got back to the hotel at 11. Of course, I got all my suits to pack, so that takes me a bit longer. So I packed by about midnight, and then we had an impromptu team meeting where we worked out whether we were going to go to sleep or not, because we had to leave at 2 o'clock in the morning, and it was about an hour and a half drive to the airport in Malaga, and then it was about a couple of hours flight to Barcelona and straight to the ground. So that's...
Met you here?
Yep. Yeah, we met in person for the first time this morning. So...
It's been an online friendship before that.
It's online, yeah. And no, I never asked you for your credit card details or anything like that.
There's nothing on there to take.
But I mean, I think you first came into our radar because, you obviously you loved your cricket, and we knew that, but also that you shared a few European cricket things, said, well, this looks different. This is something I'd like to be involved in.
Absolutely. I mean, my entire Twitter, or now X, I should call it. Here we go.
Well, there you go.
Finally,
they need more
we're
of that,
hitting something.
don't they? Oh, Osama goes big, straight down the ground. Maximo. It's not quite a Yorker. He's got enough length on it for him to get under it. Kind of backs away. Bets the farm that he's going to hit it, because otherwise that was going to castle him. But that was a good shot by Ali Osama. And he's one guy who we saw had very good attacking instincts last year. A bit of a shining light in a batting lineup that did struggle for runs.
They needed that. They were a little bit struggling to get any runs on the board.
Slow ball. It just tennises it. You feel right at home in the Australian Open with that shot. The off forehand there. Osama will get one. Well, the robot's popped into the chat as well. Hello to Neville Russ. Yeah, the robot is from the ECN office. We never actually know who's behind the robot. So,
well, it's not
robot
you.
saying, we are so sorry for the graphics not on this morning. Thanks to everyone for their patience. Well, robot's not known for their emotional intelligence, but that's a nice comment from the robot. Reading the room. This one drags to the leg side. Kritzinger just hasn't looked the same in this innings compared to the last innings. That will be the end of the over, though, and he will retain the strike. 24 without loss after one. I like Terry's comment. Terry is watching from Estonia, and we've been saying everything in moderation. He says everything in moderation, including moderation. Think about that. Means there's a time to overindulge.
There is.
Very deep, Terry.
Philosophy.
Terry's a great character as well. And he's commentated over 50 games for us, kind of bits and pieces. At different times, he worked in operations for cricket in Czechia, in Prague. And then he's moved the last couple of years to Estonia. But Terry's most famous ECN commentary moment was in the very early days. I call it the Wild West in 2020. Because when we started doing cricket and then the pandemic hit and then there was a period with no cricket, we had about probably 2.5 months where we couldn't do anything. We were just starting out. But then when we did, we were able to start up before pretty much anything else. So it was like the whole world was watching us, and some of them have stuck with us. But Terry was commentating a match in Prague, and he knows exactly what I'm going to say. This is a cracking cover drive. Hassanali gets hit out to point. But Terry was actually commentating. It was actually a kids' game in between the semi-final and the final. So Terry thought, you know what, I'm going to
jump on in.
I'm going to jump on in, give the kids a good experience. I'm going to keep commentating. But then, of course, different crowds, different weather conditions, different structures. Essentially, he got crushed by the tent while he was on air. And I can't repeat what he said at that moment. But it is something that is brought up from time to time, Terry. So you're always in our thoughts.
As the tent crusher.
He's not just known for that, but it's a moment in ECN history that we probably won't see again. And his final cries of please turn the microphone off. They're ringing in my ears right now. But Terry, great to have you with us. Happy Monday to you. Hey, the other thing about Terry is we'll see him because we're going to Estonia this year. This is hit down the ground for a single. But Estonia back on the calendar. We were there for 2 days in 2020. And I'm actually an Estonian resident, so it'll be nice to get back there. Yeah, I am. Although I don't spend as much time there.
You wouldn't spend much time anywhere, really.
Yeah, pretty much.
You're a nomad.
Estonia's going to be great, and they've got basically like a Chris Gale type character, the Baltic boss.
Don't blush, baby.
Yeah. You allowed to say that?
All
right, in the air, and it's going to be... Oh, has he got it?
Yep.
No. Oh, he has got it. Well, that's a brilliant catch. I couldn't tell whether he held on to it, but Hassan Ali has run the proverbial country mile there. He's gone full stretch, and he has something to show for it. What a catch.
Let's have a look at how much distance he had to get there and to keep onto it.
And keeps the ball above the ground as well, which we know is very important now after a couple of incidents in the last 12 months. We had that happen first on ECN. We're always doing it before it hits the mainstream.
That's because you play a million matches. But to not get that knocked out of his hand, like you said, that can get knocked out if your hands are on the ground, though.
Yeah,
so keeping that up, and that wouldn't have felt good to his knees, I don't reckon.
Yeah, Farid goes for one and scores 26 for two. Hassan Ali with something to show for it. That was a great catch. Yeah, so you know when things happen, I obviously keep abreast of what's happening in the cricket world when I'm not on the air, and something will happen and no one's ever seen that before. And on average, I've seen it 9 times. When they go, there's a man-cat attempt or something like that.
Yeah.
You see it all. And coming up to a 5,000th match on ECN. Reynolds, the new batter. And we saw him opening earlier on, but this time he comes out at 4. He couldn't really get going. He ended up getting LBW as the first leg of the hat trick in the first game. But let's see what he can do now. And left-hand, right-hand combination, I think it's always handy. Just throws the bowlers line and length out a little bit. See that one push down the leg side from Hassan Ali for a wide. Oh, he's gone. You know what? It's exactly how he got out last time. Almost to the point that it hits him in an identical spot as well. Left arm bowler over the wicket. Check it out in the replay. And I think that one is...
Yeah, in line.
It's good night, isn't it?
Yep.
And so, Reynolds...
I'm surprised it took the umpire so long to put his hand up, because that for me looked absolutely plumb, and off he goes.
Yeah, well, you never like to see it.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, the Ducks, they're coming from everywhere at the moment. Reynolds, he's kept well today, but he's going to have to take a step into the Hall of Mirrors and have a good look at himself. I don't mind the fact he's getting across the stumps. I'd rather him do that in the back away. But, yeah, might need to go save up for a new pair of pads because he's wearing those ones out.
That's
27 for 3. Good bowling, though, really. It's a difficult ball to face, especially early in your innings. New batter. Another left-hander is Razi. Played pretty well last game. Gets wrapped on the fingers first up. No ball called. I think this is an overstepping no ball. Pretty uncomfortable one for the batter. Let's check out the front foot here of Hassan Ali. Yeah, I mean, tight call, but probably nothing behind the line there. When you land, you need to have something behind the line.
Yep.
Umpire felt that he did it, and the pictures would support that. So, free hit coming up. Let's see what Razi's got in the kit bag. Not much. Just a jam out of Yorker.
Well bowled.
A very good bowl. Bowling there. Getting that Yorker in. Hassan Ali takes 2 for 4 off his first over, and it's the end of the 5th over. International struggling at 28 for 3. Want to welcome you into the Cube. And the ECN Cube, we haven't seen it yet this year. Last year in Barcelona, it did get a bit of a puncture. And, well, I'm just hearing in my ear that the Cube is in a bad mood and doesn't want to be photographed. So you won't see the Cube. But you take our word for it. At the moment, it's pretty nice and dry and providing some protection for us.
That's it.
Yeah, so...
And a good view, right, of the pitch.
You said you like the red wine, Tinto. There's a few nice ones from the Spanish region. So I like the Grenache, I like the Tempranillo.
Yeah.
A couple of my ones I like. Maybe this is something, or maybe we need to give you a bit of a cultural lesson one night. And
I won't be able to do my job the
any
next
excuse.
day.
Hey, moderation and moderation.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Khalil Ahmed. Enough said. Again, kind of walks, but he walks sideways as well. Almost like a crab in handcuffs here. He comes down the pitch, but look at the steps away are what's making it really difficult to reach that ball. And that's one of the great things about having the television. He'll be able to go back this summer and watch this and probably make a few slight adjustments to his game. This time he goes the other way, and he gets some of it, but does he get enough? Not so sure. He's going to be gone. It's Hassan Ali this time. The catch isn't off his bowling, and it's a little bit easier. It'll be the Endo Summer for 15. He was dancing like Fred Astaire around the crease, but in the end, he's going to have to go. And it will be 28 for 4.
That 106 looking nearly impossible now, you'd think.
Yeah. Highly improbable. I mean, I suppose Basali comes to the crease, and he is the captain, and he was their leading running scorer last year. And these two were actually the two that kind of turned it around, if you remember, earlier on.
He hit 38 off 23 in the last match, and he hit them late. There was a little period there where it was just dot ball after dot ball. We'll have to come out and maybe think, oh, we need to get some form of runs, just for a bit of pride, if anything.
Yeah.
And he was seeing them well.
He was. Khalil just glanced away to the offside, and as a result will be a dot ball. Hey, so Terry's come back. Yeah, he said the infamous words, the wind is really picking up now. That's what he said before the next thing, which I can't repeat. And then he's also saying, and we're looking forward to having you in Estonia, and all the crew, of course. In May, 10 teams will battle for the title of ECS champions. As this is up, and it's a really nice shot. Well, last chance saloon really for Barcelona International, but Sali gets off the mark with a 6. Brilliant shot. I think on this evidence, he should be batting a bit higher.
Yeah, great little shot and something that they needed.
And
there's no, they're not losing anything now. If they have
you
some
might
shots.
as well have a crack. I mean, 4 overs. Let's say you can get to 40.
Have some
you
fun.
need 17, 18 and over. We see those kind of overs from time to time. Right now, well, it's a good night for Basali. Bit unlucky there, really. Comes off his body, just tailed into him. And Basali becomes a human backboard. He also becomes Khalil Ahmed's second wicket, 34 for 5.
Yeah. He was trying to do it, trying to do what we were saying, have a big swing.
See the seam position there. It was just a perfect little angle for that in swing, and it just curved left to right and hit the leg and then bounced onto the wickets. Yeah, so going back to Terry, I said the tent hit him, but he said the tent hitting him was less of an issue than the table with 2 laptops, a mixing desk and a monitor.
Well,
he ended up pinned under everything, but still on air. And don't you worry, Georgie, I will play that. I've got it on my phone.
show me. I would like to see that later on.
Not something I can play on air, but Terry, honestly, one of the real hard workers of European cricket, and he's done a lot in the administration side of things in Estonia as well. So it's just kind of procedures and things to try and professionalise things, such as separating governance and selection, for example, those kind of things. I find it really interesting, and I know a lot of companies a lot of countries are taking note about what Cricket Estonia are doing. So I'm looking forward to being back in talent. Must be a bit fresh there right now, still in January.
Cold up there.
Yeah, 2 for 6 in that over. Good one for Khalil Ahmed, and the score 34 for 5. So I'm also getting told I need to introduce you to empanadas. You must know what empanadas are.
Of course I know what empanadas
There's
are.
a particular shop. Now, I really hope that we get you at some point to the Cardimer Oval, because there's a certain shop, the empanada shop, we call it. It's actually called El Mundo de la Empanada, which means the world of empanadas. And we've been known to put up some big numbers there.
How many would you eat in one sitting?
My average would probably be 7.
Average is 7?
They're probably as big as the palm of your hand.
Yeah, I had 4 the other day.
Rookie numbers. Here's over number 7. Isan gets glove on this. It'll be 2 wide. We actually have a bit of a thing. It's often after a long day's work. We've been known to skip dinner at the ground on occasion because we know we're going to empanadas after, even though it's free. But at the ground.
No, you want empanadas. Empanadas.
When you want it, you want it. And we say that eating 10's a bit like scoring a century. So you raise your plate a bit like you're acknowledging 100. So
I'm actually happy to take that challenge on.
You can ton up?
Yeah.
Don't have lunch.
I could do it with lunch.
I
I might regret it and feel ill.
You wouldn't. That's the thing. They're very, very good.
I could do it.
The best one is basically it's like chorizo and cheese.
Yeah, into it.
They're really good, but we're not going there unless you want to stay on after your 4 weeks. How do you feel about overstaying
my welcome? Well, it could go 2 ways. You could be like, God, get this woman away.
Maybe. We'll find out. Yeah.
Or
but here's my comment of the day so far from Barcelona International Cricket Club saying, can you turn the graphics off again? So is that you, Sam? It might be Sam Phillips there.
Look, they probably would prefer it in the first innings when they're giving it a good old crack.
Very good.
36 for 5.
Class act.
After 6.5 overs, they're not the numbers that they're probably after. But I guess...
Robots come in saying 4 is a healthy number. For a child, maybe. Come on.
I will give 10 a crack. I will do it.
You can do 10. I mean, the day that Corey realised that Spain got knocked out of like the qualification for 50 over cricket by like 0.001. He went on a proper bender.
Of empanadas.
Normally tries to be a bit careful what he eats and, get in that age, get in the crossroads. But even including 2 Nutella ones at the end.
Oh, we went for the dessert numbers,
We actually ordered one each, and I went to the bathroom, came back, and he'd eaten them both. It was like the Brian Lara that night of the empanada
scoring
shop.
like 360
it was big.
in village cricket.
Hassan Ali, good spell this. Couple of balls to go. Yeah, Kroom, that's Kevin who's watching from the UK, saying that countdown, you know how many days until the ECL, the real countdown. We really put it up because that's when I can get back to the empanadas. That's when we get back there.
Oh, I can't wait for some empanadas.
Anyway, and they do have some places around here. There are actually a couple of places I've wanted to try here, empanada shops, but I haven't really got round to them yet.
I'm really into sandwiches. So I had a lot of jamón y queso sandwiches down in Valencia. I was just in there for a few days. But
¿Hablas español?
Anyway, no.
That's also correct. Anyway, Razi is going to push.
Recos.
Not really going anywhere fast at the moment. 37 for 5 after 7. Coming up this afternoon, let's see 2 fresh teams, although we did see them both in the late 2023 tournament. It's Magic Barcelona taking on Catalonia Red. Well, I always say bet on black, but not if Red's playing. But looking forward to seeing Imran Sandal, the captain. He is the cartwheel king.
The cartwheel
captain. He'll be there. Magic, though, Bilal Hassan had a very good series last year. They've got some very good players and put on some big numbers. Zain Ihsan as well. He's a real threat with the bat and the ball. So stay tuned for that. It's coming up in around about half an hour's time right here on ECN. And if we look at last year, both teams made the knockout stages. Magic finished 4th in the group stage with a 12-6 record. Catalonia Red, they were 7th with 7-11. And Catalonia Red, they were very kind of up and down, if you like. Did challenge some very good teams. The other player I should probably mention is Trilochan Singh, who's come in now for Catalonia Red. Anyway, this is in the air, hanging a long time, but no one can reach it. And Bentley has had quite a few highlights this game. Not really with the bat so far yet. That makes him 2 off 7. Yeah, good humour from Sam from Barcelona International Club there.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a long day.
Only just getting started. And how about this from Razi? He's going to pop this one over the fence. Maximo. He goes adios pelota, and that's how you get off the mark.
Exactly what they needed. It's not going to be enough, but you know what? When you can get a big whack away, feels good off the bat.
This is hit down and
well fielded.
Yeah, just looking back, and yeah, after 4 overs, I noticed Kritzinger went off. If this is going to hit in the air, it really should be caught, and it is. Safe hands there from Taimur Mughal. And a little bit of the show-stopping action as well. He's a guy, he works hard on his fitness, and he's in a key position, and it'll be 44 for 6.
He's right in front of us here in the cube, and 5 minutes ago, he was just doing a few push-ups there on the field as well.
Trying to impress the new commentator, maybe. But, 44 for 6. And, I was going to say, go back to Kritzinger, he was actually retired out after 4 overs. So, obviously, it wasn't really happening for Barcelona International. So, we see that from time to time. At that stage, it was 28 for 3, and he was 7 off 13. So, he said, you know what, let's give somebody else a crack. But, no one's really been able to consistently pick up the pace. Razi essentially goes 6 and out there. Mahbub, the leggy. There's 2 to go in the 8th over. Gajar, the new batter. Barcelona International, at least I know they'll take 1 point out of the morning. This is in the air, lifted up as well. Won't quite carry to Khalil, who's out there. That's just a single. So, I suppose if you want to think about it one way, there's 8 points on offer in every doubleheader that we see. So this morning there's 8 points off for 4 from each game. Looks like Paco Care will take 7 and Barcelona International will take 1. But that's kind of a nice way to look at it. And obviously, even if you get single points, they all add up. We saw that in the Gibraltar series, for example. We saw 2 teams on 2 wins, but one team had 3 more points just from being more competitive in more matches. So I think it's a good move. It's a positive move.
Well, it stops teams rolling over when they know they're not going to win. For example, the last match, they wanted to chase down that score in the last over. They had a sense of
satisfaction when they did as well.
They celebrated. They embraced each other, happy that they got a point.
Yeah, it's not quite the same, but a little bit of the Premier League, for example, as we get to the end of the 8th over. And so just 2 overs to go in this one. Yeah, in the Premier League, you'd say, we took a point off Manchester United or whatever. But normally that means obviously you get a draw. But this is more like a respectable loss. 46 for 6 then after 8. You see the 2 worms there. Social distancing.
Is it 2020 again?
Yeah. Tell me about your 2020 then.
Oh, man. Melbourne was not good.
I was in Perth, actually. 2020 went back from Europe and then pretty much stayed because Perth wasn't a bad situation. Jeff Araza gets a bowl in the 9th and he gets hammered out of the ground. Well, that's one way to do it. And Bentley, well, you never know what to expect from James. He just swings the bat hard and takes the youngster out of the ground.
Well, he was good with the ball. Now he's giving it a crack with the bat. You like to see that, those players that can give both sides of the...
Yeah, you're right. And I said, been a bit slow at the start, but it hasn't been easy in his innings. Now he's just going to throw the bat at this, and that's going to go for 4. So 6 and 4. We normally say on ECN, hungry for more. And Bentley, he's hungry for some more highlights.
Isn't he? He had the best catch of the day. Knows that that's going to be replayed a few times. Thinks maybe I can get a few more highlights on with a few sixes as well.
Well, speaking of hungry, are you hungry? Because I think lunch has arrived.
I'm always hungry, man.
Yeah.
It's about lunchtime, 1:30.
Around the corner, 1:30 local. Got to say thanks to the crew here for looking after us. My breakfast was a 4 a.m. Starbucks tuna sandwich in
tuna. You went for tuna at 4 a.m. That's an interesting
Desperate
move.
times. I also had some sort of, it's a bit wide, maybe a harsh call. I think it might have been some sort of pastrami contraption.
Yeah, I'd eat that.
That was overpriced.
Oh, everything's overpriced in an airport.
It is a bit of a tough call on Raza if you look at where it passed the crease. Anyway, it's another big swing and a miss. And good come back from the youngster. Well, maybe a positive of the wide call is he gets one more chance to take a wicket because he'll get an extra delivery in the over. Yeah.
A young fella.
Like I say, I got 3 times 1 hour naps. I got one in the car on the way to the airport because there were 2 separate cars and I was in the one by myself. This is going to be 4 runs and Bentley putting together a nice little knock here. Moves up to 17. So I got 1 hour in the car, I got 1 hour in the airport, I got 1 hour on the plane. Now, Paolo and Tyrone the referee who was with me on this journey, I think they got maximum 15 minutes. In the car, they took the other car and talked to each other the whole time.
No, rookie.
So
Sleep.
Very silly.
Sleep. What do you reckon your verbal skills are going to be like in the last match of the day?
Well, that's the beauty of the last match of the day. You never know what to expect, so we're going to find out. Might need you to do the heavy lifting in that one. Oh,
is that a 4?
Oh, it is 4, I reckon. Oh, well, Elza is spot on with that. I reckon it will be 4. Yeah, I mean, picture tells 1,000 words, and Mughal is going to be done.
It's not going to really affect
Well,
much.
as someone that has big feet myself, I know those kind of issues. Classic sideshow Bob conundrum, and
everyone's heel's the same side.
Good spot by Elza.
Well done.
Tell you who's not impressed is the youngster Raza, who's gone for 19 now. Bentley. He's going to just swat this one away, and he's going to take it magical. So, Bentley, get him up the order. He's going to take another 4 off that one, and it's the end of the 9th over. 23 coming off that, and it's 69 for 6 after 9. So who knows, with a decent over here, they could get close to what they got last time. They got 86. But you can just see those kind of scores, double-digit scores, they're not winning you too many games here in Barcelona.
No. And I guess the score for them that they needed to score to get the bonus point was the entire total for the score in the last match. So I think we can obviously see that Pakai didn't have the great first innings with the bat, and they picked themselves up in the second.
Found a way, didn't they? Mahboob gets the 10th over, and it's going to start with a wide. Yeah, so the next game coming up, around about 25 minutes away. We'll have a little bit more of a break between this one and the next. Yeah, Magic and Red going head-to-head. Yeah, this looks pretty close, and it's going to be gone. Looked pretty good to me. It was full, was straight, just kind of turned a fraction as well. Middle stump to middle stump, or close to. And Mahboob, well, he knew it straight away. The umpire agreed. So the 7th wicket falls, 70 for 7.
It always happens in the 9th over, you say?
It all happens in the 9th.
In the 10th.
That was last over. But actually, it did all happen in the 9th. Went for 23. Bentley puck, pulled out of the garage and took Raza down. And we also had the accidental heels touching the rope when it was fielded.
That's it. All happens in the 9th.
How good are our TV crew, though? I mean, at this level of cricket, to get so many of those decisions right, it's quite incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. When you don't have as many cameras around as some of them, and that, for example, all it needed to take, that quick decision, didn't need to go and take hours and hours and hours.
No. We tried being sensible here. Sensible blend of technology and expediency. Yep. Hey, so the Regan is in the chat asking, why does Georgie's voice sound like a female Disney villain?
Oh.
Do you get this all the time?
No.
What are you talking about?
Do I have a villainish?
All right, in the air. Well, that's smashed. Well, Bentley suddenly grown huge muscles, and he's just thrown that over the fence. Maximo Bentley into the 30s. Oh, making a late charge for the player of the match. If it wasn't for the one-handed catch alone, what about the 2 wickets causing a run out by getting Isan to miss the ball, and now pumping one over the fence?
That's it. Well, what's that? His 3rd 6, couple of 4s.
Isan on the 95 probably might have something to say about it. His high score was 31 last year. He's equaled it now.
And he's done it again.
He's done it as well, hasn't he? It's gone all the way. Maximo. And it was the slot machine, 77 for 7 before that ball. And now Bentley brings up his outright best score ever on ECN. Well batted.
Unassuming figure, but he's hitting them big, isn't he?
Wayne said it's not time for random questions yet, Regan, but any time's a good time for random questions. I want to know what villain he's talking about.
Oh,
well, you know what? This is clever by Bentley because he gets time to get a standing ovation. Yeah, well, Mahboob not thrilled about getting pumped out of the ground a couple of times and offering some free directions to James. And James piping back, saying, well, I might be walking over there, but I hit a couple over there. And James saying, well, I need to rub it in. It just shows you a little bit of the tiki-taka here between the two sides with the ball to go.
Well, it means something, doesn't it?
83 for 8, yeah. And everyone probably will just calm down in a minute. But
well, you have
petty
to.
stuff.
You have to.
I like it. And the boob. He's been around the traps a bit. Didn't like the treatment he got from Bentley. And Bentley just chirping back a little bit. These two teams won't meet again the next 4 weeks unless they meet in the final series. Last ball coming up. And it will be a dot to finish. So that's all she wrote. And the final score, 150 to 83. So this time, Pakai will take all of the points out of match 2. They'll take 7 out of a possible 8. Barcelona International, they certainly had their moments. They created a few highlights. Were able to get that single point off the last ball of the first match. But they will now take the afternoon off with Pakai, and the next cricket you see here on ECN will be Magic Badalona versus Catalunya Red, and that game is starting in around about 20 minutes. And so, Isan batted very, very well there for 95. I do think that he will get the Player of the Match award. But look, Barcelona International, better for the run, I think. And a team that won only one of 18 matches, and even that was a tight one back in 2023. And Pakai Care with a couple of highlights of their own. That was a great running catch by Hassan Ali. And then he got a feel for Reynolds. He went like a carbon copy dismissal of the first game. Credit to the bowlers for getting it right. Hassan Ali had the ball following him for a little while in the middle of the innings there as well. Was able to grab that one just inside the boundary. Khalil Ahmed also looks a pretty handy player. So Pakai Care, they just keep finding players that are able to plug these gaps when some of their regulars aren't available. Taimur Mughal, a bit of the razzle-dazzle there. He'd have a bit of an unusual moment a little bit later on. We say it all happens in the ninth, and it really did. And that was a great spot by the officials as Mughal was on the line. And then, late in the piece, Mahbub wanted to clean up a little bit, but Bentley had other ideas. He took the veteran deep a couple of times, and then it was Mahbub that took care of business and offered a bit of free coaching on the way. Time for the Bentley to walk off, but he had a pretty good game there for Barcelona International. Look, I do think, just on the basis of seeing how well they were able to compete at times with the reigning Spanish T10 champions, I think that Barcelona International are going to get a few more wins than they got in last year's series. 37 for Bentley, ends up topping the scoring of just 17 balls, and that was actually after he had a pretty quiet start to his innings as well. 15 to Osama, but I do think he needs to have a little bit of a look at the videotape with some of his footwork there. I think he could probably make a few adjustments and maybe have a bit more success. 3 for 23, Mahbub ends up with the figures, but I think that Hassan Ali for me was the best of the bowlers, all things said and done. He took 2 for 7. 2 for 6 for Khalil Ahmed, just the one over. Also the openers, the T and Umar Mughal were very tight in the first few overs. So we'll take a break. We'll be back in about 15 minutes, and we will have the big Magic CC versus Catalunya Red doubleheader coming up to finish opening day here in Barcelona. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, welcoming Georgie Parker as well. We'll both be back soon for more cricket right here on ECN. You're watching the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Good afternoon to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome back to Barcelona. It is opening day here, and what you're looking at is the Montjuic Olympic Ground, and this was the venue for baseball back in the 1992 Olympics. Fair bit of cricket gets played here these days as well. We're 2 matches into the 4-match program, and coming up in the 3rd match of the day, it's going to be Magic CC, who are taking on Catalonia Red. Here's the 2 teams in the toss result. Magic CC won the toss and elected to bat. And they certainly didn't have any hesitation in doing that. I saw that. And Wakazamwa leading the side. But Bilal Hassan and Zain Isan at the top. I think they're going to be a handful. And they won't be the only ones. Ranjit Singh's a pretty handy all-rounder. Probably was short of a few runs last time. He'll be keen to make up for that. Catalonia Red, though, Amir Bhatti and Abid Hussain listed as the openers. But I think Imran Sandal, he's certainly had his moments with the bat. We've seen him opening a fair, but it didn't really work out for him most of the time. Trilochan Singh comes in as an extra bowling option. That Magic battle owner, known as Magic CC last year, but they are the same team. They are 74% favourites according to the supercomputer. Catalonia Red, 26%. And it gives us a chance to welcome back everyone in the chat as well. Georgie, just having a spot of lunch, but she'll be back in a second. And I'm still curious to know which Disney villain the Regan thought that she sounded like. The only one I could think of was the one from 101 Dalmatians. But yeah, tell me if I'm right. Anyway, players getting ready to go. And yeah, these 2 teams last year, Magic CC, they were 4th with a 12-6 record after the group stage. That meant that they went straight into the second half elimination day, where they racked up 180 against Royal Barcelona, also involved in this series. But then, even with that win, they faced the dangerous Catalonia Jaguars in the second semi-final, ended up losing 154 to 28. And then they went through the bronze final, where they lost to Bengali. So they finished 4th after the group stage, and they finished in 4th place in the whole tournament. Catalonia Red, though, finished 7th, but then they were punching above their weight as they were able to do a number on Battle Owner CC and eliminate a 1. And a 22-run win saw them progress to the second half of elimination day. But Catalonia Red also bowed out of the tournament at the hands of Bengali. And they lost that one in a very high-scoring game. They almost pulled it off, Catalonia Red. It was 165 to 161 in the end. But Catalonia Red, they certainly were responsible for some pretty incredible chases. In fact, just going back, I remember some of the highest chases that we've had. A lot of them did come last year, because it was a high-scoring year, basically. And I think the batters really seem to be able to find ways to keep those boundaries ticking over. And also I think the Grizzly balls as well were pretty important in raising the scoring, because they really did fly off the bat. But I remember there was one game last year, Catalonia Red, after a terrible start as well, they were chasing 164 for victory against Royal Barcelona, and they were able to do that. So they've shown that, when their batting fires, they can put up some big numbers. And that was last year, Catalonia Red in match 38 in 4th of December. They chased down 164, and that was, don't quote me on this, but I think they were 3 for 3 at one point, and they just came back and absolutely ground Royal Barcelona into the dust. Of course, the record chase ever, 183. That was Netherlands 11 in the Euros of cricket for a spot in the final, and that was against Spain. Corey has never really recovered, hates every time we put that graph up, because of course he was coaching Spain, and they look to be into the European final, putting 102 on the board, 182 on the board, but they couldn't defend it. Well, it is Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, in Barcelona. Rico will be here next week. Corey will be here the week after, but through all of our Barcelona journey this year, we have the presence of Georgie Parker. Georgie's back with us, and I bet you're looking forward to seeing another 2 teams on the park.
Another couple of teams to look at, to watch, see the standard. It should be great to see. Who's your tip in this match, Vinny?
Yeah, I mean, on form, you'd have to say Magic CC, Magic Badalona, because they're a side that they just had a bit more consistency. One thing about Catalonia Red, though, they were just they were like enigmas. You know, they have some shocking games, and you'd be like, these guys will never win again. But then they do something like that, chase down 164 after a shocking start with the bat.
It's a coach killer, those sorts of teams, because you can see what they're capable of doing, and then then they drop below. You'd love a little bit more consistency rather than these peaks and these troughs.
Definitely.
I think as a coach or a captain in these sorts of situations.
I know. I gave you some homework, and you know what I'm talking about, right? You watched Catalonia Red in a bit of a thriller against Sohail Hospitalet in match 10 last year. What did you make of that? Did you watch the second innings or the whole game?
I watched the entire game, and 6 runouts in one inning.
That's a record.
Unbelievable.
That's true.
6 runouts.
And they still won.
And they still run.
Trilochan Singh to get us going in match 3. It's Bilal Hassan, who's out there with Shazam Hassan. So the two Hassans opening the batting. And, Magic CC, they're kind of diverting. They had this beautiful, almost like the Azzurri Italian blue uniforms last year. They've gone for a slightly different colour scheme, although they do say they might wear the alternate blue strip at some points.
Well, it's good to have options, isn't it? And it's good to get off the mark in the first ball as well, as Magic did.
That's what they say. Anyway, this is Shazab on strike then. Trilochan has played for a few teams in the European Cricket Series. Well, this is a miss hit, but it's going to fly away. It's just an edge. It's going to be the first boundary of the contest. And Trilochan Singh offering a bit of width. Hassan just throws the hands in it. And with no fielder back there, it was always heading for 4.
That boundary's had a little bit of work today with hits like that, miss
Probably
hits.
Does. Sometimes we call that the vortex there.
Yeah.
It just seems to suck balls in. Some grounds more than others. Some they really accelerate.
But particularly, like you said, this ground's a very fast ground. Artificial turf all the way around.
Yeah, it's nice. The first time we came here, first couple of times actually, in 2020 and 2021, it was obviously an artificial pitch, but it was natural grass. But the artificial just seems to hold up a bit better.
Well, if there's wet
pretty
weather, it's not going to get so dirty, particularly
That's
this
true.
time of year.
And bowlers run up. So you've got to think, we're playing such a volume of cricket. We're actually playing an unprecedented amount of matches. So
Every day for weeks, for a month.
If the sun's up.
So we're playing 80 overs, which is equivalent to a test,
day,
a test day. And you're doing that for a month straight, not for 4 days.
Not just that. Have you noticed something yet? We're
We're
bowling all the overs from one
end. Yes.
So even in a test day, say it's 90 overs.
That's for speed of play, isn't it?
Yeah, speed of play, and also it allows us to capture the game the best we can with the amount of cameras we got. So, I mean, we're kind of used to it now. And, for me, it's a bit funny when I see them changing ends, to be honest. It's funny.
What are you doing?
I haven't played much in this format, but when I have...
Have you thought of playing, Vinny?
I know. I've been invited to play a few times around Europe, and I've enjoyed it.
You said last week you spent a bit of time in the nets.
Yeah, we did in Gibraltar. But what I was going to say is, as a keeper, I found it weird because changing ends was the only time you'd really move your part in the field. So you just pretty much mark out a spot, and that's it. So
you come up and in.
yeah, sometimes.
Here we go.
The stumps, yeah. There's a famous story, W.G. Grace, the famous English cricketer. Yeah, was ahead of his time. He used to mark out a square and say, well, this is where I field, and everything else is someone else's problem. And it wasn't particularly big, like a rug. He likes batting more. 28 days until the European Cricket League. It's Champions League of European Cricket. Now, last year, had a bit of a boil over. We had this real renegade side called Dreux from France. Now, they actually had played in a couple of previous editions, but never made it to the finals. And they ran into the Scottish club, Forfarshire, in their group. And this Scottish club, they looked the business. They had international cricketers, guys that played ODI cricket, like Michael Leask, and some others as well. And when I saw the Scots in Group D last year, I thought, just give them the trophy. They're looking very, very good. Dreux, though, just came out and, I don't think they met till match 10, so they played everyone else. They won all the games. Dreux beat them in match 10, but it was kind of a dead rubber because they'd sewed up the top 2 spots in the double chance.
Yeah.
Right? As this is a full toss and it's lifted up and out of the ground. Well, there's trouble there.
Nearly a crowd catch.
Yeah, well, that's Shub over there. He's in charge of the player area. Now, the thing with Shub, he loves to try and take catches, and he's been advised by his doctor to stop trying. But luckily,
his doctor?
He wasn't watched. Well, I think he's broken a few too many fingers.
It's my dream to take a crowd catch.
You might get your wish, but be careful. Protect the equipment's the number one rule right now. It's the Hassans trying to get things moving. And, yeah, that's a nice bit of play there to get 4 away through the covers. Yeah, so what I was going to say. But then Drew beat Forfshire, but then we thought Forfshire didn't play these players. They were playing cat and mouse. They knew they were going to play the next day. But Drew then lost the 1 versus 2, so Scotland went straight through the final. Drew found their way through to the final, but then Drew just blew them away, like just with crazy hitting. Oh, that's probably...
I reckon he just nicked it.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. It's going to go down to the boundary. It's going to be a wide. Now, this would be a no ball for off the pitch, but it's not because it pitches after the stumps.
Okay.
So if it's going to be no ball for off the pitch, the only thing is maybe the height. We'll check the height. Touching her, maybe just dropping below the waist. So it'll be 5 wides. A bit unlucky for the keeper there as well, because he hit the edge of the pitch. Zimran Sandal, and let me just tell you something. If he takes the wicket, you know what you're in for?
Cartwheel time.
No, you're a big fan.
I'm a massive fan of the cartwheels. Now, in that match that you got me to see,
yeah,
he did 3 in a row.
Yeah.
At one stage.
That's his PB.
I'd like to see 3 in a row.
This is lifted up in the air, but it won't quite carry.
But what was very funny about the 3 in a row is that they next lost the match, the next ball.
Yeah, well, it probably wasn't that funny for them.
No, but as a...
you know, as a spectator, I mean, they love to entertain. You got to give
well,
them that.
that's it. It's entertaining.
Anyway, it's blown to Bilal. He drives him down the ground. And that'll be the end of the over to 25 without loss
You don't
at
see...
the end of 2.
You don't see many adults do cartwheels anymore. Do you reckon you could do one?
No. I've tried. I mean, I can...
Can't kick your legs over
Yeah,
enough.
I mean, I can do it if it... You know, like, I'd be the Malinga of cartwheelers, to give you an idea. My angle is not... It's not particularly vertical.
Yeah.
You know, so I could do something.
And
7-1, by the way, to Paco Care. There's the table, and you see these two teams playing their first match of the series. Some of the other teams that we're seeing... It's some of them we haven't seen before. Pac Barcelona and Men in Blue. First time we've seen Catalonia Dragons. So looking forward to that. Anyway, it's a bit short, and it's going to be trouble with a capital T. And yeah, Trilachad Singh goes around the wicket. And well, what did you see off the field? I lost it, but I saw it. It disappeared over the ropes.
Who is that there?
Is that Shub down there? Well, let's see, where it goes.
Izan back there wanting to catch it.
Oh, okay.
And hurt his hands.
Yeah. That probably wasn't too smart. Anyway, no practice like match practice.
We're still giving him a little bit of a rub on the bench there.
Oh, this is in the air. It's mishit, but no one's going to get there. Just quickly to finish the ECL. So Drew ended up making it through to the championship week, and we thought they're too much of a renegade team. Like, they've done the odd flashy thing in the past, but they're going to run into, I think, 6 other teams that are all champion teams. So we thought that they might win a game or 2. They won the whole thing.
Yeah,
they did exactly
easily.
the same to the English club in the final. I wouldn't say easily, but they just kept on
winning.
Going. And they beat Hornchurch, who are the All-England T20 champions in the final. Very good cricket team, featuring players like Adil Malik, who's Shoaib Malik's brother. Shoaib Malik's played a lot of cricket for Pakistan. And, got some of the guys with kind of county experience as well.
Yeah, which is a high level of cricket.
It is. And honestly, they just steamrolled him. And Hornchurch, there is a silver lining, though. This is going to go up and might make it over the fence. Not quite, but it does make it over the rope. Maximo! And Shazam Hassan having a good time so far. Add 6 to the total. Yeah, so Hornchurch, they brought a lot of supporters, about 140 supporters.
To watch.
To watch, yeah. A great trip to Spain to watch their club play in the European finals. And
any excuse to get over to this beautiful country.
Here's what you got to know, though, right? Let's drill a chat again. He goes for this, and this is hit even further. Trillichan, just military medium at best, puts it outside the off stump, and it disappears. What a shot.
Great shot. 44 for none. Coming up to 3 overs bowled.
Decent power play at the moment. Yeah, so what I was going to say is the winner from ECL is always automatically invited back. So if you don't do that, you have to qualify through your country. Now, a country like England, that's tough. There's literally hundreds of clubs. I think they had to win 13 knockout T20s to even get there.
Yeah.
You think about how many clubs are in England, right? Last ball, the over. Now, this is in the air, and I feel like it's a chance. Can he find the drop zone? He can. What a catch. Very well judged. Wow, that was smooth as you like. Smooth on top, smooth across the turf. And that's Amir Bhatti that takes the catch. And it ends the power play on a high note for Catalunya Red. It's 44 for 1.
I want to see that in a little bit of slow-mo here. Because his celebration, how did he catch it?
Yeah.
Straight to his back.
Yeah.
He wanted to go into the little bit of a Superman kind of position. And a great catch.
That was a very good catch. I was a bit worried that he wouldn't be able to kind of find the drop zone. I thought maybe coming a little bit too far, but he had it perfectly judged. 44 for 1 after 3. Then at the end of the power play, Magic lose their first wicket of the series. Yeah, so Hornchurch lost the final, and they were heartbroken because they had such a great time. They're like, the odds of us qualifying again are pretty low. You know, even though they're a very good cricket team, they were so heartbroken because they knew if they won it, then they get to come back automatically. And then England actually gets 2 teams because you get the last year's winner of the England plus the reigning champions of Europe. But with the format, we actually have 33 countries this year involved, and it actually expanded from 31 teams last year to 35. And there are only 34 teams. We had 33 countries in the winner. So the decision was made to invite the runners-up back. They didn't know that at the time.
You've thrown so many numbers at me.
Yeah,
35 countries, 30.
So basically the team, their format expanded from 31 teams last year to 35, right?
There you go. Oh, so the runner-ups come in?
So at the time, we didn't know that. And so always the winner automatically gets to come back for another ECL, which is a huge experience. Free trip to Spain, everything paid for. You're treated almost like a professional cricketer for the week. But the runners-up don't normally automatically get back. So with Hornchurch, the English club, losing the final, they thought, we were 1 game away from having this crazy adventure all over again. And basically, we've just missed out. So they were distraught. But then later in the year, when the decision was made to extend the competition to 35 teams, there are only really 33 countries involved. Plus, you got the winners from last year, so that's 34 teams.
Yep.
So there's this 35th team spot that we had to fill, and we had to decide what's a fair way to fill it. Okay?
Runner-up's it.
Wow, in the air. That won't carry. It'll just be a single. So the 35th team was decided. The fair way to do it was to invite the runners-up from last year based on their performance in the ECL. So when Hornchurch found that, I think they had a national holiday, but certainly there were a few festivities in the area because their supporters, they basically hijacked a part of the ground and called it Cockney Corner.
The Cockney
Because
Corner.
they're from the east of London, right? This is hit pretty well from Bilal, lifted up and out of the ground. Maximo Magic have brought up 52 in pretty quick time. And you can see that they're very comfortable in this form of the game. Don't forget, in one of the knockout games last year, they cracked 180, which is a pretty decent score.
For 10 overs.
Yeah, and that's the expected score at the moment, 143. About the pace they're going. Tandal, only 2 more chances to pop a cartwheel. Gets 2 here. And I think they just want to check this.
Was he inside the road?
Yeah, he is here, but I think when he touches it now, has he lifted the foot? Oh, I think he has just. Well, I tell you what, he's the master of judgment, isn't he, Bhatti? That was probably flying a bit too close to the sun, though.
A little bit. I think sometimes they forget the rule. You forget the rule there.
We've seen some pretty good ones of those as well.
Oh, recently.
Sundal won't get a wicket. Goes for 28 in this one. Magic 54 for 1 after 4. Yeah, probably the most famous one was in Bulgaria last year. Now, this one properly did go viral, where it was a bit slippery conditions. the field. You might have seen this one, actually.
Of course I've seen this
Do you know the one I'm talking about? So, and I love that ground. That's a ground where once the play was interrupted by wild horses running across the ground, you know, just ECN things. And also once we had to delay a game for snow. But he runs, the ball actually stops and he runs past it and he's fallen outside the rope. And then for no reason, he slaps the ball back in further into the field. But when he slaps the ball, he's fully over the line. So you know the one I'm talking about, right?
Of course I know the one. And I think your comments were like,
it wasn't me.
I don't think I've ever seen, or someone said, I don't think I've ever seen that.
It was Rico
before.
and it was Charlie. Charlie basically just lost it.
Yeah.
Rico was able to form words. But it's a good one. You'll find it in the treasure trove of the ECN social media at European Cricket. The Hulk's asking how come YouTube isn't available in India, but that's because Fancode have the rights in India. So if you are watching in the subcontinent, well, you're probably hearing me because you're watching Fancode. But if you have family or friends that want to watch in the subcontinent, tell them to get onto Fancode. Vijay Kumar, going to get turned around in the corner. Tight single. I think he's just in here.
He's in.
It's great to have the replay, though. You know, we get more correct decisions because you can have a quick look. And I think that bat's down just in time.
Good running between wickets, though.
Yeah, couldn't afford to hesitate there, and they didn't. They just committed to it.
Yep.
And yeah, look.
And worth a go for the run out as well.
Kettle and your red, they love a big chase, though. Like I said, you know, they're on that list of the top 10 chases ever. So, you know, even if they can hold it, say, you know, what it's saying there, 138 or something, they'll feel like they've got the ability to chase that down. This is also good running. For me, this was just sneaking down the leg side. And umpire, quick signal, leg by. Vijay Kumar. Not a bad shot. You know, Bharti might have leather poisoning by the end of this 10 overs. He's had a lot of the ball, hasn't he? You know a bit of that because I know you played, after you played hockey, you played some Australian rules football, AFL as we call it, right?
Yeah, I did, but I never once got leather poisoning. That's all right. I can guarantee you that.
That's where I get... To be honest, I do steal some terms. The Australians will get the references, but
so what
everyone else thinks I'm very creative using words like that, but it's a very Australian thing.
So that means that the game we play with is leather. And so people think if you get a lot of the ball in your hands and you've got leather poisoning, but no, I wasn't getting much of the ball in my hands, but great to play that.
Bet you're running a lot.
I was running a lot.
One of the biggest fields in any sport, actually.
It's a cricket field.
Yeah,
so it's a cricket field.
Yeah. 60 for 1 after 5. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Great to have Georgie Parker here with me. One of the questions I got, and again, it's from an Australian viewer. How sick are you of trying to explain that you're not the Georgie Parker, the actor who's been on such shows as Home and Away and A Country Practice?
Yeah. It's an annoying name to have.
Have you ever thought with going with like Georgina then? Or you just get called Georgie?
No, but I do know a man who's got the name Steve Smith. I feel for him because particularly in 2018 with Sandpaper Gate.
Right. Yeah, tough time.
Bad time for him to be on social media.
Yeah.
But so I would take my name, Georgie Parker. She's a famous actress in Australia only. So when I get out of Australia, it doesn't get mentioned, but here I am in Barcelona with it getting mentioned.
The Aussies in the chat have tracked you down. It's a good time slot in Australia right now. But it's great to have you with us. Hopefully you're enjoying the day. We're into the second half of your first day now, but you'll be at home here in no time at all.
Hope so.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. There was actually, you believe it or not, there was another Steve Smith that played cricket for Australia in the 80s. You know that?
Oh.
There was. It was
we
led
the way for one of the best to do it.
I know he played one dayers. I don't know if he played a test. This is Gaurav Kumar, who's coming on in over number 6. I'm going to find if he played a test or not.
Yeah, give us some fun stats on Steve Smith.
Steve Smith.
And what was his cap number? The original
good
Steve
question.
Smith.
I have a feeling he might have only
played one day
ODIs, but I'll let you know. No, he played 3 tests. All right. So Steve Smith, his middle name's Barry, not, isn't it Stephen Peter Devereaux Smith? That's the Steve Smith now. But, yeah.
In Australia, the name Steve and the last name Smith, quite common
You'd imagine.
names.
Yeah.
But I guess there's not many.
This could go all the way, you know. It has. That's a good shot from Hassan. Just kind of muscles this down the ground. Maximal, 6 runs. Yeah, so let me just tell you quickly his stats. He scored 41 runs in 3 tests at an average of 8. He was a batter. Didn't really bowl too much. Played 28 ODIs. But he did score 200s in ODI cricket. Okay. An average of 39. Oh, that's hit miles. Well, mind the windows. That one has gone far, far, far away over the fence. I was running out of words. I was a bit worried. You know why? That's where they walk the dogs sometimes. And
you can't be having
just making sure the area was clear.
Do not hurt the perros.
Yeah, los perros. Very good.
Thank you. Or perrito, little dog.
Yeah. How do you go with rolling your R's in?
Perrito.
Perrito. That's very natural for you.
Thank you. Thank you. A Spanish villain, maybe I could be. A Disney Spanish villain.
I'm still trying to work out what they were talking about there. The Regan.
You called me Cruella de Vil. That is shocking.
Is that the 101 Dalmatians?
Yeah. No. Maybe it's because I've got a
You
deep
do
one.
seem like you have an evil streak. I feel like we'll get to know you. You can only keep up the facade for so long, Georgie.
The only person I'd be mean to.
That's 6 more, by the way. It's Hassan has just decided to put the foot down here. And Kumar, he's got the unenviable figures right now of 21 conceded off 3 balls. And things not really going the way he wants.
It's not a bowler's game, is it? 10 over cricket.
Yeah, speaking of, I want to say hello to Charlie Hunt, who I just mentioned a moment ago. For me, that's okay. One thing that is a pet peeve of mine, you don't see it at other levels of cricket, look at the bowler. He needs to get off the pitch right-hand side, but instead he blocks the umpire's view. So the umpire gets that one right anyway. But, yeah, if you need to get off the wicket, the side you're bowling from, otherwise you're not
Does he do it again? Yep.
Yes, he will. And nothing seems to stop it. Yeah, Charlie's back in the UK after he did the 12-day series in Cyprus. So great job, Charlie. We're just talking about that moment in Bulgaria where you were calling that unusual boundary attempted stop when the ball had already stopped. Charlie was our commentator there.
That one went all around Australia even. Shared on a lot of our social media platforms.
Yeah, I've lost count of how many things have gone viral, to be honest. 82 for 1 after 6. Also, I want to say hello to Egan Dantas, who's watching from the Costa del Sol. Of course, he was part of the winning Sloggers team last night. And he's saying, Vinny, how did you get to Barcelona so fast? Well, I actually slept through a lot of it. I seemed pretty good at napping.
5 o'clock flight?
5 something, yeah. And I got in around about 7:40. By the time I left the airport, it was 8 o'clock. Got here at 8:30 at the ground.
Vinny everywhere.
Hotel. Looking forward to staying in, seeing my new room tonight. I've heard the water pressure's good in the shower.
It is. It is.
That's the only goss I've got so far from the crew.
But that is key to a good hotel room.
Yeah.
You could have everything else perfect, and if that doesn't work for you, you want to get out of there.
By the way, Charlie's given a bit more information about that boundary stop we were just talking about. He said, he'd never played cricket and he was a massive football fan. This is dragged, should be stopped.
The player was?
Yeah, the player was. And so he just assumed the rules were the same in football. Because, in football, and even Australian football or
most
association football.
Oh, not basketball.
Not basketball. But in a lot of sports anyway, it just matters where the ball is, not where you are.
Yep.
Big swing here. And you can see right now, Shaquille Ahmed just struggling to get going. And
it's hard to lose some of those instincts as well.
Yeah, definitely. But, Charlie, good to have you with us and good luck back in Wembley. Oh, this one seemed like...
Did that carry? Did that carry through?
Don't think he ends up gloving it, but I think it hits the bottom of the bat. It's been an interesting replay.
I reckon it just didn't carry all the way through.
Yeah, maybe didn't. Hello to Tracy Pascal. Good to have you in the chat with us as well. Yeah, Charlie's actually studying business and broadcasting in the UK right now. Yep. This one looks a bit annoyed to only get one here. Ahmed, who finds himself 4 off 9. And since Shazam Hassan's gone, things have just slowed down a little bit. Remember, they were on for kind of 140 plus at some stage. Having said that, Supercomputer thinks with Hassan there, they can still reach 129. That's a big, filthy swing to finish the over.
That's a good over. So 6 for Kumar off 2 overs.
That's pretty good, isn't it?
That's
And
great economy.
yeah, he can certainly be thrilled with his efforts as we get to the end of the 7th. Having a look at some of the upcoming events. So yeah, of course, we're in the ECS Spain, but these are the events till the end of May, start of June. So ECL, that is a Grand Slam event, if you like, for us. That's the Champions League at Khartoum. Portugal, which includes that British and Irish Knights versus Team Europe as part of it, but also an ECS there. We're going to France for the first time ever. Believe it or not, we've never been to France, so I'm really looking forward to that. We're going to Brescia in the north of Italy for 2 weeks. Estonia, mentioned that one earlier. And we're back in Greece, actually, for the first time since 2021. I think that's in Corfu.
Oh.
Are you sure you want to go back to Australia?
Oh, I can make some time. I'm actually coming back to Europe for a holiday in June, so maybe we could tack something on either side.
Now you're talking. Now you're talking as well with the bat. Hassan moves to 49. He puts this one over the wall. Maximo! Barty asking for trouble, and he finds it short. And into the body of Hassan, who turns on it. And
straight over the fence.
Yeah.
Not a ball lost forever, but another ball coming onto the field.
One thing we do have, when we come to Barcelona, we bring extra balls because we tend to lose a few more than usual. More questions coming in. It'll be 50 for Hassan, and he'll do it, well, maybe with more than a 1. He's running away. He'll get 2, but that's a good knock. Good start to his series, getting magic up towards the 100. He brings up the 50 off 22 balls. Well batted. Just kind of eased that one away, didn't he? 6 sixes, not a single 4 in his innings, Georgie.
Well, why hit 4s when you can hit 6?
Well, you said it, and right on cue. This is another one that's going to disappear. Maximo! Oh, it's a kind of magic. That's what we were saying last year, as they had their first ECN adventure. Now they've been round. They've got the taste for more. Bilal, he is a bit of a beast when he gets in this kind of a mood.
His back on his jumper says absolutely not, but all he's doing is yes, yes, yes at the moment.
Yeah.
What do you reckon that's from? Absolutely not.
Yeah, I couldn't really get a straight answer when I asked him earlier. That one got up a bit from Barty, who's certainly been in the action so far. This is a bit short as well. And on this pitch, you can't afford to get too short. Will anyone want it? Nobody's going to be able to reach it. Maximo, as Bilal swings his way into the 60s. Looking at the chat. Thanks to everyone who's acknowledged me getting from one place to another. But I also got to say that Tyrone has done the same thing and Paolo has done the same thing to be part of this crew from the previous night series. This is a nice shot as well. There's nobody back there, so can't plug the gaps on the leg side. There's no real plan at the moment. Barty gets taken to the cleaners. 25 come off that magical over.
And that was his first 4.
Yes, good observation. It's been there the whole time. So 108 with 2 overs to go. I can see that Jeff Maguire's in there, and well, he actually does a bit of work with Grizzly Bear Sports, who are our official equipment sponsor here on ECN. And he's been very kind. He's provided a couple of customised kind of playing tops with them, like a Mr. Maximo shirts, and for Rico as well. And he's saying we need to get Georgia a Grizzly Bear Sports customised shirt.
Yes.
Yeah, all right.
What would I be called? If you're Mr. Maximo.
That's a good question. Thing with
Put it
nicknames,
out
you
to the
can't
people.
force- Yeah, all right.
Put it out to the people.
I've got more questions about your name. One of them comes from Kroom, who says, any relation to Peter Parker?
No, but
do you get
Peter
that all the
Parker.
time?
Peter Parker was a nickname that I had
Really?
when I played. Called me Pet Peter.
Yeah, like Spider-Man.
Spider-Man,
So
yeah.
can I call you Spider-Man?
No,
Gender's
just
very
Peter.
fluid these days.
Well,
so-
it is, but no, I was just called Peter, Petey.
And, well, this first one. See that this is Imran Butler's come on, but I think there might be a few concerns with kind of just how he delivers this one. We'll see it on the replay. Yeah.
It's a throw.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are some concerns about his action here. And so there are some procedures to deal with this. So he might be given another opportunity to to see if he can keep it a bit straighter. But I mean,
does that ball get punished?
Yeah, well, I'm just waiting to see what the call is on that. So give me a second. But yeah, this is where it's a tough issue in cricket, to be honest, because it's probably not doing it intentionally, right?
Yeah.
But I know if
and
you
it's such a unique skill.
Yeah. Down leg side. This is going to be, well, definitely a wide, and I think that's what they're going to stick with. But yeah, it's a tough one because I mean I think pictures say 1,000 words, and I know Tyrone Peters is the tournament referee, so he's got to kind of deal with this on about 12 minutes sleep as well. But I think he can probably see that there's a few issues with Imran Butt's action here, and this will get hit away for 4. What I will say, I mean, I don't think he's getting any huge advantage out of it. That's the thing, but it's just kind of like it's to do with the integrity of the game, I suppose. You can see here, I do feel like there's a bit too much of a straightening of the arm.
And
but anyway,
movement in that
let's get
elbow.
behind him. Let's see if we can get through this over. Then there are certain procedures to deal with that, and obviously trying to get him more where he needs to be. This is up and out of the ground. Like I said, it's not really going to plan anyway, as Butt gets smacked out of the ground, and 6 more to the total.
And a big ding on the outside as well. And I tell you what, Magic, I don't think they're really going to be concerned at what style's going on when they're bowling like that, and you can just hit 6s off of it.
Yeah, I think you're right. So, you know what they say, it all happens in the 9th, and this is no exception, Georgie.
Hassan up on 77 now of 28 deliveries.
Well, you can put another 6 with that because that has gone over the wicket. And the run's coming thick and fast now for Magic CC. Well, it seems like
I'm waiting for the M word. No.
Oh, you want the Maximo?
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it most of the time. Maximo. So, yeah, have a look at this. There's 2 to come in this over. It's gone for 18. And I don't know if Jeff is suggesting this should be your nickname, but he's put in Thunderbird.
Thunderbird.
That's pretty. That was a great show.
Yeah.
Apparently, a bit before my time.
The netball team in Australia are called the Thunderbirds.
Yeah, you're right.
Netball not widely played around the world.
Yeah, it's a bit of a Commonwealth sport, It's a bit like cricket.
Yeah, but never got to India, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, true. Maybe it was a sign of the times, maybe because it was a bit more of a female participation sport.
Probably.
And maybe there wasn't really a focus on that as much back in the day.
I think
anyway,
you could be right.
Nice ball the over.
Oh.
Down leg side. So this one will go magical. And probably fitting. So Magic Badalona.
You don't have a graphic for Magic? Magical?
Maybe we should. It's up, it's in the air, and it's out of here. Well, if we did, it would probably be about as long as the phone book because we have had a few magical overs back. We've had some innings where we've had 8 or 9 of them last year, but that is a tough one. And it will be 134 for one after 9. So Imran Butt goes for 26 in the over. Now, the question is, who do you bring back? Because, I mean, apart from those top 3 bowlers, all the others have delivered magical overs. So, yeah, it's going to be tough.
They're expensive. All the bowlers at the moment for Catalona Red.
Yeah, but like I say, never count them out. They're a team that they are on that top 10 highest chasers list. They're there for a reason.
And look at that expected score now. It's 149. It did drop at one stage to about 130. And a couple of big hits
how
there from Hassan, who's currently an 84.
Well.
And he's on strike as well.
That'll be a wide. Guess what? He doesn't want to go anywhere. He's probably a bit frustrated with Shaquille at the other end, who's 10 off 12. And so, look, it's a bit of the Isan situation from earlier, isn't it? He can bring up his century in the last over. And that is hit hard, and it will just be a single. As we take the wrong end. Now they're going to take it on. It wasn't a great throw. And, well, he's missed the stumps. Well, check this one out. I think he's going to go to 88.
That's great running by them.
Oh, yeah. He saw the throw was dribbling in and he just thought, well, I'm up for a foot race here. You see how important this strike is at the end of an innings, right? Kalagala, of course, in Cyprus, the only Centurion, I should say, so far in season 2024. Oh, well, it leaves this. It's not quite a wide. That'll frustrate him a lot. So
he needs 14 off 4.
I give credit to the players here on ECN because the more of this they've played, they've realised they will sacrifice wickets in, say, the 9th, 10th over just to get the set back on strike. They'll be very, very clever sometimes the way they go about that. This is hit really hard, and that will take him into the 90s. So, yeah, brilliant bit of ball striking here. And this partnership, I think that might have just taken it over the 100, but this was absolutely laced.
Perfectly struck. 10 he needs.
10 off 3. Doesn't want a 1.
That's a wide.
Kumar, not a bad spot to miss that one. I suppose you saw he snuck one in earlier in the over. We're going to keep working on your nickname. It'll just come. You can't try. All right, this is a full toss. He's going to have to go for 2 here, and he'll probably get it because it was so high. And oh, this will be an interesting one. They want to check. It might be 1 short as well. Okay. Check this one out. Is it waist high or above, or is it just below? Oh, for me, it's probably just below.
I think it's below for me.
But it's a 1 short. I saw that. So it'll only be a single. And I tell you what, if he finishes on... Yeah. So no, I'd be frustrated. Meanwhile...
Oh, no.
Wow.
He thought he was going to get a wide there, so didn't swing.
Yeah. I'm just trying to work out exactly what's happening with the score here. And now another one which sneaks through. So, yeah, in the end, it's going to be 91 not out for Hassan Sia. They did credit the 1 short. And I suppose we'll have another batter stranded in the 90s. But certainly a brilliant start to his time. But when it's all said and done, we know it's going to be a big chase coming up for Catalunya Red. But we know they've done it before.
That's it. A nice chasing side, so looking forward to having them pad up and get out there in the middle. But all the highlights, not too many wickets, but a lot of sixes, a lot of boundaries.
Yeah, and look, you need a bit of luck as well. And that was a boundary. That was a bit of a freakish one. It took an unexpected turn. But, you know, good teams in this format, they were able to clear the boundaries. And that's kind of what we saw there. 14 sixes in the 10 overs. So, yeah, I think we were talking earlier that the average was about 11 or so per inning. So if you're getting over that, then normally you're getting over the average score. That was a pretty good catch. A bit of the hiding the ball trick as well from Amir Bhatti out there.
It's a risky trick as well because it could be falling out, but
it's true.
After that, it was just boundary after boundary by Hassan. And good running between wickets as well. He wanted to make sure that he was keeping the strike most of the time he was out there, which he did, which is what led him to 91 not out. Disappointed at the end where he wasn't able to quite make that ton.
Yeah.
But in 10 over cricket, it's hard to make a ton. You don't get many balls.
We've seen a few. We've seen quite a few. In fact, there were more centuries here in Barcelona in that one series late last year than we had in the whole of the previous year in 2022. But, I mean, that was the 50 at Bilal. Certainly wasn't finished there, was he? We saw Bhatti cop the rough end of the stick. And we saw it all happening in the 9th. This was no exception. And the ball's disappearing thick and fast. I gave him a fighting chance of bringing up the 3 figures, but that just didn't really happen for him in the last over. And the 1 short cost him a run as well. But yeah, ultimately, some innovative running, some slightly poor running with that 1 short as well. But 91 is a very good score individually. And Magic Badalona 143 off the 10. Having said that, this is the kind of score that we have seen chased down before. And, well, we'll have to bat well, but it is possible. 91 off 36 then for Hassan. Bilal Hassan, that is. 10 maximos and 3 fours in that innings. Shazam Hussain was good. Hassan, I should say, was good while he was there. 28 off 12. Shaquille never really got going. And as far as the bowlers went, Vijay Kumar sticks out like a sore thumb, doesn't he? Because he only went for 6, but all the others went for double figures, and some went magical. Trilochan Singh with the only wicket of the innings. We'll take a break and we'll be back. When we do, we'll be seeing Catalunya Red for the first time in the series. 144 for victory. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Georgie Parker. We'll leave her without a nickname for now, but she'll be back with me when we return for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello and welcome back, buenas tardes, and we are back at Barcelona. We always love being here because we see some pretty unique things in this ECS, the tournament that we affectionately call the Barcelona Bash. Beautiful surrounds as well, bit of football around here as well. I think I mentioned the aquatic centre. Have a look at the city in the background as well. I mean, you've got the vantage point here, and typically we won't be going past sunset this time, but we have seen some magnificent sunsets here as well. Sometimes when we have gone into the night time with the 5-game series, maybe a couple of times when we'll do that, especially when the ECIs roll around. Right now, we're watching match number 3, Magic Badalona taking on Catalonia Red, and in the first half of the game, Magic put on 143, losing just the 1 wicket along the way, Bilal Hassan with 91. And he wasn't looking nervous in the 90s, and I've got someone next to me not looking too nervous on her first day in the ECN commentary box. It's Georgie Parker. Well, Georgie, I know you're enjoying the day so far. Plenty of action. Catalonia Red, they're going to have to bat very well to chase down this 144.
Yeah, well, Magic Badalona really impressed me with how well they saw that. I mean, we didn't see many of the batsmen, did they? There were only 1 for, but they were hitting the ball, weren't they? So yeah. Catalonia are going to have to pull out something special, big run chase. But as you said, they're known for it.
They are known for it, that is for sure.
I reckon we'll know pretty early on whether or not they're up for it, though. With a score that big, you can't be wasting any of these overs early.
Yeah, you're right. Catalonia Red, like I said, they've got that advantage of having pulled out some big chases. I think we showed earlier. They chased down that 164 against Royals last year. But, yeah, I think look, now I'm missing a few key personnel from last year as well, and I think that's something to bear in mind as well. But, well, you never know. I'm about to find out. But I think that Magic Barcelona will also be looking to try and keep it to 100 or less. If they do that, then they'll take all the points. You can see the target for Catalonia Red to at least get a point is 101. So almost ready to get going. And Wakas Anwar, the captain, is going to bowl. And yeah, you can see they've all got that absolutely not on the backs. All right, so yeah, 100 or less. Let's go back to the action and check out the first ball.
Wide.
Yeah, so if you're new to the bonus point, which is just got brought in December for the first time, so just after we left here. So the first innings total 143. You get to steal all the points, basically, if you can have a big win. Now, a big win is when you chase down a score in 7 overs or less, or when you keep your opponent 70% or less of your score. So that basically what that 100 equates to. Well, thick edge, it's going to fly away. Sundal has put himself at the top of the order. I saw him listed a little bit lower down, but he said, you know what? I'm going to go up there. I'm going to see how this one goes. He had a horrendous run. I think he might have scored something like 4 runs in 8 innings or something at the start of last year's tournament. And eventually gave himself a breather down the order. But when he did start to fire, he actually really played some nice shots. And maybe a bit lucky there with the edge, but he'll take it. 4 runs.
What's that vortex that we were speaking about?
That's the vortex, yeah.
Just have to have a little miss hit, fast boundaries.
This one, harsh one, I think. This one does come back in a bit from Wakas Anwar. You've got to judge it when it passes the popping crease. Now, yeah, maybe a touch of it was on the line. It would have to be wholly be inside the line. So, tough call, but probably a fair one. A few people.
So 2 wides and a 4 already in this over.
Imran isn't afraid to go kind of full force. That's what he tries there. Doesn't catch up with it. Yeah, I was talking about the fact that Catalonia Red, they did pull off a couple of quite significant chases last year, and I suppose won a couple of games for what I would call a down and out position. So I mean that's always a good sign. Similar kind of shot though from Sandal, and this is where I think Anwar keeps it there. He's probably going to get some good results. A little bit of seam in this pitch I noticed as well. It's funny coming from Australia, I always assume all artificial pitches are the same. But in Europe, sometimes there's different compositions, different materials they use.
So what would be different from this, from, say, where you were yesterday?
Yeah, okay, good question. Sandal. Well, third time lucky. He's just going to uppercut this one. Won't quite go all the way, but it will go for 4. So, interesting so far. 2 4s, 2 whites, 2 dots. Just leans back. Yeah, so, okay, from yesterday, we were at Gibraltar, near the Rock of Gibraltar, and the actual under the pitch is limestone, the same as what the rock's made from. And so it's got a few little perforations, and then you've got the kind of carpet over the top, the green carpet. But you get a bit of variable bounce depending on where it hits. So
because there's crack underneath.
Yeah, so it's not completely flat. Now, the traditional, probably most common artificial pitch you see. Sandal digs this one out. Should get a run.
Whoa! Well thrown.
I just got a feeling he doesn't get his bat in here. And they like it a bit. Just took a left turn at Albuquerque, I think, towards the end. And my spider senses are telling me that this is out. Bails off in a flash, and look, yep, doesn't get the bat down. It's adios. And Hussain is going to have to go. So file that one under S for self-inflicted, I think. And now he gets the message. Really good fielding from Magic. And just like that, we've got our first wicket of the second innings. And out there,
what?
Georgie, meet Diamond Derek. They do say they're a girl's best friend.
Oh, man, that's it. They're disappointing, aren't they, Diamond Ducks? You don't even get to face the ball. And I didn't quite see who called for the run there.
I mean, I think there was a run there, and to be honest, it should have been Abid's call, but he seemed to just kind of not really recognise it. So he just stopped. And everyone's saying, hey, there's an easy run there, but Abid just didn't get a good start, and that's what cost him in the end.
Well, what cost him is not running with your bat near the ground.
Didn't slide the bat, also didn't, it kind of veered off at the last moment.
He was well over, he would have well made it if he had his bat in front of him, but unfortunately, out without even facing a ball. The worst type of duck.
Yeah, could say that. Last ball of the over, then Kumar comes out to bat and has a big heave. End of the first. It's 10 for 1. I only ever made 1 diamond duck that I can remember in first grade cricket.
Was it your fault or your mate's?
Actually, I don't think it was out, but that's another story. But it was kind of late in. It wasn't that late, but we were in the middle of a collapse and slid in. I thought I made it, got given out. There's no replay. But I just remember the other team having a real chirp at me saying, that's a lot of walking. Because I've walked all the way out to the middle, walked all the way back, never got to face the ball. 21 matches since the Golden Ball. Well, I feel like you need to join the Golden Ball Club. We had Louis Bruce, who plays cricket for Gibraltar. He was my guest commentator the other night when we had the Golden Ball. That was Pirates versus Bavaria. And the Pirates got the bounty on the Golden Ball Thursday night cricket.
So they won?
They did.
Oh.
And, yeah, so the Golden Ball, obviously, it's pretty simple. If you get 2 or more, you win. If not, you lose. It was hit to the...
I was about to ask, what did he hit?
It was hit to the mid-wicket, this one, and he fielded it. I just felt if it went 2 metres either side of him, it was going to be 2. If it got to the outfield, I felt like it was going to hit 2. But it was well fielded, and they, of course, they tried to do anyway. They got run out by 3 or 4 metres, followed by the non-striker with one of the all-time great bat tosses. Entertainment all round. I thought he might have had a future in the hammer throw, actually.
From being angry.
And you know what? They had put him out there solely to run for that ball, so it's not like it's his fault or anything. He hadn't even batted yet. Jesse Segui. But, you know, don't mind a bit of emotion. Technically, the referees will tell you you shouldn't be throwing the stuff around, but humans react. Sandal digs this out. And 2 boundaries, but effectively he's got his own personal maiden to go with it because he's had 2 boundaries and 6 dot balls.
Human emotions do weird things in sport, don't they?
You seem pretty even keeled, George. It's just because I don't know you that well.
No, I am.
That's probably a good quality. Probably to play elite sport. Probably need to have a good head on your shoulders and be a good decision maker. That'd be fair to say.
Yeah, and I think in the end of the day, it's just a game, and I know it's not. I think it's more than just a game. I really appreciate that. But it's just a game. I just want to have fun with my mates.
Simple as that.
Yeah. You know, I was in a World Cup final and I didn't even cry after I lost that.
Yeah.
Apparently you're meant to do that.
Broken tear ducts.
I'll cry like an insurance ad, but I'm not. I'll cry if I've not been given the correct lunch or something, but I won't cry at the end of a game. Yeah.
Well, we won't start calling you Ice Queen.
No, not yet. I don't want that to be my nickname.
All right. Well, this is a great over from Randra. In fact, it will be a genuine maiden in the end. He dots it up 6 times, has the scorer scoring with a fork. And that's the end of the second over. Looking at the table, it's early days, of course. Could see Men in Blue back. They're aside. Actually, my first Golden Boy ever commentated live was Men in Blue back in 2021.
They know to Men in Black. Good film, that.
Yeah,
I watched that recently.
Yeah. I
Holds up.
haven't watched it for a while. Holds up. Can never look at Will Smith the same way, though, after Slapgate. Yeah, true story. But, yeah, Men in Blue, actually, it's kind of... it started with a few players of Indian origin because Men in Blue is kind of a nickname for the Indian cricket team. Because...
Of course, they're blue.
Well, not the only ones, but that's where that term comes from. But having said that, they've now expanded, and they're kind of... they've incorporated some Bangladeshi players and some other players as well, and still called Men in Blue this year. Just look at their squad. But yeah, they're going to be a fun outfit to watch. Mohammad Zishan gets the ball, another dot ball, put it with the rest. I think that's 8 dots in a row. The ball before that was a run out. So I think that might be 9, essentially, 9 dots in a row.
And have a listen to them. They are up and about.
They sure are.
They're putting in a bit of, what's the word I'm thinking of, putting a bit of pressure on Cataluna.
Yeah. It's everything's ground to a halt, basically.
Watch them get up and about again.
Yeah,
they want to make sure that they know.
They want it. They want everything. They want the whole lot, don't they?
That's it.
They want all the points.
They want all the points. They don't want them to feel comfortable out there in the pitch. They want to remind them that there's only 2 of them and there's 11 of them around them. That's what they're doing. They're loud and boisterous, and aggressive's not the right word, but
yeah,
but it is at the same time.
It's an intimidating atmosphere.
Yeah, that's it. That's the right word, intimidation.
It's a sense of team, everyone banding together.
Oh, it's great. It's great to see. It's healthy, and it's it shows they care. And watch them again.
It's a real wide just. It's a tough call, but I think it might have just got kind of the inside bit of the line. You can see the blue line there for wides, and I think it's fair enough. I think it's pretty much straight over the line. And look, at Magic CC, let's be honest, they ended up making it all the way to final day, the final afternoon last year. They ended up going down in 4th place, but they did make the top 4 out of 10 teams, and with some very, very good teams around. I was going to say with Catalunya Red, with the missing Ali Hassan from last year, he scored 135 not out on opening day.
Nope.
So I bet he would have loved to be here opening day
135.
again. 135 not out.
Oh.
Tell you what, Coach Emmanuel's kind of turning the page by itself at the moment with some of these big shots.
Well, look, you're the cricketer here. I'm the fan. But I think Catalunya need to not just try to swing at they need to just try to get bat on ball.
Well, if you look at the field, there's nobody back sideways on the left of the field.
Yeah.
So that's where these balls are. But they're going for their ultimate power zone, which is to go to the right of screen.
But they're just missing everything.
But also the bowling's been very good. They've been accurate, and they're kind of exploiting a bit of a weakness. At the moment, it's like we're watching a broken record.
No, another wide there.
They do get the wide call, and there's been some very tight wides. Well, it's strange when you see the back of the ball and you see absolutely not. But I think that when it passes the crease, it's over the line. So, I mean, they're harsh, but they're consistent, these playing conditions. And it's to do with discouraging negative bowling. So if you're always trying to bowl around the batter, it doesn't make for very good cricket.
Yeah.
So, the onus is on the bowler to keep the ball inside that wide line.
And it's both ways.
Yeah.
Both teams are doing it. And that's why there are a lot of extras, I think, from both teams or from all teams.
Yeah, for sure. Hello to Ivan B, who's watching. Hello to James. In fact, James has just popped off for a little while. Hopefully we have you back soon. No runs off the bat for a while. Well, don't adjust your sets. There's another one that whistles past the off stump. And
you say it all happens in the 9th, but this is it. This is the over for me.
This is like a reverse 9th. There's really nothing happening at the moment. There's a lot attempted, but nothing really happening. I like this from Julian Dawson. He's one of our super fans. He says that when he dies, he'd like the word humble to be written on his statue. But isn't that kind of the opposite of humble, to have to say that you're humble? Julian will appreciate the irony in what I'm saying there. That's finally going to be hit. The full toss gets smashed, and Kumar, a bit of anger in that shot as well. He's frustrated that he hasn't been able to get bat on ball. But this was a classical cover drive.
Finally, they needed that. A lot of swings, but it feels as though there's been more swings and misses than there has been, because there's been a lot of wides in that delivery.
Yeah, that's true.
There's only 4 bowls, legal deliveries being bowled in this over, although it feels as though there's been about 7 or 8. How many wides?
They could get they could get a 6 or a couple of 4s here. Might turn out to be a pretty decent over.
Yeah, exactly. It feels as though he's been swinging and missing, though.
Oh, that one.
Another one.
Look at this. When it bounces, it actually hits the seam, and it goes a lot left to right. See that?
Yeah.
So that's because of these Grizzly balls. They have quite prodigious seams, and if you can get it to land just right, it's unpredictable what it'll do. And probably I'd say most of the time it would go left to right, but that bit back pretty violently at Kumar. I think Zishan liked getting smashed through the covers. Zishan's one of the quicker bowlers going around in this competition, as mentioned by Jeff Maguire in the chat. He's still got a ball to spend here in the 3rd. Right, looks like a no ball. So another extra coming. Called on the field. And you can see this is exactly why these balls are not legal balls, because not a lot of padding there. So it is dangerous at that pace. And yeah, for me, that's, I'd say, more than waist height.
But that's chest height even.
Yeah. And so, well, Sandal can deal with the free hit now. Zishan, one of the longer overs.
It's the longest over I think I've ever seen.
The longest over on the network is 16 balls. It got done recently.
What are we up to here?
Not that many. I think we're up to 10. But what I was going to say is the 16th ball was a wicket here. It was a dealer reef for Falco. So we have 100% of our 16th balls on the network here that have been wickets. Misses out. So into the power play. Cadlin, you're red. Got the logo that looks a bit like a tomato sauce bottle. That's something that was mentioned last.
It does, or a beer bottle. It looks like a Mexican meal kit.
Oh,
like Old El Paso in Australia, for those Australians watching.
Showing your culinary tastes there. 19 for 1 after 3. But have a look at that maiden in the middle. So basically, our graph has a tooth missing. Don't see too many maidens, but we see it from time to time. Hello to Iggy Mitchell, who's watching from the UK.
So
saying it's nice to hear a different voice, more inclusive. Yeah, I mean, we have had a few female commentators, but it's always tough. A lot of our female commentators that we've used, they're playing a lot still, and that should be their priority too. We just had the ECCW, and we had some fantastic female voices on. We had our first all-female commentator crew for one innings there as well during the ECCW. That was amazing. It was won by England 11 in the end over the Netherlands 11, but we had 5 teams there. First time we'd done it. There was a big focus on kind of highlighting more European women's cricket last year, and probably it's not quite where the men's is yet as far as playing numbers and things like that. But we're hopefully expanding that to 10 teams at the end of this year, which will be absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it's also a job that not as many women have been doing for as long time.
Yeah, for sure.
It's growing, and the more opportunities women are getting, the more they'll stay in it.
Yeah, for sure.
I've been lucky enough to weasel my way in Australia.
No, I don't know about weasel is the right word.
You weasel.
You've got the credentials.
You're knocking enough
pretty
doors.
tough wide call on Sufyan, but this one absolutely flew through. There's some big boys out there. This one certainly is a wide. Yeah. And so, I mean, to be honest, because Kevin, you're red, really haven't looked like they could hit a bowling ball for most of this innings. You don't have to be as attacking on that wide line. You can probably afford to bring it back a bit.
Yep. Well, that felt...
Croom's pretty Kroom's pretty creative, and he's come up with a potential nickname, but I don't think it'll stick, but I will read it out.
Yeah, go on.
Hockey-roo turned cricket-roo.
It's a bit of a mouthful, isn't it?
I've pronounced Sri Lankan names.
Hockey-roo.
They've been a lot longer.
Hockey-roo turned cricket-roo.
There's a great name here.
So for those not from Australia, the Australian women's hockey team is called the Hockey-roos.
Yes, correct. And
we like to give our teams names in Australia.
Yeah, we've got Socceroos and
Matildas and the Wallabies and...
Oh, he's bowled him round his legs. Well, it'll just say bowled in the newspaper tomorrow, but you might have to add an illustration to this one because he kind of jumps away to off. Anwar tried a different angle and it worked straight away. He sneaks it around the pads and it's 21 for 2. Describe this, Georgie. Good luck.
Well, I'm trying to have a watch again of what happened. It's gone.
Hopes he's going to get a wide.
I think so. And instead,
I like the little look back when he looked and saying, why did you do that? And is this a wide? Absolutely not. Just shows a sliver of leg stump.
Doesn't it?
Bowler finds the target.
And the way he spun around, he heard the sound, but I don't think he believed it.
Yeah, that was a bit of a crazy one, to be honest. And he tries it again.
Yeah, didn't he?
And the funny thing with the regulations is if that had missed the stump even by a millimetre, it would have been a wide.
Yeah.
So, he thought, okay, I'm going to be clever here. I'm going to try and let it go for a wide, but it just came back. And umpire might not have seen it because Anwar was right in his eye line, but he certainly heard it.
Yeah, that's it. He didn't want to believe it. Spun around on that back foot.
Getting a bit of pace up. Zishan and Anwar both pretty spicy at the moment. More of the same. Let me just remind you, Imran has 2 boundaries, and that's 8 runs. The other 11 balls he's faced have been dots. They did try and run one on one of them, but it resulted in a run out.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kroom's already called it. Believe in the leave. But thanks, Kroom, for the hockey-roo turned cricket-roo attempt.
Believe in the leave. You say that quite a bit on this network.
Well, he's hit one, and you better believe it. And guess what? He's been dropped for 6. Well, Sandal, he pretty much picked out Ranjot down there. Check it out on the replay. Just burst through his hands in the end. And so he's only dealing in boundaries, 4, 4 and a 6, and nothing else to show for it. Back to run a ball, though. And, yeah, Iggy, it's great to have you with us. It's nice to have Georgie with us as well. That one looks like it hurt. Calls his partner through for a run. That'll be the end of the over. I wonder if they're going to run into a few problems with the clock at the moment because of these long overs, right? End of the 4th, it's 29 for 2.
It's a good point there. The clock probably doesn't necessarily allow for so many extras.
There's certain things it will allow for, but if you're just bowling too many wides,
you can't.
That's on you. Yeah. And also, trying a few things just to keep the game moving. One is making sure that batters are ready to face in 60 seconds because we have this 5-run penalty rule for fielding teams. If the clock runs out and they haven't finished their 9th over, we kind of give them as long as they want for the 10th because we understand.
Things are happening.
Yeah, okay. But the first 9 you have to bowl in the 40 minutes. And if they don't, then it's a 5-run penalty. So something's been tried this year. And I'm still kind of tweaking a little bit. But if you do get a 1-minute allowance for taking a wicket because the bat's allowed 1 minute to get to the crease. Now, if the batter isn't ready to face in 1 minute, then the batter gives up a 5-run penalty.
Yeah.
So, it kind of makes sense.
Well, it needs to be fair both ways.
Yeah. So, there's a few issues. Whenever you try things, like, for example, a fielding team really can only be pinged once in an innings where batters could be pinged multiple times. Although sometimes we've had teams not finishing the 8th over even, that's been a 10-run penalty. So that has happened as well.
You can see the urgency, though, from Magic in this over, that they're getting back really quickly to be able to take each ball, sorry.
Oh, okay. Wayne's popped in and he's... Judging by his emoji, I don't know if I should ask you this or not, but Wayne said, Vinny, you should ask to see Georgie's hockey ruse tattoo. Well, I won't ask just yet, but I will watch Sandal get a single.
Oh, no.
He's put the zip over the mouth emojis. I wish I hadn't read it out. I didn't see them in time. You can just say, no, you don't have to say anything.
No, it's nothing bad. So we're called the Hockey Roos, but we jokingly get called the Hottie Roos. So I got Hottie Roo tattooed on me.
That's like tattooing humble on yourself. Anyway, that's going to be
no, I never said I was humble.
To the next side, and that'll be 4.
But
and it was the over, 29 for 2.
It was
after the 4th.
It was a bet with my teammates that I lost, and so I pay my bets, my friend.
Oh, I'm glad that you've owned up. Anyway, this is a nice shot, and Butty's come out, and he's kind of changing the game. 42 for 2 after 5. So that means they need 59 off the second half for
1 point.
The point at least. And I would say that's probably a realistic target. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. We're learning more about Georgie by the minute. So you have just said that playing for the Hockey Roos, you have a Hockey Roos inspired tattoo. And because you lost a bet with your teammate.
Yes.
What was the bet?
Oh, I can't tell you that bit.
Good. And are you also going to tell us that you can't say where you got it?
Oh, no, it's just here. It's
okay.
just here. I'll show you off air, Vin. But our Hottie Room, maybe
Not
that could be my nickname, but
okay, that's
I don't
fine.
reckon that one flies on air too much.
Well, yeah, I'm not really a tattoo guy myself, but I mean, at least if you're going to have one, have a good story behind it.
That's it.
So, yeah,
That's it.
Interesting
All
stuff.
worked out.
Yeah, well, sometimes. The people said maybe I should get the Maximo tattoo. I've had a few offers.
Mr. Maximo, where would you get it?
Maybe I'll just get a big Derek the Duck on my back.
He's a good guy to get.
Oh, that's going to be a no-eat. There's Zishan. The deal's Zishan. He's run out. He's run out off a no ball.
Oh.
And you wouldn't read about it. I mean, Butty
no.
had probably seen enough. He wanted to go face the freed himself, so he sells his captain up the river. Almost looked like he was running up the mountain there, so it'll be no cartwheels. But it'll just be a swift exit, an unusual one. We have seen it before, but he doesn't really get too aware of the threat coming from behind him. Great bit of work from the keeper to pick it up and hit the stumps.
A great piece of fielding. Direct hit there. I was so looking forward to this match. I was so looking forward to hopefully seeing some cartwheels. That's what they're known for, but I didn't get my wish. Maybe in the next match, they're double-headed while we're here.
Yeah, that's true. 17 matches still for the kettle in your head, don't worry.
Oh, but that was a great piece of fielding, and like you said, sold up the river there. You wanted to get off, get on strike.
But he's pretty much got the blinkers on here, doesn't he, Sandal? He kind of ran a weird route as well. It's still a free hit, by the way. Barty's going to face it. And he misses it anyway. So he basically ran his captain out for nothing.
Have you had a stat on how many big swings, no dings before?
I'm out of fingers. If I was counting on my fingers, I've lost it. A few people now really trying to get Hottie Roos as your nickname, but I'm not so sure that we could go with that. Trying to keep it PG here.
It's not that it's not PG.
Not that it's not.
I think it's the workplace.
Yeah, he's in the air. Oh, well, he's a tall man there. Isn't he, Waka Sanwa? Going to come back for 2. Just couldn't quite grasp that.
I think
maybe a twist on it.
HR maybe might say that one's inappropriate.
Yeah. Well,
difference in a team, though.
It is HR, so they couldn't.
That's the thing. In teams, you have a little different rules in teams, don't you?
Yeah,
you know what it's like.
I mean, we know. It's how it's perceived sometimes. I think sometimes internally it's not an issue, but we're dealing with people from all around the world, and we won't want anyone to feel uncomfortable.
No, that's it.
It's very important.
That's it.
Speaking of uncomfortable, getting a live grizzly ball, it's only a few overs old in the thigh without a thigh pad. That's also pretty uncomfortable. He might have a temporary tattoo in the shape of a cricket ball.
Yeah, it could have been in a worse place, that height, but it would have stung a little bit. It's quite fresh out here as well. It's not really increased in temperature much since we've got here.
No,
in fact, I feel I've gotten colder.
It feels a bit colder. Theoretically, it's gone up, but you can't trust your perception at this altitude.
No, it's...
Barty chops down on this, will get 1. Well, Jeff has a request from us saying, Vinny and Georgie, can we please say hello to his grandson, James Lavery, so I can get him to do his homework? Well, meanwhile, they'll get an overthrow. But James, hello from Uncle Vinny and Auntie Georgie.
If you don't do your homework, you might end up here with us.
Well said. James, I hope you're enjoying it. I can tell you that your grandfather, Jeff, is a good man. And if he says it's time to do your homework, it's probably time. And then if you finish it early, come back and watch the rest of the day at ECN. Yeah.
I wish I learnt that in all of my things, whether it was sporting, whether it was doing my run for training, getting it done early,
get out of the way.
or my homework. Just do it. Then you can do whatever you want after.
I like the 2-minute rule, which is even if you've got something to do, just say you'll do 2 minutes of it or 5 minutes. And you end up finishing more. It's just sitting down the first place. Just getting started is the tough thing for a procrastinator.
Hey.
There you go. That's about as hard as you can hit a ball. Barty got hit, now does the hitting. And that's one almost gone over the external fence. And not saying this place looks like a prison, but it does have several layers of fencing around the ground. Maximo, 6 runs.
Now, Vin, do you feel as though this 101 target for 1 point still on the cards?
Yeah, I think so.
53 for 3.
You need to have someone that can clear the boundaries, and you've established that Barty can.
Yep.
So basically what we're talking about here is there's 48 off 4 overs. It's 2 a ball. So it's 12 and over to do that. If they lose him, I think it'll be tough, but it's definitely still on for me at this stage. So Hasib, thank you so much for your nice comment as well. He said he's really enjoying the commentary. So Hasib, that's very nice that you've said that, and I'm enjoying bringing it to you, and I'm sure George is enjoying it too.
Oh, it's fun to be here, and
that's hit pretty well. Well, Kumar says, well, I can clear the boundaries too. So it's just turning around a little bit, isn't it, at the moment? That was a nice little pickup shot. Wasn't quite a York. It was kind of all hands, got under it. That was kind of like a golf shot without the slice.
Bit of wrist action to get that over. Cleared it straight down the field.
Yes, lower ball this time. It's Bilal Hassan, who made all the runs, didn't he, in the first innings, coming on as a bowling option here.
I think that's the first shot I've seen that hasn't tried to be a big hit, big clear of the boundary. Yeah. And if you're not going to be able to clear the boundary, instead of swinging and missing, you need to be doing that.
Decision making, right? This is hit.
Catch that.
Not right out of the middle. Yeah, and I think partly that was because they just hit a 6, so he didn't feel the pressure to go for a big shot again. He's more just kind of, we call it kind of playing the ball on its merits, or kind of playing the situation. Which you do in longer form. I think in this shorter form, you feel that pressure per ball more than you do in longer form, but that pressure's still in your head. It's all made up. Yeah, that's it. That's one thing that I used to learn, or that I used to think, played indoor cricket at a high level, which it's not an Olympic sport, not even close, but I did play indoor cricket for Australia. And when I played a lot for Western Australia over about a 20-year period, it's that pressure. It is actually kind of in your mind. It doesn't actually exist. It's like an intangible.
It's all made up. It's all you and yourself. So you just need to stop and go, all right, what can I do with what's coming at me right now? And I think that the pressure mounts on that when you're trying to do something that's not there, as opposed to just letting things tick over organically. So hopefully they can do a little bit more of that, because then the pressure then swaps to the bowling team here.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, I often feel that you got a kind of classic one-on-one battle in cricket. You got the bowler and you got the batter, and someone's in charge, and you can change that dynamic. That's why I think you talked about Test cricket earlier, and the fact that batters are kind of sometimes going after bowlers a bit, and it completely changes the power dynamic. Of course, it depends on the situation. Kumar is going to get a single. Nice pick up and throw out there. That'll be the end of the over. So it's 65 for 3 after 7. And you know what? They get exactly a 12 off that one, I think, which means they still need 12 and over for the last 3. This is what's coming up. Last game of the day. I'm looking forward to food chat. Maybe we can talk a few of my favourite places in Barcelona that I can recommend to you when you get your day off.
Please.
But on the field will be Magic once again versus Catalonia Red. And starting at 4 o'clock local, which is in around about 35 minutes. And, of course, is 8:30 p.m. in India. Reds won the toss. They want to have a hit. So let's see. And let's see if maybe they make a change or two to the order, or they stick with what they've done in the first game. Anyway, so 36 off 18 for a point. That's where we're at the moment. But both these two, like I said, they've shown they've got the power to hit sixes.
Don't need to be hitting sixes at 12 and over, though. So I think that's they're handy to have. But you can't be having dot balls.
I'll kind of break this one down for you a little bit. So it's a habit, if you like, to lose your front shoulder. So rather than hold your hold your position. And you can see how he ends up very front on there, and his actual follow through has his body kind of falling away from the ball. So that's why that ball's actually missed the off stump. That's why I think technically that's why he missed. Now this one, this is a good example, even though he can't get under it, but the way he hits the ball pretty hard. Admittedly, he doesn't elevate, but he just keeps that front side in play a bit longer. You can see that, and he's still kind of losing a little bit of pace in the follow through, but it's better.
It's physics, isn't it?
Yeah,
you're using your trunk more, and you're using your legs more then as well, which is what's generating more of your power, as well as your timing.
Well, that'll help as well, and it's also about decision making, which shot you're trying to play. Now, I like this shot because it's more a shot of where the ball is delivered rather than where the batter hopes it's delivered, and he just kind of plays it late. There's no fielder normally in that top left quarter on the boundary, so that's the area where you can really use the pace of the bowler as well. You don't have to hit that hard and you still get a good result. Kumar to 14. And now he's going to go leg side and he's going to get it pretty good. Maximo! The height has come out, and the only real question still to be answered is if Magic will drop a point to Red or whether Red can recover it. But yeah, getting there. They need 24 off 13 now for that point. Last ball of the 8th over. Edged and gone. It's a thick edge there, kind of in no man's land. He wandered down, but then tried to kind of turn it into a cut shot. It's a nice catch behind the stumps from Shaquille. He's been very good in this innings. Remember that run out he pulled off?
Yeah.
This will be a great view of it here. To his right, stays low, gets 2 gloves around it. And so, well, maybe that's the moment that can be a catalyst for Magic to take all the points. Kumar is going to have to go. Wayne's really enjoying Wayne's done his homework on you. Obviously, he's in Australia, so he knows a bit more than I do. I've been out of Australia for too long. Looking at the worms, by the way, the red line is kind of the run rate that they need to end up over at the end.
Yeah.
And the other one kind of shows you what the actual run rates were for both teams. Yeah, it's an Adam Cooney reference.
Adam Cooney.
With Adam Cooney?
I do a TV show with Adam.
Yeah. Former Western Bulldog, right? That's a really nice shot. Barty just blasts this. And if you can play shots like this, you don't need to really be trying to slam balls leg side all the time. That's a really good shot. Not the greatest bit of fielding, I have to say.
Yeah, when you're trying to field with your foot, it's a it's just a little bit of late laziness, I want to say.
All right.
Not getting down.
We'll talk, yeah. We'll if we can go back to Cooney chat there, bringing in laziness. I'll come back to that in a second.
He's a Brownlow medalist, man.
I know that. I remember that. I do like Australian football. I mean, I find it hard to catch the games. I do watch a few replays. My Eagles, of course, not having the best season last year. The West
or
Coast
the year
Eagles.
before.
One
Or
of my things I did, yeah.
3 Grimmies.
Take me back to 2018. But one of my things I did when I was in Australia was actually interviewing the Eagles, going to mine sites and doing sports nights and sports auctions to raise money for charity.
You'd be great at that job.
It's quite fun. Anyway, this is in the air, and it's going to be 4. 1 bounce. And Barty certainly making it more likely than not that Catalina Red can take a point out of this game. That's not an easy shot. It's getting big on him, but he stands tall, kind of, again, keeps his power. You talk about the trunk, keeps his power, doesn't fall off the shot. Zishan's quick, but that came off the mat quicker.
Well, you talk about timing of the ball, but that's also timing of your body with that ball as well. If you're twisting at the wrong time, you don't get the most out of your body.
Well, Zishan predictably tries to knock his head off his shoulders, and they won't even get a bye here. It went through the keeper. Yeah, well, if you're going to hit a fast bowler, for 4. You better be ready for what comes next.
Well, they're bullies, fast bowlers, in the best type of way.
See that hit seam as well, and just did a little
bit of the right, left to right.
Yeah, a little left to right in towards the snout. So yeah, Wayne's saying, of course Geordie's enjoying it. She doesn't have to work with Adam Cooney. Lol. Cooney's a legend, but I'm guessing he'd be an absolute pest to work with.
Cooney.
Fair or unfair?
Cooney is my favourite pest.
Hits, he's gone. Oh. And great backing up. They'll just get a single they had to work hard for. Okay.
They've been impressive, Magic in the field. Had that great direct hit.
Yeah. I mean, probably.
But then that didn't miss by too much.
Still trying to keep the buzz up. You know, you talked about it earlier that they were up and about.
Yeah, I think that's what I really like about it, the positive way in which they're fielding.
So last ball for Zishan. What does he go here? And he's got Imran Butt at the other end. Let's see how we go. Last ball of the 9th. All kept out. Butt wants the single, but this is all about Butty wanting to face. So he says, Butt, you got 0. That's where you're staying. I'll face, thank you very much. It's 86 for 4 after 9, and that makes it 15 for a point. We've got another last over thriller, even if it is just for the point.
Well, the point can mean the difference between 7th and 9th.
Yeah.
Or 8th and 9th, I should say.
You never know. Just going back to what Wayne said, he says we've got our own Adam Cooney, and I know he's talking about Corey. Corey can be a bit of a pest. And you're going to commentate with Corey in week 4. So Cooney's good.
Adam
good
actually isn't a pest. I worked with and this will mean nothing.
Why would Wayne think that though?
I worked with Dale Thomas and Heath Shaw, who are, it means nothing to a lot of cricket people, but they are much pestier.
Okay.
So I think maybe my scale of pesty is maybe skewed because of that.
Yeah, well, the GPI, or the Georgie Pest Index, is another graph that we'll probably be bringing to the broadcast soon.
I would argue that my pesty nature, which maybe you'll get to know.
You're a non-zero. Okay, so it's 15 for the last, 15 in the last over required. And this is a bit frustrating for Barty because he basically pinched the strike, but he only gets 1. And now Butt will have to face. I think this will be one of those cases where they'll run on almost anything. So you can see how tactical this game becomes. We'll come back to the GPI another time because we do have a last over finish here.
No, this is more important.
14 off 5 for the point. Wow, there you go. He pins the ears back. This could easily spin away for 4, and it does. So there you go. Oh, I like Imran Butt, and I cannot lie. And that one gets just sliced over point. And 10 off 4 now for the point.
You're happy with that one, aren't you?
Yeah. You know, the comps can't deny it. But Bhatti had trust issues with Butt, didn't he? But Imran was able to get the 4 away here. Ranjot bowled a really good first over and went for pretty much nothing. Now, this is in the air. Well, a big moment. A difficult catch. Oh, and it goes straight through the hands. And once again, Bhatti doesn't trust Imran at all. And Imran's making his case. He can't make it. He gets run out. Well, there you go. And Bhatti just goes full alpha on Imran Butt here and says, I don't think you're going to do it. I thought you were lucky with that 4. And even though he could have had 2 a couple of times, Imran ends up down the river. The paddle was long gone. And now a bit of toys out of the cot potentially for the Catalonia Red fans. That'll be 1 and run out.
And he was not happy about it, but wasn't he? Got a little bit of a tantrum when he got there to the end. Halfway down, he goes, there's 2 here, there's 2 here.
Proper stop sign put up. He says, look, I told you once, I told you 1,000 times. That's your end. Good luck getting back. There's the bat going.
That's it.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. And now proper umpire. Give me a replay. I love the umpire clothesline. It's something that I only really see on ECN where, you know, bowlers are starting to think about wearing helmets because he almost gets his head knocked off Ranjot Singh. So where are we at? We got 9 off 3. I mean, every run's important. Really needs a boundary here. Bhatti on strike. And he misses.
Do you know what? Bhatti, it's so important that he actually scores a couple of boundaries here because he's just run his mate out who's just hit the ball a couple of times.
Yeah, he hit a 4 and a 2. I'd love to be a fly on the wall in the Catalonia Red change room after this.
We're talking about pressure. I'll tell you what's pressure on this man here right now.
All right. Have another go. Oh,
there
he does
we go.
hit a fair bit. And it is fielded. And he
doesn't even
want
run.
it. Oh, no. Now what are we talking? Is that the fourth ball of the over? So again, I have to go with what I see on the screen. So I make that 9 off 2. Yeah, or is it 1 to come? I'm trying to pick up the umpire signal. I'm not sure, but anyway, maybe now or never.
Oh, no.
He misses, and he's just gone full-on baseball. Strike 1, strike 2, strike 3, and he gets a fist bump from the keeper. And so Imran Butt,
and that's
I suppose there's a lot of talk about moral victories in 2023 in cricket, and Butt probably has one. And it's funny how things can change. I mean, Barty played some really good shots while he was out there.
Yeah,
and,
I want to be in the change rooms after that.
Now,
well, on our screen it says
I mean,
it was one more.
I think there's a ball to go. I think they're just coming back to shake hands. But yeah, Barty kind of went off the boil. And they will take all the points out of this one, Magic Badalona. But, yeah, pretty entertaining stuff. And you're getting a sense of the mixed emotions that can creep in at time and some complicated relationships here in European cricket. Coming up, match 4 starting in 25 minutes' time. Catalonia Red winning the toss and electing to bat in that one. So, I tell you what, if you had a perverse sense of humour, maybe you'd open up with Amir Bhatti and Imran Butt and get them to work it out on the field. But anyway, I can tell you they are batting first, and Magic, well, they take 4 points out of 4 in that one. They'd love to do something similar. Maybe jump to the top of the ladder at the end of day 1. Let's go back and have a look at the highlights. This will be an interesting one. Even though that opening boundary with Sundal looked promising, but he also ate up a bunch of dots. I mean, that 144 target, that kind of drifted into the horizon pretty quickly. But that 101 was still on. But I think you called it earlier. There were just too many balls that they weren't able to score off. And this didn't help either as they lost Abid Hussain without facing a ball.
There was a diamond duck in there, and then at the end there, Butt getting run out. Barty holding his ground a lot of times as well doesn't help when he doesn't hit the ball on the other side of that.
Well, that was Kumar. I mean, we almost forgotten about that. I mean, this all happened in one innings. This is one innings of ECN cricket, Georgie. That's what makes it so special.
You know what? Believe in the leave is one of your taglines, and that was one of them. And you know what? Sometimes you shouldn't believe in it. You should swing at it instead.
Well, at least he knows he'll be part of an entertaining montage.
And Barty did a good job.
Yeah,
he did a good job until he didn't. And that was the end there where maybe a couple of...
Yeah, how about this? It was Imran Sindal getting run out of a no ball. But you know what they say in trading? Buy low, sell high. But it was kind of the opposite for Barty. His stock had gone up and everyone was jumping on board. But then he just, couldn't have hit anything after that.
But he had to because he sent 2 of his mates home. But look, they gave it a crack. Catalonia didn't actually get any points today. But a couple of tantrums.
That's a good catch. I mean, I like the keeping of Shaquille Ahmed. We know that he does a very good job back there.
Did a great job today. He not only took a couple of catches back there that were important, but he did that direct hit on the run out as well.
This is where it all started kicking off, though, because the point was within reach. And you can see there Imran Butt. And I think that Bhatti.
And this is a run out.
Yeah, and he got the 4 and then he got the 2 and then Bhatti, well... I mean, I know it's important these days, the 21st century, no means no, but taking it to extremes there, and Imran Butt, well,
when you're chasing something in that final over, that run could have meant something as
well. He's basically saying there, that he can... I think I'm 1 run better than you per ball. That's honestly what he's saying without saying it.
Of course he is.
I mean, what he's saying is no, but what he's really saying is...
But then he didn't hit the ball. Yeah. So if you're going to do that, but... I guess that confidence is actually important. You've got to actually feel as though you could do that and take it's their version of a penalty. It's their version of a penalty in football.
He took the responsibility. Unfortunately, though, he couldn't quite get bat on ball at the back end of the over. Hello to Trip from the USA, who's enjoying the commentary. Well, if you're enjoying it, that's good because we'll be back in about 20 minutes. Looking at the scorecard, Bhatti, well, he does top score, but he's probably left with a bit of taste in his mouth with his 34 off 23. And apart from that, Sundal kind of laboured for 15 in there, had 2 4s and a 6 in that 15 as well. So a lot of dots. Abid Hussain never got the pleasure of facing up. Kumar went for 5 but couldn't get going either. Vijay, 20 off 8. He looked good while he was there as well.
Well, I was looking forward to this team because the match that you gave me to watch, there were 6 run-outs in that match. There were 3 run-outs in this match. So maybe it's something they could be working on.
That's actually a very good observation. Hey, 8 bowlers used, and I know that you like the energy of Magic in the field. And Ranjit actually bowled a maiden in there. He took none for 6 wickets for Sufyan and Haider, the 3 run-outs you mentioned. Be Magic, they looked good so far.
No, they did, and I love their energy and their intimidation in the field as well. You could see the camaraderie between the group. It was loud and boisterous, and you could see they were having fun, but also that was translating to a good performance as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing Catalunya bounce back after that performance and seeing if Magic can hold on.
Yeah, well, let's see, because they're opening up with the bat in match 4. We'll be back in around about 20 minutes taking you into that one. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Georgie Parker. Opening day in Barcelona. We'll see you after this break with more ECS Spain.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello and welcome back. Time for match 4. Last match of opening day, and what a day we've seen. It'll be a rematch between the same two teams from match 3. So we're looking at Magic Badalona taking on Catalunya Red. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Tyrone Peters is out in the middle with the two.
Magic to call.
Head.
Head is the call. Whoa, whoa, whoa. It's a tail.
Tail. We are bat first.
And we're back here for the second match between Magic and Catalunya Red. Magic were convincing winners in that opening match. Catalunya, a little bit of a meltdown there. You can see them coming on. Catalunya Red opting to bat. They just had their second innings with a batter, chasing down a big total, but not able to do anything. Imran Sandal, the captain, he's the cartwheel king. Can't wait to see that. So hopefully he doesn't get run out like he did in the first inning. Hassan nearly got a ton in that opening match against them. 80% to 20%. That's who our predictor think will win. You know what? I think that's a pretty optimistic there, 20%, given the performance that Catalunya had in that opening match. We've got Anwar, the captain, with the ball first. Vinny, just joining us.
Yeah, it's good to be back there. Let's see. Certainly plenty of entertainment in that first game. Had it all. The whole spectrum of human emotion there, didn't we?
Didn't
For
it?
a while towards the end.
Had some bat throws. We had some
They fell just short.
excitement. We had it all. And let's see, Anwar with the first delivery of this second match here of the double header. Last match of the day.
Yeah, should be good. All right, here's Anwar to get us going. And we're almost at the clothesline. We haven't ticked over to 4 o'clock,
No.
that's right. You know, we can do a lot of things here at ECN, but we can't bend the space-time continuum, so we do have to wait.
Exactly, that 40 minutes you can see for them to get their 10 overs out.
Got a fair bit of pace, this Magic bowling lineup, don't we? They weren't afraid to use it, so it's a bit Hussain. And he's going to face the first ball. Didn't face one in the first match.
That's it, and the first, just over there. We go over Imran Sandal's head.
Well, let's not forget. that
Anwar's head, sorry.
In the first inning, or the first inning, in the first innings he played today, or the first match, he made a diamond duck. So they say, well, one way we can solve the problem is get you to face the first ball, but he almost doesn't survive that.
Well, no golden duck, but no diamond duck, but no golden duck either. But maybe a duck could still be on the cards. Hopefully he gets some runs in this second ball.
Yeah, well, Barty is going to be the other batter. So Hussain does get the single there, first run of the game.
A lot of confusion with Barty and some running.
Yeah.
But a few issues in that match just prior where he was holding his ground a little bit.
Yeah. And it's interesting, isn't it, that he was not out at the end of that 10 overs and they've decided, look, you're out there, you know, maybe with the last few balls as an exception, actually hit the ball pretty well. So go out there and open the batting. So it's interesting tactically from Catalunya Red. That means that Imran will bat a little bit lower down. New ball, of course, and 3 over power play. So only two outfielders allowed at this point.
So it comes in and it's out of there. Is that a 4 or is that a 6? So it's a 6 there. The first 6 of this innings.
Yeah, nicely picked up from around about middle and leg, and just carries.
Over.
Yeah, that's what he's there to do, that's for sure. Hey, I should say also, it is opening day. It's the last game of the day, so it's random question time. So,
well, you're the one
throw
with
in the random questions
in front of you.
We got Georgia here. Let's pick her brain. Let's find out a little bit more. Let's be creative with the random questions. Georgie Parker with me here in Barcelona.
7 off the over so far. And a big swing there. It's been well fielded there by Hayder. And I think just the one off that delivery.
just one, not a bad start. Look at the expected score there, kind of hovering around 100. And well, given how Magic batted in that first game, it might not be enough. But I suppose anytime you get the 100 plus, if you can bowl and field very well, then you're some sort of chance. But yeah, I really liked what you were saying about the Magic fielding unit and the way that they kind of hunt as a pack, don't they? They create that pressure in the field.
Big swing. No ding.
That's very expressed, an expression, that big swing.
Isn't it? Big swing, no deal. Muhammad back there, though.
You don't get too many air swings in hockey, do you? Not at a good level.
No, when you do, it's very embarrassing. Very embarrassing when you do. But Muhammad, just a little bit of a misfield there in the wicket-keeper position. He's been brilliant in that first match.
Yeah, actually, I've just noticed they changed the keeper. So, in the first game for Magic, we saw Shaquille Ahmed doing the keeping.
There we go.
So, a bit of a change there.
You can see how aggressive they are in the field. Magic. It's fun to see. It's exciting to see. And they're all getting around each other as well, giving each other a pat on the back. It's the end of the over.
And,
9 off the over, I believe.
Yeah, that's what they get off it in the end.
It's an okay first.
Yeah,
over.
I mean, it's probably a fighting draw. I mean, yeah, maybe it's a couple short of where you'd want to be, especially in a power play over, but it certainly gives them something to work from. 28 days to go until the ECL. I'm really looking forward to that. And yeah, we'll have our 4th ever European champion, won by the Dutch club VOC Rotterdam in 2019, won by Pack Badalona in 2022, and won by Dreux of France in 2023. We'll have our 4th champion. Now here is Ranjot. Don't forget last time we saw Ranjot bowling in the power play. He bowled a maiden.
Yeah.
Partner Hussain.
What's he going to do here? Well, the first ball's good. That's a wide.
And there goes the maiden.
There does go the maiden. Not good. It just went that left to right that you've been talking about, Vin.
He's got that natural angle, and yeah, Ranjot's a pretty experienced campaigner. Decent bat as well. Just quickly, I want to say hello to Cosmic Nana. She's watching from Texas.
Texas.
Introduce you to Cosmic Nana. This is Georgie.
And better ball there, delivery, but goes out for 4.
Kind of almost a Yorker length, but not quite. It's actually quite a good shot to be able to turn on this. So a bit Hussain. Well, he mentioned that he made some gambles that didn't pay off towards the end of the last game to try and get the point, but well, that's history now. Maybe not a bad thing to get him straight out there. Batting very deep in his crease here.
That Singh comes in. And well played away. Just a single off of that one.
Yeah, so here's a random question from Ronnie, first up. And he wants to know, who's your favourite Australian cricketer?
My favourite Australian cricketer? It would have to be Pat Cummins.
I knew you'd say that.
And he's a bit polarising in Australia, but...
Captain Pat?
I love Pat Cummins.
He's come through. I mean, I
was a Test cricketer of the year, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think so. And captain of the Test team of the year, I think I saw.
I think it was just
well.
cricketer of the year, and it was Khawaja was Test cricketer of the year as we hit another boundary here.
Yeah, that's a belt down the ground, just too straight for the fielder.
Yeah.
It was brute force there. But yeah, Cummins, I remember when he debuted as a 19-year-old, but then he had that terrible injury and he was out for about 6 years. So eventually worked his way back in the team and he's become a real leader.
Well, we've just got such a strong, good ball there, well delivered.
Dilawar, a bit bothered by the pace at the moment as well behind the stumps. Hasn't found it too easy.
Well, Barty had a lot of swings with no hitting in the first match. Following up with that again. 2 more balls to go on this over.
This is a tough delivery. I think it might...
could be a no ball there. Was his bat down?
Well,
Vin, do you think his bat was down?
There's a couple of things
here?
going on here. Oh, he just down, and I mean just. Oh, but I think... I mean, it was pretty high. It did drop at the end, and it just kind of went pretty close to the top of the stumps, but we know that these sometimes can be called. I'm not sure if you've got it. Let's see it here. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Yeah, I think you've got to call that. I mean, I know he's down, but look how high it is. Maybe we'll go back to see him standing in his stance. But, yeah, I think that is a no ball.
I think it's over his waist for sure.
Yeah, they use the technology well there. And Barty almost runs himself out. But Barty will get to face the free hit from Ranjan. But this is very ECN. He bowled a maiden first over last time. He's gone for 11. Now he's going to have to deal with a free hit.
And that's gone out for 6, Maximo. Did I do it right?
Yeah, you're pretty good. In fact, you're doing a little bit of everyone at the moment. You've got Rico's duck noise. You've got my Maximo.
And you can't be bowling there, can you? Or not on a free hit either.
Yeah, attempted York gets the wrong. I mean, it's good catch. Good catching practice for Zishan. But
yeah, just over the boundary, isn't it? So one more to go in this very expensive over. Off for 17 already after his 5 deliveries, including that no ball. So what's he going to do here? And a dot ball to finish the over.
Yes, that's the end of 2. It's 26 without loss. Yeah, thanks so much for the random questions. Let's get through a fair few of them today. I think it's a good time to do it. So look, Magic, they did get 4 points out of 4 in the first game. Held on your red without any points after that. They got close-ish to a point, didn't they? But Magic will hope they can take all the points here. They actually will go above Pakakea, Badalona. And they might still be able to do that depending on the margin of victory anyway. But yeah, okay, favourite Australian cricketer. For me, I don't know, as a keeper, I've got a few. Are we
talking all time?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't specify.
Because you got Gilly as well, right?
I was going to say Gilchrist, you stole mine. Yeah.
Well, we can have the same one.
Yeah.
But there's current and of all time.
Yeah. Current? Let me think of a current.
Give me all time, because I think that's the nostalgia that we love.
All time, I think probably Shane Warne. And just mesmerising.
Comes in, a miscatch just in the outfield there. Will it roll for 4? And it rolls for just.
You got done by the line there.
I did.
That's not the right.
European cricket for you.
That's European cricket for you. Not as bad. We had the whole rugby lines on the field at Europa Point, and that one. Yeah, you can see there. It's actually
there we go. It's over.
It's the baseball.
Yeah,
fair territory line, the foul line,
that's
if you like.
But ran for 2 there.
Yeah, let me think. All time.
I mean, Shane Warne's a pretty decent one.
I know it's a cliche to say Shane Warne, but I mean...
But he was the best of all time.
What a skill. But being a keeper, Gilchrist...
A wide there, coming down the leg side.
Yeah, so currently... I was a big fan of Andy Simons as well. I remember watching him play live at the Wacker, playing for Queensland against Western Australia. And he was just belting balls into the second tier. Yeah. And I was like... That's pretty cool.
You like the bruteness of him. He was strong, wasn't he?
And he revolutionised fielding in a way. He's a real presence in the field. He was attacking. He was an attacker from cover point. Here's Zishan.
Way! And he's bowled him. Trust the leave, they say. Well, not that one. Straight through him.
Yeah, well.
And hit middle stump.
Some kind of a shot, but the Yorker just too spicy. And we know that Zishan, he likes to bowl fast. And was the batter down in time? Absolutely not. Walking stick 77 and time to take a walk, as that will be the first wicket of this contest. Well bowled.
So 1 for 29 off 2.5 overs, just under 2.5 overs.
You often say full and straight is a good ball for any time if you can get it. Now, to a set batter, to a new batter, there's not a lot you can do with that delivery.
That's it. And Butt's come in, and it's Butt and Barty had their problems in the first over.
Yeah, we were talking tongue-in-cheek. Why don't you get the reunion? Well, these two, they certainly had trust issues, but they might end up on Dr. Phil the way things were going at the end of that first game.
If you missed that, Butt got out after a run out where Barty didn't want to move from his crease, and Butt has his first delivery. And his first delivery is a good one. He's gone for a 4.
Yeah, I mean,
just short of a 6.
That's the pace of Zishan, which is basically working against him. But yeah,
good way to get off the...
If they had their time again, I bet they'd love to just take every run that was there instead of playing silly nonsense with the strike. I mean, I know it's easy to say now, but remember they turned down a single last ball of the 9th over. They turned down a single turned down an easy second run in the 10th over that eventually cost Butt his wicket. Anyway, Zishan, I think he's going bouncer here.
Oh.
Call me Nostradamus.
Sorry, how do you know that?
It's a classic fast bowler's equation.
You hit me for 4?
Yeah, hit for boundary plus next ball equals I'm trying to knock your block off.
That's it. It's so fast bowlery, isn't it? So it's 1 for 7, so quite good over there from Zishan.
I'm trying to think of my favourite in the current team.
I love our bowling outfit. I just think there's so much depth there.
I'll give you one you wouldn't expect, maybe.
Wait, what's he hit here? And that is Maximo.
Yeah, he smashes it.
Out of the park there, 6.
That's not an easy shot against the pace. I mean, maybe he felt because he spent the bounce, he can't bowl 2 bounces in the over. He can only bowl 1, so kind of had an inkling it might be pitched up, and Zishan has put back in his box a little bit. But 10
off of 3 so far. Last ball of the over here for Zishan, and 13 off the over, but the wicket as well in this one. Long run up, as you said, he's quite fast. He's in line. Are they going to run 1 or 2? They're going to run 2. Oh no, he's done the reverse. Oh, I thought he was going to do the reverse run out of last time.
These two, it's only been a brief tournament so far, but they've already got history, don't they? And that's the end of the 3rd over. It's 40 for 1 after 3. And look, let's go back to these random questions.
No, you were going to throw a random one at me.
I will, but my choice, Mitch Marsh.
I love Mitch Marsh.
Because I think he gets a bit of a bad rap. He has, but I mean, the guy, all he wants to do, and I've played against him, actually used to come to my games when I used to play against Sean. He was about 7 years old with a massive head and a little bat. And then he just loves the game. I mean,
he's a victim of his name.
I know him a little bit. And, okay, hasn't always gone his way when he's played for Australia, but he's been brave when he's played for Australia. And he's actually done some pretty amazing things.
He basically won us a
T20
World Cup. Yep. Without him in that, was it the semi-final, the quarter, whatever final
it was? How about the Ashes as well?
Totally. He's got some heart and some soul, and he just loves the game. I think he's a victim of his own name. People think he shouldn't have been selected when maybe he shouldn't have because of his name, but then alternatively, he's not been selected because of his name at times as too. So I feel for him. He's a great option to have as a favourite player.
You want to give...
We call him the bull.
Yeah, the bison.
The bison, sorry.
Because he's got the bison has the largest head of any mammal. That's why. That's serious.
His brother just retired, Sean, and we go here for a catch, and it's taken, and a great catch in the outfield there, and a celebration to match. So, but no longer. He's out of there. Yeah,
it's Mohammad Kamran that comes on, and he's actually had a pretty good time in the European Cricket Series. He goes short, and it's an attempted kind of cut, isn't it? But it's more or less a top edge. And, well held in the end. Dilip Bawa, I think, takes the catch. And he's a guy, again, he has a lot of fun here on the European Cricket Network. Kind of weird seeing some of these guys not in the deep blue of the Magic CC, but in the other strip. But, Dilip takes it and smiles for the camera. That's 40 for 2 after 3.2. Wayne feeling it's only a matter of time until they were going to run each other out again, but they won't get that chance now. But goes for 11, and this will bring Vijay Kumar to the crease at number 4, facing up. Good catch.
So good first delivery there as well from Cameron, or second, I should say.
Just careful here, Kumar, isn't he? What else have we got? More random questions. How about your all-time favourite tennis player? Of course, you just came from doing the Australian Open, right?
I did. I just did work on the Australian Open. Very prestigious and wonderful event to work on in Australia, in Melbourne. If you could ever get to Australia, the Australian Open is the best time to get there because
I've always wanted to go.
It is fantastic. But it also aligns like around cricket period as well. So you can get yourself, that one's just touched away. Is it going to make it to 4? Is it? Yep, that's in the vortex zone, that fast outfield,
it does.
As we said. But that was actually really finely touched here. He kind of knew what he was doing with that. That wasn't one of the accidental plays down there, I don't think.
Yeah, a bit like me failing my law exams in the first year of university. This was semi-deliberate. And just ran away between the keeper and the deep third. And now they're going to put that fielder back there.
Best,
Best
tennis player of all time. Well,
your favourite.
My favourite. Well, my favourite. It has to be Roger Federer. I've been so blessed to be able to watch him at multiple tennis events around the world. I remember watching him. That goes for a 4.
Nice shot. This time it's more of a genuine cut shot rather than just a little deflection. Pretty close to cut, but just timed it well at the critical moment. Can I tell you then that our CEO, Roger, here at European Cricket, he plays in he's Swiss. Our head office is in Switzerland. And he plays at the same tennis club as Roger Federer. Often just be hand to hip.
Goodness. I wonder.
And his name's also Roger.
I've got a fancy tennis club membership. I wonder if I could get into that one.
Okay.
I reckon I could.
Seems like a real genuine guy as well.
Oh, yeah, they seem wonderful. A little bit of an appeal there, but umpire says no, and they run for 1.
He's just going down the leg side. It's fairly full. Hits him maybe just on leg stump. I think the angle taking it down. That'll be the end of a pretty good over from Cameron, but he had 2 boundaries. He had a wicket in it as well. Count on your red.
Great.
49 for 2. Mine, I'm going to go a little bit retro. Pat Rafter.
Oh, we love Pat Rafter.
Oh, what a guy. Again, gone Australian there. And when I first started watching tennis, Pat Cash, he just won Wimbledon.
Yeah.
And, so I've gone for a couple of Aussies there. So I'm a bit procure, but...
I mean, and females, I mean, you can't go past Serena in terms of what she's done and the barriers she's broken down.
Absolutely
she's come
insane.
From the Bronx, the hood, and big...
And the movie about their family.
I talk about not crying when I play sport. Well, I'm crying in that movie. I tell you what.
Yeah.
She's a wonderful advocate for female sport and what she does.
I did watch that one pre-Slapgate. Will Smith. We'll say that. Probably still holds up, though.
Oh, well struck. There's a fielder out there. Yep. Saves it. So just the one off of that.
Yeah, very good move. I watched it on the plane, actually. And, yeah, super interesting. Female. I mean, I grew up watching a lot of Monica Seles, actually. I remember that awful incident, when that put her out for a couple of years.
I love, at the moment, Sabalenka, though, who's just come off of winning the Australian Open, 2 years in a row winning that.
Yeah, that's pretty special. I'll give you an autobiography that I read that was super interesting. It was Andre Agassi's. Have you read it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Open? Is that what it's called?
And if you like that, read Jelena Jokic.
Yes.
Now, I tell you what, that is a story of resilience and full toss there. Does it come off of the foot or has it come off the tip of the bat there? But
I think he might have jammed down it, but I think it's been called a no ball for front foot.
There you go.
Or something else. But the way the call was made, let's have a look at the foot here. Is it over the line? Yeah, it was close, but I mean, the umpire doesn't see anything behind the line. That's why he makes the call. Has the think, goes, you know what? I don't think you had anything behind the line.
So free hit here after just one run there.
Oh, no. Do you know
and
what?
It goes through for 4.
Can I tell you what I think this has hit? I reckon this has hit the crease and just taken off. Or has he hit it? Am I crazy? Let's have a look.
Can't
He
tell.
hasn't hit it. It's been given 4 byes. And that's the area around the crease because that's where people bowl from. It's a little bit...
bumpy.
Yeah, a little bit bumpy. And sometimes you get a full ball to go there. And look, I mean, Hassan probably feels like he's super fast, being able to get the ball to bounce over the keeper like that. But it is pretty costly, and the 50's come up for this over as well.
That's it, 56 for 2 off of 4.5 overs. Kumar, no swing. Well, swing, but doesn't get anything on it.
It's a bit of competition between these magic bowls about who's the fastest. They're all coming out. I mean, this is classic first day vibes, and let's see if on day 24 we're getting this kind of pace. But at the moment, it's really coming through.
When they're in match 18 and they're tired, let's see what happens then. Kumar on strike. Hassan coming in hot. Well fielded. Barty coming back.
Yeah, that would have been gone. Yeah, just basically overcommits. Now, they think of it, one of the latest runs you'll ever see. And
it's a double overthrow.
You can get a quick single. I think this is a slow single.
It's a slow single.
Because it takes a long time to develop. The bowler's kind of caught halfway in between. This would have been out. And then you think the play's over, but there's still a little twist. because the keeper misses it, and then they go, you know what, that single we were thinking about 17 or 18 seconds ago, well, now I've had a change of heart.
Well,
let's take it.
Barty basically ran to it there anyway because he went 3/4 down, then overran it.
You're right.
And so, hey, that's a big 6, and that is out of here. That is near the cricket nets. Another 6 to finish off the over there, Maximo.
Yeah, it's a big one, and it'll take us to the 5 over mark, and what is the last game of the day? So we got a little bit rugged up here. Maybe we've got one more ball to go, actually. 63 for 2 after 4.5. I think go full. You got the stumps, and you try and end Barty right here.
That no ball was playing havoc with us. And that one is out of here again. So 2 6s to finish off that over. So
guess what? That's been called another no ball.
Oh.
It's overstepping
no.
again, and these are so costly. So, well, don't bring us up just yet because this over ain't over.
Move your mark back, my friend. Move your mark back.
It's a funny thing in cricket because you'd say that should, in theory, solve the problem. But, you know, I think you make slight adjustments based on when you see the stumps in the crease approaching. So it is hard to get out of the habit. Free hit. And I think that he'll get the call here, which means that he doesn't have to re-bowl it. I mean, because that was a free hit, would have been another free hit. So that's actually quite a big call.
It's like you can't put a draw 2 and or a draw 4 and a draw 4, and you know.
Depends on the house rules, though. Okay, the end of 5 overs. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Opening day in Barcelona with Georgie Parker. Yeah, we've got the coats on. I got to tell you what.
Cold.
We're going to get you one of these. These ECN coats. They were Employee of the Year because there were a few times where, let's just say, we're a little chilly. We had to layer up. But thank you to everyone in the office. They've been absolutely magnificent. And I've gone for red today as my shirt colour because...
Well, red and green should never be seen.
I think with a colour in between, it's normally okay, they say. But red, of course, for Spain because it's the first day. And yeah, I like what you've gone for today.
Thank you.
Green's a lucky colour.
Is it? That's what the Irish say anyway.
Let's see if red feel lucky in this
it.
one.
Zishan coming in. And that is struck well. Onto offside for 4.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's hard to protect. I mean, most of the bowlers are bowling the offside kind of line.
Yeah.
And I like that he decides to go the same side. You know, I think that it's a good shot selection. Sometimes the faster bowlers, you don't have to think as much. And sometimes that can be a good thing. Sometimes some of the bowlers are so slow they give you too much time to overthink it. But just kind of see the ball, hit the ball at the moment. Ronnie's enjoying some of the answers. And some more random questions coming. Keep them coming. I'm enjoying them. But right now, read it on a decent pace.
Kumar. Just a little bit over his head, but coming off some bars, you'd think. Just one.
Tell you what, it's been called wide as well, actually. It's been called for over the head. And that's over the head if he was just standing normally.
Let alone jumping as well.
Yeah, so he's jumping and it's kind of forehead height, so it's marginal, but that's what the umpires called it. And so it'll be 2 wides and that ball will have to be rebowled. So
good running between wickets as well there.
Another
Barty on strike, which you probably want him on strike. He's 30 off 12 and he was probably their best batsman in that first match as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, and he hits that one well, and that is another 4 to his name, so it takes him up to 34.
Yeah, really good shot, and I kind of said stand and deliver. I have a couple of mantras for batters in this game. One is hit the ball, but hit the ball correctly. And I think once again you see the ball being bowled outside the off stump, being hit on the offside, and sometimes it's as simple as that. You know, we've seen a lot of the other Reds batters today. They're trying to hit across balls and trying to fetch balls from that side and take it onside. But yeah, I think Barty has been better than most.
Played that one well, I think. That was a good delivery.
I think that's a very good decision as well because sometimes you just got to kind of eat it and go.
Well, it's not worth getting out.
Exactly.
Is it?
Yeah.
So, as you say, play the ball on merit, and I think he did that one well. And well bowled there by Zishan as well.
Okay, so how about this? Jeffrey Maguire asking, have you ever been to Ireland, Georgie?
I have been to Ireland just for a few days.
I think he's from Northern Ireland. Have you ever been up there?
No. I've only been to Dublin. Oh. And this one is well hit.
Oof.
But And direct hit from the outfield. How's that? And another run out from Barty. You can't write this. You cannot write this. But what a direct hit there.
Oh, my word. What a piece of cricket. Could have gone either end here. Went the long way. He loads up almost like a baseball outfield. He just unleashes. And Dilawar Muhammad, he didn't fancy it, didn't have to do anything in the end. Vijay Kumar's going to be run out. But what a piece of fielding from Zain Ihsan down there at long off. Oh, well, you can't spell red without R. You can't spell run out without R. And they find a way. Let's have a look at it one more time, thanks to Spring Media. Just takes on the bounce, and he comes in. He's still got that momentum going forward, and he fires, just hopes for the best. And Dilawar said, well, I think it's going to hit. And Vijay, well, he'll be kicking himself after that. What a piece of fielding. And that could be another play of the day. We're running out of them here on opening day.
Well, it was an outstanding piece of fielding, but also a right decision to go down to that end. He could see there was a bit of confusion between the batsmen. Went down to the keeper's end.
It shouldn't be confused because it's clearly a single. You just have to remember it's called a run, not a walk. In the Arjuna Ranatunga style of running where you just kind of do the absolute minimum speed, but they're even below that. Hey, okay, quick one for Ronnie then. Pizza, a curry, or fish and chips?
It depends on the day. I'm not having a curry.
Make a decision.
Well, no, because no. You've got to have some thought in the answers here, Vinny. Vinny.
It's one of those association ones.
No, because like there's certain meals that I don't want on certain nights. You know, like Sunday nights is like a good curry night. Friday night's a good pizza night.
How does your body know what night it is, though?
Well, because you're usually out or busy.
Okay.
Like a Sunday, I want to like have a nice big curry, sit at home, and then sit on the couch.
Okay.
Whereas I'm not having that before I'm then going out.
So, okay, curry's the one you're talking about the most, so I'm going to prod you on that.
I love a good curry.
Well, you come to the right place here because you might get a few of them at lunchtime. Just saying.
Yeah.
What's your favourite curry? Do you like spicy? You're a
I like
spicy
spicy.
person?
I like spicy.
Are you like so spicy you want to be put in hospital kind of thing?
No,
By the way,
I'm not arrogant because I know my boundaries.
Okay.
And I think this is what a lot of people do who aren't used to curries. They go, yeah, I like spicy, but we don't. We don't actually know spicy very well.
Yeah,
and then you don't risk it. So I like spice.
BT Dubs, this is the last ball, the 6. They were almost changing over, but they do still have to bowl a 6 ball. Zishan.
That's it. In the air and into the vortex again for another 4. And we finish the 6th over at 87, I want to say, or 85.
I think they think this is 4, but they do want to check it. See the umpire signalling 4 now. He's asked for a bit of help. Let's see if we get any help from the camera. It's one of those ones where, you know, it can be difficult, but I think I'll stick with 4 in the end. So Barty to 38 off 16's batted through so far.
Barty just running out his teammates left, right, centre.
I mean, Kumar probably only had himself to blame.
I agree with you on that one. It's just a common denominator there, which I love. But Barty's the one that's in form at the moment. You want him on strike.
126, that'd be an interesting kind of total. Remember, most of the scoring was done by Bilal in that first match for Magic. If you get him early, it might be a different ball game. As here's the man of the moment, Zain Ihsan. Just pulled out that kind of reminds me of like a Hail Mary in basketball, you know, you just throw it from the other side of the court.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what it was.
Just hoping that it goes in, and it did, but you've got to give it a crack, otherwise it doesn't do anything. So a wide delivery for the first ball of that over, and another big swing there from Kumar. Yeah. It was reminiscent of the first match.
Yes.
Kumar had a lot of swinging, but a lot of wides delivered to him as well. But I think be wanting to try to get a single to...
And you remember how he got out, right? He got across a bit too far, left it hoping for a wide.
Oh, that's it. That's it.
You can actually see a bit of the leg stump. Yeah.
Yeah, you can see him standing. And he gets off strike, but he gets a 4. Bit of a little misfield out there.
And we saw Zishan bowling, and we saw Zain Ihsan pull off that Hail Mary run out. But when the tables were turned, they swapped positions, and Zishan couldn't return the favour because Ihsan's bowling now. And actually does pretty well to get that Zishan. He's a tall guy, knocks it down, but does knock it across the rope. Hey, more random questions. Okay, so do you have like a name of the curry you like the best, or you'll just take whatever's going?
I eat any curry.
Yeah. And what about like chicken, fish, prawns? Miscellaneous.
Love a little
lamb?
chicken schnitzel.
All right.
Oh, in terms of like curries.
Curries?
I love like a lamb korma kind of thing, or anything creamy, anything spicy, anything tomatoey.
Yeah.
Chickpea, dal. I eat it all. I think
Okay.
there's no such thing as a bad curry. No.
You need to spend a bit more time on the tour. Well, let's just hit him in the face, which is never great, and they're just going to check him out. And that was some genuine pace there. Kumar.
Yeah,
Well, what's worse than stepping across and getting bowled? But yeah, gee.
That's not a good spot to
I
get
thought it hit
hit.
him in the front of the grill, but this is one of those ones that's hit him in the back of the head in that really dangerous spot.
Yeah. No.
And, it's good to see that he's on his feet, and he just might need a moment or two to get his composure back. So
And
hopefully he's all right.
And good that all the magic boys around him. Just
testing
checking
out
what
his
his bat's. Hey, can I borrow that maybe?
Yeah, if anything was ever to happen to you, how do you feel about leaving this bat to me?
Maybe I could use it. I don't know. What weight are you using here? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe didn't knock him off his feet, but, that's it's pretty brave stuff. They will give him a quick test, and obviously he's passed all the questions. One of the things I love here is I've seen the concussion test administered, but if you have a translator that's got it in for you, or like an interpreter, then you can be in big trouble when they ask you simple questions like, who's the president of Spain?
Couldn't tell you.
You're coming off. You're time to hit the bench.
Well, Jim, you even need to give me simpler questions for me to do that. What's the date today? I couldn't.
That actually is a pretty hard one for me.
Exactly.
I didn't sleep.
So Barty hits it for 6, and that one is absolutely out of there. That is over the fence.
It is.
That is gone.
All right. Let's stay with the ball. Who's going to pick that one up? There's no one there at the moment. That's a classic dog walking zone. So I was a bit worried before. So that has to be one of the biggest sixes so far.
I think so. I think that's the biggest 6 we've seen this afternoon.
Souvenir for somebody. Barty to 44. Just 17 balls. Red could pass the 100 as well.
And he does it again. And this one is out of here again. Another 6 to his name. 2 sixes in 3 balls.
And I'll bring up his 50 as well. It brings it up off 18 balls. What a knock from Barty. Oh, he's had quite the trials and tribulations, hasn't he, on opening day? And this is only the first instalment. But he's set Catalunya Red up with a decent chance here. Also, that brought up the 100.
Oh, this one's high in the air. Someone's underneath it. Are they going to catch it? Pretty regulation catch. And that one is out of here. Ranjot Singh caught underneath it. It was gone. He had it over earlier in the day. Very expensive over. So nice for him to be able to get out Barty, who's been having a good inning so far.
Yeah, so 50 and out. They'll need someone else to help finish the job. Nicely judged out there by Ranjot Singh. And so that will take us to the end of 7 overs. Coming up tomorrow, looking forward to day 2. If you enjoyed today, I'm sure you enjoy it tomorrow. Now, Men in Blue, they're back in the ECS. Got a fair few of the Barcelona CC players from the previous series. But Catalunya Jaguar, the defending champions, they'll be on in the morning. Then Pack Barcelona in the afternoon versus Royal Barcelona. And a bit of a Barcelona derby coming your way. So join me, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, along with Georgie Parker tomorrow at the same time, 9 a.m. GMT, which is 10 o'clock in Central Europe, and 2:30 p.m. in India. For all of our Australian viewers, I'll even go further. I'm going to say that is 5 p.m. on the West Coast, and it will be 7 p.m. in places like Brisbane, 7:30 in Adelaide, and 8 p.m. in Melbourne, Sydney, and Hobart.
And what is it in Darwin?
I'll tell you. 6:30 p.m. There you go. 1.5.
It's in
Time
Australia.
zones galore.
5 time zones this time of year in Australia. Absolutely havoc.
Can I tell you that there's an informal time zone on the West Australian and South Australian border at a place called Eucla?
Yeah, same in Broken Hill in New South Wales, and which is in New South Wales in Broken Hill, and they are on South Australian time zone. Fun facts for you guys.
But they use the South Australian time zone, right? They don't. I'm talking about they have
the 15-minute. Is it?
That in Eucla, it's normally 1.5 hours between West Australia and South Australia. It's 45 minutes. They've got 3 clocks there.
Yeah, well.
Australia's a big place.
And Western Australians.
I think Russia at one point had 12 different time zones.
Oh, God.
That's a lot.
Oh, full toss there. Played pretty well down the ground.
Let's not get into...
going for one.
Oh, geez,
that would have been out. There was no rushing at all there. Oh, Sandal, he wasn't rushing. He didn't want to get there. And you know what? Magic have been very good in the field. I'd be rushing to get between wickets.
It was a classic deceleration first strategy, which didn't really work out too well. Looks like we might have a ball retriever out there trying to find it.
So Kumar,
he's found it.
Kumar's on strike, and it was a bit of a loopy one.
Here's a slow ball.
Yeah, wasn't it?
Good,
just one off of it.
Bar was a guy we saw playing in the ECS for the first time last year and actually hit the winning runs in one game for Magic, and he's actually quite a versatile player. Can do a bit of keeping. Being used as a bowler right now.
4 off the over so far, 2 to go. And he's gone the reverse side. And they're appealing, but I think it was a little bit offline.
Yeah, I think it's just down leg side, but Sandal, I mean, almost like he's read this shot in the book and says, well, I'll give it a stab. But if you don't
try...
just played it normally, probably would have got it.
Yeah. I think you got to try those at some stage, though. And he's confident. He's feeling good. Sandal stays on strike.
Ooh,
last ball of the over. And there's a catch call, and it just goes short between 2 of them there. Just 1 off the last ball. 5 off the over. 108 for 4 after 8. And what do you say, Vinny?
Yeah, well,
everything happens in the ninth. So
and it's coming up.
Let's see what happens in this next over.
It's been pretty entertaining so far. Okay, what else we got? Jeff said you got to come to Northern Ireland because he's calling Dublin a bit expensive. So I think he's inviting you over to Northern Ireland.
I'll
like
give
to
it
visit.
a crack.
Belfast, great accent as well. What else have we got in the random questions? I think. Well, Julian actually kind of commenting China has 1 time zone. That causes its own complications. Actually, it's
China's
quite funny.
Very big, though.
Spain and Portugal, or Spain actually in particular, probably should be in the UK time zone.
Catch. Oh! It was a dramatic leap for that one as well. We had the perfect view of him coming down there. Zishan just missed it.
Yeah, I mean, this doesn't really give a sense of how flat and how fast this was travelling, but...
It was a good effort, just missed it, and he's not happy with himself, but that was a difficult catch.
Got a question as well for you after this ball.
Go for it, mate. Let's see. Oh. Didn't get much on it there, well bowled, so another dot ball.
Hassan will only get the one over here because he's bowling the 9th. The question is from Dave B, who's watching from France, asking Georgie, how many in your family play or played cricket? Do you have anybody?
No one plays cricket. I'm all-girl family, and back when I was a kid...
So sisters, you talk sisters. How many?
Sisters.
Top quantity?
There's 5 of us.
5 girls?
5 girls. Too many girls, I'll tell you that. But yeah, back when I was a kid, cricket wasn't played by girls much, unfortunately. There were the rare exception. Yeah, it's changing dramatically. And and he's bowled him. He's come through, just nicked the top of the stump, and bails are off, and off he goes. Kumar for 7.
And, well, it's the second time he's bowled. This time it's a bit more of a traditional fashion. And this time it's not around his legs. It's the same kind of an angle, and to be honest, he hits the stump in the same kind of a place, but this time he stays leg side of the ball. And Gaurav looks to the skies with that facial expression that says, why did I ever pick up a cricket bat in the first place? It's only caused me unhappiness. What am I meant to do with this thing? Comes on your red on 109 for 5. And things have kind of gone off the rails a little bit since Barty went for 50. Wow. Okay, so, yeah, but I understand that. Obviously, there's...
Yeah, and I grew up in a tiny little town where there wasn't many opportunities for girls to play particularly. And that one's well struck, but to a fielder. And just 1 off of it. So, unfortunately, I didn't get to play much, but... I grew up watching. I played a lot in the backyard.
Yeah.
I played a lot in the backyard and just grew up watching it. Growing up, I had 2 TV channels. One of them was the news channel and one of them was on cricket in summer. So watched it and loved it. I would have loved playing it, and that one is a big 6 and it is out.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's trying to think of an idea here, his son, but the thing is, he's saying, what are you doing? You put me off. I had a plan. But I don't think he could have done it. Once you step out of the field, you can't touch the ball anymore.
I think he thought that maybe if he jumped up and put it back. But, of course, your first touching of the ball, your foot has to be inside that
or you
rope.
at least had to have taken off from inside the field. And I like that he's thinking about things, but that will be the end of the night. 116 for 5. That over goes for 17 in the end. A couple of interesting facts you might not know.
About you or
about cricket and women's cricket in particular. Cricket actually had a women's World Cup before it had a men's World Cup.
There you go.
In the 70s, yeah. Ranjod's going to get the ball in the 10th, by the way. Starts with
that is a very interesting fact.
100%.
The trajectory of women's cricket has been just huge.
That's good.
Particularly with the investment of women's cricket in India. I think that was really important for the progression of it.
Definitely.
The Australian women obviously have dominated for so long because we've had the resources, but now that resources, and it's well bowled there, one off of this one you'd like to think, but a run out potential.
Yeah, he's throwing that miles over the top.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have hit a set of stumps on top of another set of stumps, that one. And Sandal's pretty happy because this is his top speed. And he does get there in the end. Seems to be faster when he's actually cartwheeling.
Yeah. Can you just imagine that
cartwheeling
cartwheeling down the
I really want a
field?
cartwheel on opening day. If I haven't gone to sleep, then at least we can get Imran Sandal.
We've still got another innings to go.
That's
just 4
true.
to go in this one. Well struck, and 4 for him.
Yeah, nice shot.
Sandal going to 14.
He says, I've saved my energy so I can hit the ball harder. And Imran, he actually turns this into a full toss by creeping down the pitch a little bit. So, yeah, good stuff there. It's the other fun fact I was going to say about women and the influence on cricket is, and there's some conjecture about this, but cricket originally was played delivering the ball underarm. Did you know that? Right back in the day.
Yep. Oh.
Probably clever bowling, so you can keep charging at me.
Yeah. I'll make it short.
Yeah, give you something to think about. And certainly did. I'm happy that they've made helmets mandatory now.
Yeah.
And days like today make me really happy about that because I think they've saved a few people.
2 to go. 121 off 5. 2 balls to go. What? That is Maximo. 6. 1 to go. And what a way to finish this over. Couple of boundaries and a 6 so far.
Yeah, nicely struck. And that time he was kind of sweating on the short ball. And, sent over the ropes. 127, very competitive. So finally what I was going to say is that a guy in the 1800s had his sister bowling around her long skirt. And that's where they think that this overarm bowling started, round arm bowling.
Oh, well, there you go.
So that, again, there's a bit of conjecture about that. And they're dealing with the length and trajectory, which caused a complexity in the game that now is part of the fabric of the game. So the influence is certainly there. 128 for 5 then off the 10 overs. Certainly something to bowl at. Magic CC, they scored more than that, but they were batting first in the first game. They weren't really under any scoreboard pressure. So let's see if Cadel and Ured can defend it. For me, it's kind of hanging in the balance. Maybe Magic's slight favourites when you look at their batting lineup. But I think an entertaining second half ahead, and certainly a Red team would like to get something out of day one. Let's go back and have a look at the highlights. But Zishant was breathing fire, wasn't he? That one absolutely blew up the stumps. And Red, they kept fighting, didn't they? It was an interesting thing tactically to go with Bharti at the top of the order. And just hoping he'd pick up where he left off. But he had an uneasy reunion with Imran Butt. But they seemed to work it out in the end. Imran ended up getting caught for 11, so that will finish that for now. And then VJ came out, was able to hit 3 boundaries in his 14. And this was quite an incredible piece of cricket, wasn't it? That, for me, is probably my play of the innings.
I think so. It's nearly the play of the day. The difficulty of being able to do that is enormous.
And, towards the end, we saw a couple of really big hits. I mean, that one disappeared out of everything. But then it would be 50 and out for Bharti as Ranjot was able to catch him in the deep. And Yeah, Bilal came on and he was able to pick up that wicket as Kumar heard the death rattle for the second time today. This one was, I suppose, well judged. If it was a golf shot, probably be like a 9-iron, but just had the distance. And Zain Isan, he'd drawn up all kinds of blueprints about how he was going to stop that, but I don't know how practical they were. And in the end, 128 for 5 off the 10 overs. So, yeah, cattle on your red. Like I said, something to bowl at. 50 for Apati off just 19 balls. He really was motoring. 21, Sandal with a bit of a cameo at the end. Maybe that's his role. I think, they both seemed a bit more comfortable in those roles. They kind of switched places in the batting order. Imran Butt at 3. Didn't look the worst, actually. He bowled pretty well today. Vijay Kumar had 3 boundaries, as I said, his 14. And not too bad with the extras. With 3 no balls and 5 wide. I think if you're going less than 1 of those and over, you're happy. 8 of those in the 10 overs. Once again, we see Magic throw the ball around. 8 bowlers used there. Zishan 1 for 29. Cameron 1 for 8. Never got a second over. Surprised me a little bit, but I think they do just kind of want to give everyone a bit of a chance with the ball, see who's bowling well. Zain Isan with 1 for 17 and a brilliant run out. Bilal Hassan got a wicket in the 9th. All right, Georgie, it's all set up, and this game could go either way. Almost there. 1 more innings to go.
Can't wait. Should be an absolute cracker, particularly if how the first match between these two sides went between Magic and Catalanya. So cannot wait for the second.
That should be good. And look, random questions still coming in as well, so we've still got some time to answer those. So join us in just a few minutes. We'll be back with the final innings of opening day here in Barcelona. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Georgie Parker back soon with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello and welcome back. And time for the last innings of the day. Catalonia Red have put a score on the board, 128 versus Magic Barcelona. And what that does mean is that the Magic Barcelona will need to get past 89, so they'll need minimum 90 to get a point. If the Catalonia Red team can keep them 89 or less, they'll get a bonus point. Of course, if they're going to have a real heater, probably, what's that, about 18 and over pace. If Magic can get the 129 target in 7 overs, then they will get all the points. But yeah, really, any result possible here. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECN opening day in Barcelona. Joining me once again is Georgie Parker. Georgie, all set up for a big finish.
Yeah, it should be a very good finish here. Magic CC were very good in their opening match here. They did bat first though, so they weren't chasing. Maybe different type of pressure on there. And the first delivery is a wide. Run off of it as well.
Yeah, so 2 freebies to
That's
start.
it.
One thing about Trillichan does swing the ball, and that one does swing a lot. And it just couldn't control it. Ended up being a big wide. And,
Yep.
and the keeper, Nabil Hussain, wasn't able to glove it cleanly. Nabil's done the keeping in both games this afternoon.
So Shazib Hussain now on strike. And move from right to left there.
Yeah.
Couldn't quite get his bat to it.
Nice little out swing up.
So-
Once again. This time it gets the same kind of movement, maybe not as prodigious, but it's better directed.
Yes.
And you don't, often people say, swinging big from the hand probably isn't as effective as just swing it a little bit, a bit more unpredictably.
Yeah.
Because batters can kind of pick up trajectory the earlier it swings.
That one's aimed at the stumps and he has hit it straight in the air and it is caught, and the second ball of the day is caught.
Yeah.
It is out. What a big wicket. And how's that for a celebration from Imran as well?
Now, Imran is keeping the cartwheels in the back pocket, or is he? Well,
No cartwheels, but
No
there was a
cartwheels as
little
yet.
bit of a jiggy there, wasn't it?
he
What
probably
a catch.
knows the cartwheeling too early hasn't worked in the past, but we know he's capable. He
There
just
we
goes,
go.
that's called the little chuck of their fat there style.
Is it?
It's like a Punjabi style celebration.
And a good start for them.
Yeah,
1
2 for
wicket
1.
for the 2 runs.
And yeah, that certainly is a very decent blow to get, because Hussain Hassan, he looked pretty good in the last game. In the end, he was able to gather 28 off 12, but in this one, he goes for a 2-ball derrick. Zain Isan comes to the crease at number 3.
Oh, has he touched it? No.
Just missed, but still good bowling from Trillichan. Just want to say a quick hello to Christopher Ward. Good to have you with us. Stephen Kelt's watching from the Netherlands. Hello to Stuart as well. And yeah.
Welcome to the final innings
There's
of the day.
Finally, this is kind of random questions, but there's also kind of food chat. So I got to talk.
We got food chat. What's for dinner tonight, you reckon, Vinny?
Wow. The world is our oyster.
Isn't it?
Barcelona is our oyster. Anyway, I think they do oysters here.
Well, we're on the coast. You'd like to think they would. Singh bowls in. And is it a catch call? Catch call. Oh, not enough movement there from Shah, but
Couldn't quite reverse the momentum, could he? He
No.
was trying to work out how much he had to move, and well, the short answer was too much.
there was an opportunity there. You would have thought that was up and out in the air, but just couldn't quite get there.
A few early golden ball tingles in the chat as well.
Oh,
Dave B.
you know what? You just got to manifest them. If you think it could come, it'd be fun, wouldn't
Yeah.
it? I'd love a golden ball my opening day.
Yeah, you never know.
It's been, 21 matches since the golden ball?
21. Not too many.
Oh, well struck there, but
Barty, he's had a busy day, hasn't he? But yeah, one thing that I will say is, look at the numbers now. You get a golden ball around about 1 game every 100. So
1 every 100. So I'm here for over 100 matches.
yeah, over 100 matches. Yeah,
So
we should get one.
I should
Be
be
rude
getting
if we
one.
didn't.
Well, imagine if it happened on one of my days off.
Yeah, happens as well. Rico
Look,
took a day off.
Good things happen
We had
to good people.
193 individual score. This one's going to be 4. It's Isan just kind of pushing at this one. Trillichan hangs it outside. But again, I think Now that they've had a bit of look at Trilchan, the way he's swinging the ball, they're kind of compensating for that. That was a clever bit of batting. That'll be the end of the over. Well, it was 21,
22.
now it's 22 after the last game.
We forgot about the last game, didn't we?
Some people struggle with maths in the chat, but sorry for the Americans. Every game, it goes up by 1.
Weird.
Do you know what the record is for Barron streak?
216.
Close, but not that close. 405. We had a proper Barron streak in mid-2022, and it was Charlie Hunt actually in the Portugal Night Series that snapped it. But we've actually had we had a glut of them at the start of last year. Here's Imran, by the way. So everyone be on cartwheel alert off his own bowling.
I want a wicket so bad. I would love a cartwheel. Golden ball and cartwheel in one day on a debut.
So I was going to say that the second and third most Barron streaks came last year. So I think we had 5 golden balls in February last year, but then through the middle of the year, they really dried up. I'll give you the numbers in a moment.
Oh, nicked that, gone to the vortex, and it's out for 4.
Yep, it sure has. And they'll take him anywhere they can get him. Zane Easton right off the end of the bat, and it kind of goes to the end of the pitch, and Hussain had no hope. Yeah, so through last year, between kind of like May and basically December, we had back-to-back streaks, listen to this, of 127, 286, 334 and 369 matches without a golden ball. So we had 4 golden balls in maybe like
in 1,000 matches.
Well, more than 1,000 matches.
Struck down the field. Well fielded, just the one off that delivery.
Yeah, 1,116 matches.
There you go.
Which is only basically 3 golden balls. But anyway, we had a big finish to the year with our first ever women's golden ball in the ECCW.
Hey, that's great.
That was an insane finish. Probably one of the most insane finishes.
Oh, catch was the call. Just head over and it goes for 4.
Yeah, just got the elevation, Imran. Well, if he's not doing cartwheels, he'll be tearing his hair out, I think. But this is almost catchable, but almost is the operative word.
Well, it depends on the height of you, whether that one's catchable.
Some of the Magic fielders might have been able to pull that one down.
Yeah, they are a little bit taller. Pretty full toss there. They're running back for another, and they run well.
Good running, really good running. Yeah, so I was going to say in that golden ball in the ECCW last year, that was actually our 50th golden ball ever. So it was like a milestone golden ball.
And it was the women's.
And it was the women's. And it decided, because it was there was 5 teams vying for 4 positions, and the 2 teams fighting for 4th place were playing each other, and it literally decided who got to play finals and who didn't.
Oh, well, there you go.
It was.
So it's an extra special golden ball. Well struck, but just the one. And ended the over there, 21 for 1 off of 2. Sundale 13 off the over.
Yeah, not the worst over, really. But another day, maybe one of those goes to hand. We also had a kind of toe ender that went for 4. Early days with the table, but each team will play 18 matches. Of course, this is the first time we've had the bonus point system here in Barcelona, and you can already see how it shapes things. Probably makes things a bit more exciting. For example, the Barcelona International point, that was achieved off the very last ball, and with a big 6. Yeah, so not just, speaking of the ECCW Golden Ball, the thing is with a lot of the women's teams here, they train a lot, but sometimes they don't get to play a lot. So there are some countries that don't really have a women's competition yet at club level. Yeah. So they're kind of just left with the national team that train a lot, and it's difficult also people in different parts of the country to train together. You know, the logistics are prohibitive sometimes.
Yeah.
Here's the third over.
Big hit, and that is out of here. That's our first 6.
Yeah, Maximo time from
Maximo
Hassan. He's having a heater today. He's gone past 100 runs in the day now.
There you go.
He's a guy, if you get rid of him, you feel a bit more confident about defending this 128. If you don't, and it's every chance he could take the game away for you.
I was about to say, you need to be getting him out early. He cannot be having such an effect like he did in the last innings.
Yeah, 70-30 on the board at the moment. 70-30 percentage
to
Magic.
Added 10% from the initial number there of 20, and here he goes again. That is another 6. So he has not missed a beat today.
Yeah, power play batting as well. And you have a look, just comes down the pitch, gets something full. Just so confident hitting straight. A lot of these guys are. Just clear that front leg and and swing away. Yeah, so what I was going to say is in that game, we actually had quite a few players, quite a few girls, for example. One girl I think was bowling for the first time in a match.
Whoa.
And it was in the Euros of cricket, right?
Yeah.
And a fair few young players in that as well. And for example, Bashrat, who bowled the last over, I'd say, and she was asked to bowl the last over. It was her first over of the game. It's probably about her 5th over she's bowled in her life. So I just, and with that kind of pressure, I think it was 15 to win or something like that. And, keeping control, trying not to bowl extras. It was high drama, put it that way.
We'll just get the single off that one.
Got a few well wishes in here. We've got Jay Wild, who's watching from Khartoum, which is where we play the Euros of cricket, just outside Malaga. And Khartoum Oval is kind of the home of European cricket, as we like to say. And he's saying Georgie needs to get into empanadas. Yeah, there's a lot of empanada chat. I mean, it is food chat, Dave. I can understand what they're thinking.
I'll be eating them. And is that one Maximo? Another 6 there. So that is 3 6s, I think, off of that over. Big expensive over. 1 to go still.
Yeah, just a bit of a half tracker. I think on this pitch, the short ball, unless you're really quick, it's kind of sitting up and asking to be hit. And we have seen some genuine pace today. We've seen some batters hurried up. But I think, you're still bowling at the top 3 here and in the power play, so you don't really have too much protection in the outfield either. But anyway, that is a large strike from Isan.
And you can see that win predicted, which was 2 balls ago, 70-30, gone now down to 80-20. I think that's got a lot to do with Azan there at the crease.
Changes quickly.
We need to be getting him out pretty quickly, you would have thought. Last over of the delivery of the over. And we'll keep strike as well.
He will. So good strike management from Hassan. He moves to 22. And that's the end of the over. The score 41 for 3. You can see there, a bit of hit or miss in the first innings, kind of what we expect from Catalan Red. They do tend to break out at times, but yeah, having that consistency has been a bit of an issue for them. But yeah, well, speaking of food chat, which we do sometimes last game of the day, my favourite here is the paella. Well, it's more specifically the black rice. So kind of the squid ink rice, like kind of paella style with all the seafood. I had a very good one, I got to say, down in La Línea de la Concepción, which is right next to Gibraltar, where we had our last series in the last couple of weeks. And we were saying, quite interesting, when we play in Gibraltar, we actually stay in Spain, walk across the border every day.
There you go.
So it's a bit more economical. So
it's cheaper, is it?
Yeah, so my passport, it's flashed many, many times. And by
Do
the
you
end,
get stamped every time?
If you have your EU residency, you don't need to. Otherwise, you do. That's something I didn't realise. So I didn't normally bring my EU residency. But eventually, you get to be one of these people that just kind of flashes and winks it at them and they get to know you. And by the end of the 2 weeks,
that's you.
I was a flasher.
Whoa, you're a flasher.
Put the
Sorry,
put the quote up in lights. Here we go. It's over number 4, and the first ball is going to be just edged. And they're going to take 2, or are they? There's a mild disagreement. Fielder took his time because he was just uber careful that it wasn't going to get past him. You can understand that. Doesn't want to be a human blooper. But probably 2 there if they're gone.
So close to that line as well, that rope as well. Doesn't want to touch any of it.
I don't know what they're saying here.
Are they checking what the score was?
I don't know whether they think he stepped on the rope, but it seemed fine to me. Let's have a look at it one more time. I don't see the rope ever move.
No, he hasn't touched the rope, so it's whatever they run,
fine.
which was...
I think just 1.
Yep. Just the 1. Hassan now on strike.
Yeah, runs you think about don't count. You've got to actually run them.
Yeah, that's it. And he has hit that one. And is that out? No, just missed it. But well fielded in the end.
Yeah, I mean, just was a fraction slow to turn there, Sundal. I mean, if he'd known straight away it was going over his head, probably could have stuck it in R a little bit quicker. But in the end, it does well to get on it, one hand, one bounce style. And, yeah, well, we'll have some empanadas while we're here. Absolutely. I mean, we'd love for you to come to Malaga and visit us sometime, but I know your schedule's pretty busy.
Oh,
see what we can do.
Way! And that is out of here. He's taking those stumps. They are down and out.
Pretty good bowling. I mean, how many times have we seen the full straight one work today?
Well, we've been saying that all day.
Yeah,
that
well,
aim it at the wickets.
Almost like we know what we're talking about, really, but it's the kind of length that I just don't know what you can do with it. Look at it, bounces right between the feet, and Isan, who's a good player, he goes, and they kind of had to break that partnership. It was getting a little bit out of control, but that'll be the second one down, 43 for 2.
We needed that one. You needed him to get out early.
Yeah. Well, Jay Wild in Malaga saying, don't I dig a decent gambas pill? Yeah, the kind of the garlic prawns here, very, very good. I got to say that. I mentioned that I like the paella as well. That's quite authentic here, depending on where you go. The one I went to the other day, that you didn't have to peel the prawns yourself. That was extra points because I end up, especially sometimes I'm still in my suit. It's a risky food. The effort to outcome with peeling prawns. But I mean, I'll do it here in Spain because it always looks pretty. Looks great for the camera.
But you can't be bothered.
Yeah, especially
not when you missed a Maximo.
You know what it's good for though. Doesn't get me any discounts, by the way, the Mr. Maximo thing.
Oh, and that's a wide.
Yeah, but I was going to say it comes out hot, and I mean kind of like hell temperature hot.
Like as in a tomato and a toasted sandwich hot.
So by peeling the prawns, at least it gives it a time to cool down. If you're hungry, you've saved yourself burning your mouth.
And he's bowled him! After a wide delivery before, that's a second bowling of the over. And how good's that? Anwar is out of here for a duck. Yeah. See you later. Thanks for coming. And I wonder what that score predictor is going to be doing now.
Well, might be coming down a bit. Well, you might need to call Golden Derek because I think he might have to make an appearance. And it's just another top of the stumps kind of line. And, disappointment as Wakasamwa is going to have to go. And, Derek is making some interesting noises today.
Look,
the crowd likes it.
Look, I think the crowd probably wish it didn't happen, but what a good over. This is one of those pivoting moments in the game, isn't it? A couple of wickets, and of some good key personnel as well.
Yeah.
So now it's 3 for 44 after 3.5 overs.
Yeah, 24 carat, baby.
And look at that win predictor. It's gone from 80-20 to 64-36. So
it's normally a little bit behind the play, maybe 15 to 30 seconds. So maybe it's got another little reaction to catch up with that ball. Maybe not. Maybe it still knows actually that Magic do bat pretty deep. So and Ranjod's a guy, left-hander. He can certainly be quite aggressive. But Kumar, what an over this is. And he's dished a couple back. Remember, he had a bit of a tough time at times with the bat, but now looking good.
It's a wide delivery again. So second wide there for the over. But pretty economical over nonetheless.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Vijay Kumar. He looks all right with the bat. He's made starts. He made 20 in the first game. He's run out. He was the man run out by Isan, that Hail Mary.
Ooh. Just missed it, but just the one there.
He kind of went with the foot stop. Slid across the turf, but couldn't quite stop it. Hassan back on strike, though. He's a guy, you kind of want him left on the shelf a little bit, the non-strikers, and maybe get him to go cold a little bit and feel more pressure to score quicker when he gets on strike. Because for me, he's a huge key to this game at the moment.
Absolutely is, but one ball to go here, and Kumar is confident. Let's see where he puts this one. Oh, he nearly chopped it onto his own stumps.
What an over from Kumar.
Great over. Couple of dot balls, couple of wickets, just 5 off of it. Couldn't be a better over.
Yeah, 46 for 3 after 4. You can see in brackets 90, that's to get a point. But Magic, I don't think they'll be that satisfied with just a point. They want the whole lot. And speaking of pies, a bit of pie chat. You can eat it. So sometimes I think of these games now as like, if you think of the whole match as a pie, would you want to share a slice with your opponent? Or would you want to be greedy and have the whole thing? That's kind of the system we've got now on ECN and our teams.
Well,
they don't really like to share.
Well, no, you want to have the whole thing, obviously.
Speaking of pies, give me your favourite pie then.
Are we talking like Australia?
That's why I didn't specify it.
Well,
give me one of each.
Is pie a universal thing like our meat pies?
No.
See, that's the thing.
Or as we call them, rat coffins. More about that in a second. Here's the start of the fifth over.
And he's hit that. That is massive. That is out. That is 6. That is in those nets. Those nets have had a bit of a workout today.
They have. Yeah, I think there's more balls being hit on top of the nets than actually in the nets today.
That's it, but he just uses the pace there and hits that straight down the field. And 6. And Singh, what a way to start his innings here. 7 off of 2.
Yeah, I called it. He knows what he's doing. They're going to throw that one back. And, yeah, I think they might have found the original ball, yeah. But, yeah, pies in Australia, the Australian side, you don't see too many on that side of that type in Europe.
He didn't do that confidently. They're calling for this, saying it's out. They said he's touched it.
Well, I tell you what, this is a bit naughty for me, as Rico would say, because umpire's guessing he can't see. Look, the bowler's in the way, and it just kind of, I think he gets influenced by the appeal. And I got a feeling that they might want to override this one. I mean,
it's close, isn't it?
No, they can't. My issue with this is not so much that, okay, if the umpire thinks it's out, it's fair, but I just don't think he can see that. You know what I mean? Unless the bowler's made of glass. And to me, it looks like
he could hear something that we couldn't hear down here as well.
It just doesn't feel right to me because the bowler follows through in front of the umpire, but they get the decision. So, Ranjot in the end is going to have to go in controversial circumstances. And the score 52 for 4. Good catch low down by Habib Hussain. But that one will certainly be water cooler conversation in the morning around the world.
That's it. And do you know what? I think we're on track for some cartwheels.
Yeah, I think maybe Imran's waiting until the game's sewn up before he starts pulling out the cartwheels.
No, it's on track for some though, isn't it?
Is he warming up? Can I tell you something I've noticed today?
Look at that win percentage, 55-45 now.
Yes, they're not even favourites yet.
No, yeah, but it's on track, the trajectory.
Bawa, he's been it.
You just wait, my friend.
He's been last over hero before.
A nice little upset would be good here, wouldn't it?
Can I tell you something I've noticed today that I've never seen in over 3,000 matches I've been commentating?
What's that?
Fielders near us have been doing like push-ups and sit-ups and kind of all kinds of calisthenics. And it's not that I've never seen them hit the ground before, but I've never seen like this.
We're getting a few waves as well. We nicked that one and it's not gone for 4, just the single.
Yeah.
You don't do push-ups in the outfield?
I normally do them in private.
Do you do them at all?
If I'm forced, if I fall down, I'll do one to get back up. 54 on the board. And interesting one in the chat. Chris saying, did the batter not walk? Well, I mean, he was forced to walk in the end. Figuratively pushed to accept the decision, but yeah, I don't think he was that thrilled about it.
No, I don't think so either. And how's that one? That is...
Whoa. That's downtown, baby.
Maximo. What's that? That's bye-bye ball.
Yeah.
How do you say that again?
Well, I say adios pelota. That's what we say here. But Corey actually says adios pelota ball, which literally means goodbye ball.
Well, let's say that. Adios pelota ball.
Yeah, you can say that if you like. Corey will enjoy that. Last ball, the 5th coming up.
Oh, it's gone to the same spot, and it's another 6. I believe.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty close. I'm not sure it's 4 or 6.
It's another 6.
Let's have a look. Does it count? It does. Oh, yeah, quite easily. And, well, that certainly
good finish to the over.
Some twists and turns, haven't we? 67 for 4 after 5. Let's welcome you into the cube once again. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECN, welcoming Georgie Parker. Well, now we're kind of coming to the end of your first day. You can be honest. How did you enjoy your first day in the ECN box?
It's been fun. I love it. I love this. I love what I'm watching. I love how close it's been, even though it hasn't been close at the same time, if that makes sense.
There's been talking points,
yes,
I suppose.
Exactly. Yeah. And there's been moments where I feel like this could be, and this is a perfect example of that. I feel as though this has changed momentum the last over.
Yeah.
I feel a couple of wickets, it went one way. Now it's just now a couple of 6s. It's gone back the other way. So what's going to happen in the next 5 overs?
Yeah, spot on in the analysis there. These turning points come so quickly. It's hyper unpredictable as Barty comes in and bowls the 6th over. Barty's been everywhere. He's been an attention magnet all day, ever since we saw him in the field in the first match, and then there was a key key figure with the bats in both games.
A good catch. He had a great knock. Now he's having a bowl, and it's been hit, dropping short there. Just the one.
Yeah, interesting. Some of our chatters have great memories. I think it was with Corey once, and I remember saying, I don't get too much chance to do a lot of exercise these days, working long hours doing this, and something funny happened. Oof.
Oof. Is that a wide?
Yeah, your thoughts are mine. The question is what's the height on this? Let's check it out. I think that is high. It's over his head for me. Yeah, it's called a wide. Yeah, I think the margin's there. It's a bit risky if you want to dig it in. You never really know. He's saying there's no way it was a wide. Well, Barty, if he does have a TV set, he can probably turn on later and see it was a wide.
I think it was a wide.
Yeah. No,
in fact, it was a wide.
Yeah, it's definitely a wide. So Barty is just using a bit of selective memory on that one.
Big hit, catch that one, the call. And he's caught it, and it is out. And that is a big wicket.
Oh, what a catch by Mohammad Safi.
What's happened here? Is it a
the ball ball was a wide, not a no ball, I thought, because...
It wasn't called a no ball.
So it's not a... Well, I think they're trying to say, is it above the shoulder? But it's not. It's definitely not. But what about Safi? I was a little bit worried we were going to get a bit more of the when ball meets face about this when he camped under that, because it wasn't an easy one. But the umpires, I've got to say, they've got it spot on there. I know that we had a talking point earlier, but it was correct. It was a wide because it was over the head, but it was the first above the shoulder of the over.
Yeah, so it wasn't a no ball.
It wasn't a no ball.
And I think they thought it was a no ball, the batsman.
Or they thought that second one wasn't that a bouncer, because if that's over your shoulder, then it would be.
No
but
ball.
I think it wasn't. I think it was about chest high, and that'd be a pretty good catch there by Mohammad Safi.
A little bit of a juggle there, but he made it.
I have a bit of advice. It's not the coaching manual, but if you're going to drop it upwards.
That's it, because then you have a chance to get it again.
That's right.
That's it. So Barty, he's 1 for 3 off of 3 deliveries, that is, not overs.
Barty's suddenly had a significant mood change in the last 2 minutes.
Isn't it? So now it's 70 for 5.
Yeah, it's a long way back from here now.
Isn't it?
They're ahead in the percentages.
That's the first time that's happened, and a dot ball. Dot balls are magic at this time of the innings.
Yeah, so what I was going to say earlier is I decided to just do a sprint around the boundary, seeing if I could just leg it at full pace.
How did that go for you?
Well,
big hit and a 4 there.
Yeah, nice shot. Just gets away from the fielder. So Hyder gets off the mark, misses one, hits one. So this game still hangs in the balance.
This game is an interesting game.
Yeah, it's very interesting. It's got momentum shifts.
It does.
So look, it's the classic 800 metres or 400 metres. I was out of the gates, and I flew through the first half. Absolutely flew. In my suit and everything, by the way. So,
and
then we got halfway.
How'd your hamstrings? Did they last? Oh, it's too high, but they run a great quick single there.
Yeah, I reckon he hits this. It's got to be just a run inside edge onto the leg.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think you're right. It was high anyway. So it's all academic, but it does take us to the end of the over. So 75 for 5 after 6. Yeah, so I did still run the second half, but if you did the splits, it wasn't as fast as my first. In fact, I came in, I think it took 1 to 2 overs before I got my breath back and I could continue commentating. But yeah, some of the viewers have said I should do that to try and impress you, but I don't think we need to impress each other.
No, do you know what impresses me? Your knowledge of this great game.
And that's what I like to hear. And it shows you fooled you. I love doing what I do. I've got a really, really fun job, and I love to share it with people that are passionate about
Do I need to do anything to impress anyone? Because I'm not going to go running.
I just think you've impressed everyone with how easily you fit in on your opening day here. But if Sander wants to impress us, he can do it by taking a wicket in his second over and then sticking a triple.
Let's do
cartwheel.
That.
Let's see what happens.
Do it for me. Come on. Let's go. I reckon it would be cartwheel worthy at this point of the match.
I'll tell you something about this shot as well. Tyrone's woken up. A guy's had 12 minutes sleep, and he's really shown what to do there. He does a fair bit of coaching as well, Tyrone. He has in the past. This is classical. Gets out, one hand pick up in the throwing position and just knows he's wearing the coat. So he's athletic. Tyrone's got some of the best cricket stories that you'll ever hear, and some of them, well, probably none of them you can put on air.
Whoa.
You'd say some of them aren't fit for air, but pretty much all of them. But he played cricket in some pretty, what's the word? He played a lot in South Africa at a club level where tensions would boil over to the point that
you have to cancel
it wasn't quite cricket.
Whoa. Different.
Well, put it this way.
Different cultures, isn't it, with cricket?
How biathlon, you're the Olympics, you know this. Not the Summer Olympics. So you know how biathlon is cross-country skiing and shooting?
Yeah.
Well, what if cricket was biathlon and it was cricket and shooting?
Whoa, okay. That's not Australia. That doesn't happen in Australia, does it?
Thankfully not.
Sundal coming in and call for catch, and there's a catch, and is he going to? Oh, come on, do it.
Yeah,
the great man. Oh, well, instead, we're going to get some little foot juggling instead.
Yeah, okay, well, let's stick with Trilochan Singh then. Sandal, it's almost like, he's making us want it more, isn't he?
Oh, I tell you what.
Nice catch, that one.
But look at this, though. How's this?
All right. Well, that.
And then I'm going to kick.
Oh, no. Well, we have to censor that. It was too exciting. Well, that's 81 for 6. I mean, Magic turning the tables.
Isn't it?
At the moment, from ahead to behind. I mean, they've got to be behind. Running out of resources here. Sandal comes up with a wicket.
It could be anybody's game at the moment. I can't pick it. I can't pick what way the momentum is going to stay with, because it's our look at that win predictor, 78 to 22.
How quickly has that changed? I mean, it seems like just a few minutes ago we were saying it was 80-20 to Magic.
That's it.
It's flipped. Hyder goes for 11. Nice catch.
And the last ball of the over. Nicely touched there.
It was Imran Butt down there, pardon me. Couldn't see he was lying on his back. I don't even see the bottom of his feet, but yeah. He was lying on his Imran when he followed through after that catch. That's the end of the over. So just 3 overs to go in the day, and this is anyone's game. Coming up tomorrow, well, Georgie and I will be back. It'll be day 2, and Men in Blue, on their return to the ECS, they'll be taking on Catalunya Jaguar. So that's going to be tough. But Jaguar, I didn't see Hamza in their squad, and he was the MVP of the tournament last year. I'm not sure if he's in the country right now. So that might be a bonus for Men in Blue. Pack Barcelona versus Royal Barcelona in the second half of the day. So join us for the second day of action right here at the Montjuic Olympic Ground from 9 a.m. GMT, which is 10 o'clock in Central Europe, and 2:30 in India. Here's Bharti, over number 8.
And dot ball there. Dot ball for his first ball of his second over. And Bharti, he's been important, hasn't he?
So important.
Had a good knock in that first innings. Well, the first innings today. And then look at that, 2 dot balls in a row, plus that important wicket as well.
Zishan is probably trying too hard here. And sometimes slower bowling can be just as effective or even more effective, because you're giving the batter so much time that they can mistime it. More time to hang themselves.
So look at that run rate now. It's going up and up and up. They need 47 runs off 15 balls.
Yeah, Zishan doesn't get in a great position to try and play this. Is that over the shoulder or not? For me, it might be shoulder high, but it's one that could have gone either way. Anyway.
Here we go. And this should be caught, or it could be caught. Oh. Just missed. That was a sky ball. That is a hard catch to make.
Well, to be fair to Safi, I mean, he's on a 50% take rate of these, which I think are real steep. It's gone up into the lights.
That's a hard one. That, if you're in an indoor field, that's hitting the roof.
Oh, easily.
That was off to the planets.
At least he doesn't knock it over the boundary. Sometimes we see that happen.
Yeah.
On those kind of ones.
So I changed my language from should to could be caught. That's a tough one. But 45 runs off 14 balls. And that one is Maximo.
Wow.
That is out of here.
That's a brilliant chair hurdle from Imran Butt. I don't know if we can get that as well. I mean, first he's trying to track it down. I mean, it's another momentum shift. Just lift it up and over the leg side. But have a look at this. I mean, hurdles. I mean, you did Summer Olympics. That's hurdles. That's a genuine sport. That was good technique.
And that's actually a decently high chair.
Yeah.
I would be knocking that one if I was trying to jump over it and going full pace while watching the ball in the sky as well, and that one's gone through him. They're calling him that he is out. Just nicked it and caught behind. Hussein, he's happy with it. And I tell you what, Barty, he's been playing well.
He sure has. He's been a human headline, hasn't he? But it's another momentum swing to go after another momentum swing. So we saw kind of a couple of misses, a big 6, and then the out. So running out of batters here, 80 in the 80s and 7 wickets down now. And
it's tough for
Mohamed
now.
Zishan that has to go. So yeah, it's 90 for 7 after 8. So now we're getting to the pointy end. They basically need 39 for the win. And I suppose one thing that seems certain now is that they've gotten past the bonus point. So they've got a point out of the game. See, 90 was the target for Magic to at least guarantee a point.
That's it. So they'll still be up at the top of the ladder.
They'll be up there.
Yep.
But we'll just see how far up they are. Magic could still get the win here. I mean, 14.5 and over is what they need. And that's very doable. Bawa's 14 off 4 has been joined at the crease now by Dilawar Muhammad. Pardon me, 19.5 and over, of course.
It's a little bit harder.
Still possible.
There we go, absolutely.
Especially
Let's
if you do
see this. That is Maximo again, and it's just gone into those cricket nets. Not on top this time, just in front.
Well, just what you need. Yeah.
But good little bit of footwork there to move yourself back and to be able to get some full contact with that ball.
Bawa has been a bit of a closer before for Magic. It's 20 off 5 at the moment. Kumar to deliver.
So Kumar had a great first over where he had 2 wickets.
Oh. Well, here's
For 6.
what's going on here. Bawa, he's not satisfied with the 1. This is classic strike manipulation. He's batting with the 9, and he says, look, I don't want to take 1. I'd rather have another crack at a boundary. So, again, it's a calculated risk. We saw something similar in the last game.
And that is why, if you're hitting 6s, it's okay.
Yeah, well,
You can stay there, Mohammed. You can't get on strike. I'll just do this. Don't worry. I've got this, and I can be the hero of this match.
well, it'll be a good one. That's put down in the stands. But yeah, Dilawar, well, he's got 2 feet inside the crease. I mean, he might as well get a deck chair out there because I don't think Bawa's particularly interested in running. And he's 5 hits away from winning this game for Magic.
That's it. So 7 for 102. Big hit. And he hits another 6, or did that bounce just inside? That's umpire signal 4.
Yeah, well,
So 106 for 7.
it's kind of the yin to the yang of the first game where we saw Barty try something similar, then only hit fresh air from then on in.
That's
He's gone
it.
6 and 4 since he turned down the single. It's turned out to be a very good decision. And 23 off 8 now. This is where he's thinking kind of boundary this ball, and then last ball he's thinking 1. So that's his tactics here. Kumar, his innings has turned around a bit here. Catalan Red, they're known for thrilling games. They gave us a bunch of them last time. And also under lights. The lights have just gone on here at Montjuic. A few instructions being just relayed around the ground. Anyway, 2 to come in the 9th. It all happens in the 9th.
Here we go. And it is 4. Another 4. So a good over so far. We're up to 14 off the over.
Wow, this is some hitting, isn't it? That's very, very good. I think there might have been more than that now.
Is that
It's
20?
gone 6 dot.
20. It's 20 off
10
the over.
and 4. It's 20. It's gone magical. You're right.
20 off the over so far. Last ball remaining here.
Wow. This would be some get out of jail if they could do this. And what's the 1 here to keep strike?
And well run, well played. Stay there. That's it.
Excellent game management there, I got to say, for Bawa. And Muhammad might as well buy a ticket because he's only a spectator at the moment. End of the over and 111 for 7. You know what they need? They need 18 off this last over.
That is completely doable, 18, particularly with how he was just hitting them in that last over. So again, the momentum, it's shifted. Whose favourite is?
One last random question, Georgie. By the way, before we get to that, could we be looking at golden ball time? Yeah, we didn't have one in Barcelona last year in, well, the over 100 matches we had, if you include the internationals. Did have one in in Gibraltar the other night on the 25th of January. Pirates defeated Bavaria. 17 would be a golden ball.
I want one.
Gaurav Kumar is going to bowl. Let me check his numbers. And he bowled 1 over, 1 for 21.
So Kumar has got the ball in his hands. He's been trusted with the final over. Bawa's on strike.
Random question before we start the over.
Off you go.
Dave wants to know how tall you are.
160 centimetres.
5'3".
And a bit.
A bit?
Yeah,
the bit's important.
Yeah, it is. It is important.
They want to know your height compared to Charlie and Rico, and I'm not going to make any comments because I know that they were both
Look, I'm
making
not
a few jokes about that.
I'm not tall. I'm not tall, but
I think Rico will be happy to be taller than someone.
Yeah,
when he comes next week, so it's nice. Works for everyone.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah. I've got no problem being
Bawa can cover himself in glory. 18 required. Well bowled.
Well bowled.
This is the fine margins, hey, with Kumar hunting that tram line. Has to keep it inside, and he does. Perfect. And Bawa literally throws himself over there to try and reach it.
Having to reach for it, wasn't he? Right on that line of being a wide. Second delivery here. And he's bowled him! He is done. Bawa is out of here on 35. A great knock. 35 off of 11, but Bawa, he has gone back to the pavilion. And that is a delivery that they needed.
Yeah, certainly he was. And Bawa, he certainly gave his team a fighting chance, didn't he? But he stays leg side of the ball, kind of shows all three to the bowler, Kumar. And he's right on target. So Catalonia Red, I feel like that has to sew it up, although you never say never. But they've done well to turn the narrative this afternoon because they lost the first game. They're in a losing position in this game as well. We saw them dwindling to as low as kind of 20% chance, but they've continued to take wickets. They've taken a couple of key catches there as well, and the bowlers have done their part as well.
And they lost the first game convincingly as well. It wasn't close at all, nowhere near the golden point, but here, well, it is in their hands now. 4 deliveries to go. They need 18 runs, so we need some boundaries. We need some sixes.
Got number 10 out there.
You
It looks like he's
see
built for
all
power.
of these people, and that's what you're doing. Dot balls.
That's a great delivery.
Great delivery.
He's dialed it in. It's the old Control-C, Control-V from the first ball of the over.
Well, that's it. And now we're going to need 3 sixes.
Maximal bust, baby. That's where we're going.
Let's go. Have a look at the fielding positions. Everyone is out on this. And he's bowled him again! Another delivery right in the middle stump. Kumar, take a bow. What an over for you.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting one. He goes forward straight, gives himself a chance, but it doesn't get there in a simple way. It's actually off the back foot, and it crashes into the stumps on the full. But Gaurav, he'll tell you, planned that all along, and just shows you how your day can turn around so quickly.
Oh, there's a little bat swap there.
Yeah, okay. Must have the lucky one. But
well, was it lucky? Was he out for a duck?
But, yeah. We'll have to go back to the archives. Well, I was too busy looking up Gaurav because let's not forget that he was bowled a couple of times himself this afternoon, including once when he walked too far across his stumps.
Yeah.
So now they're down to their last batter, and it could be all over here with a ball to spare. Really, any chance of being competitive in the game has evaporated.
For a no ball at some stage here. And that's it. You feel as though it's all but wrapped up now.
Well, they don't bother running.
It's a boundary. It takes them up to 115 for 9.
Yeah,
but
it's not a bad shot for the number 11, to be fair. Hey, before we go, last ball coming up.
Yeah.
But I want to say thanks to everyone in the chat. Rico's popped in. He said, hello, everyone.
Rico!
Fantastic start from Georgie today. A great first day in Barca. He's flown from Cyprus to Gatwick, now boarding for Alicante. He's coming back to Spain. He lives in Spain. Last ball of the day coming up. Or not. It's going to be no ball. It's going to be fun. Oh, hold on.
No.
Yeah,
What's
it's going to be a free
now?
5. But luckily, they've got 9 to play with because it's, I'm ready to just wrap things up, but we're not there yet.
No.
And if you were to do that again, then you could possibly lose the game. That's very harsh on the keeper. 4 buys on the no ball.
Turns something interesting, doesn't it? That's what they like to do here. I'm still just have my eyes on Imran, wondering whether or not there's going to be some celebratory
it's a big no-y. It's huge. But Tracy is watching from Cyprus, and Tracy actually was one of the umpires in Cyprus, did a fantastic job. Yeah, Tracy's popped in as well, saying that Rico was great with the commentary in Cyprus, and he certainly was. Rico's done almost 3,000 games as well. All right, just got to be legal. Got to be legal.
Oh, and it's gone through him, but it doesn't matter. And look at them. They are happy. They've won. The thumbs are up. They're pointing. Well done. What a turnaround from first match to the second match. And that's what's so great about the double headers, is that you can change your little things, and that's what they did. They put Barty in at the top of the order to get more balls on him, didn't put him down lower.
Yeah.
And he was able to make the difference. Then getting him to bowl as well made a difference with that as well, getting a couple of major wickets.
And I will say that, well, first we'll have a look at tomorrow's fixtures. Men in Blue versus Jaguars in the morning session, and then in the afternoon, it's the Barcelona Derby, or one of the Barcelona Derbies you'll see in this series, with Pac Barcelona taking on the Royals. Join me, Mr. Maximo, from 9 a.m. GMT, which is 10 o'clock in Central Europe, and 2:30 p.m. in India. Georgie Parker, well, she'll be so experienced tomorrow. She'll probably be telling me what to do as we head into day 2. But you're right about the 2-match series. A lot of discussion with 2-match test series not really being enough. We'd probably like to have more if we could, but 2-match T10 series at least gives the losing team the right of reply. And in the end, the Reds make the most of it.
Yeah, and I mean, there was difference in terms of who bowled first and who batted first as well, which made a difference as well. But it made for an interesting afternoon of cricket. Catalunya Red, what a comeback.
Yeah, interesting. And also, all teams that batted first today won. It was 4-0 in the end. And yeah, you can see Catalunya Red pretty keen to bat first, runs on the board. And yeah, I think sometimes the target in the back of your mind can kind of affect the way you bat. Now, that was a bit of a flashpoint where the umpire got out the X-ray goggles and decided that he detected a little edge. This was something special, though, wasn't it, from Safi? That one was so high. I don't think the TV cameras did it justice, but they still kept fighting back. Tyrone,
he was getting in the highlights.
Sprung into action.
Did he ask for his highlights?
I didn't even see him move that quick when he was going for his luggage this morning when he came in. And that was the little bit of the
feet juggle, just missed it.
That was the fancy butt there as...
and some hurdles.
And hurdles. It's almost like the decathlon, wasn't it? That time it was Zishan, a little edge on that after hitting the boundary. But despite that, it wasn't really over till it was over, was it? Magic kept coming, but in the end it wasn't quite enough.
No, you're right. It wasn't over till it's over. I genuinely thought until the last 2 balls that maybe Magic was going to be able to snag this one from Catalunya. But in the end, they got it done. And Catalunya gets the win. So 1 from 2, but not the full 4 points, only the 3 points. Magic, they were able to go past that line. He came home with 1 point. So they are ending today with 5 points. Yeah. Catalunya with 3.
Yeah, so it's more of an even kind of a split, isn't it? And I bet that Red would be kicking themselves. They couldn't get that point in the first game. It would have been 4 points apiece. But Bawa gave them a ticket in the raffle, didn't he? 35 off 12. And just couldn't quite drag them across the line. Got out in the last over. Before that, Bilal Hassan with 25. Had a good first day, over 100 runs in the day. Zain Ihsan also with 18. And also, fantastic run out in the first innings of that game. Well, the wickets really started to tumble at the end. And they were shared around. All 5 bowlers took wickets. There were 3 to Kumar. That's Gaurav Kumar, 2 for Vijay Kumar, 2 for Amir Bharti. Singles for Trilchan Singh. And no cartwheels from Imran on day 1. Maybe he's saving them up, Georgie. Maybe he just doesn't want to show off to you too quickly.
Maybe. I'll send a message out. Hopefully next time we'll get some. But what a wonderful day of cricket here. Magic and Catalunya.
Yeah, it's been an awesome day. And look, I want to say a big thank you to everyone out there. And thanks for your patience, because I know that at the start of the day we had some issues with the technical. We were calling it the Y2K of ECN. We even had our backup scorecard on there. We do apologise. Well, I suppose when you're doing something like over 3,000 hours of live TV a year, these things will happen sometimes.
These things happen.
It's just one of those things. Thanks for your patience, and well done to everyone who worked hard to fix the problem. It wasn't too long before it was back up. But look, the main story of the day, Georgie Parker, ECN commentator. Great job on your first day.
No, thank you. Thanks for having me. Thank you for all the kind messages. Love getting your input into today. It's not just about us here or them out there. It's also about you from the screens as well. So type away.
Yeah.
Ask us all your questions and what you want to know and what you want to hear from.
Yeah, it was outstanding. I agree with the interaction. Reminder to all of our fantastic YouTube viewers, if you like the video, if you subscribe to the channel, we're getting closer and closer to 400,000 subscribers on YouTube as well. And click the notification so that we can tell you when the cricket is on. Spoiler alert, pretty much all
Every
the time.
day.
It never really stops
4
here.
a day for the next 4 weeks.
Yeah, for the rest of
Can't
life,
ask better.
really. Maybe 5.
That's
Anyway,
it.
but that's fine because we love it, and it was really great to be back here in Barcelona. And thanks for everyone who's looked after us here at the ground as well. To everyone from Cricket Spain, all the players. Good to see some of the umpires out there that I have seen before as well, doing a great job. Pakake, European champions, first chance to look at them. Of course, they'll be playing in the European Champions League next month. But tomorrow we'll be seeing Jaguar, the defending champions, versus Men in Blue. Pac Barcelona versus Royals in the afternoon. Join us 9 a.m. GMT, which is 10 o'clock in Central Europe, and 2:30 p.m. in India. Just quickly before we go, I want to say to everyone out there, if you haven't already, please subscribe to our social media at European Cricket. Some of the best bits of the day will be there, and we had some pretty good ones. Some great plays of the day. That one-handed catch from Bentley earlier, that was your
That's
play of the
it.
day.
Play of my day.
I got to say, I loved Isan's run out that no one expected. And even that catch from Safi at the end, that was pretty special. Also, if you want to go kind of bloopery, I think the run-out calamity between Imran Butt and...
Not too many bloopers today, though, I don't think. I think it was pretty good cricket today.
Yeah, Butty and Butt, though. I mean, they had the classic odd couple relationship. But look, in the end, they split the wins in the afternoon session. Final thing I want to say, go to EuropeanCricket.com and you can have a look at all the fixtures that are coming up and all the stats, the standings. It's all there at EuropeanCricket.com. Okay, we're going to go. We're going to decide where we want to go for dinner with the Blue Crew.
Empanadas,
Thanks for
apparently.
the food advice, but we'll take that on board. From everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, hope you have a happy and a very safe evening. Goodbye from me. Goodbye from Georgie.
Goodbye. See you
And
tomorrow.
we'll leave you with some of the best bits. So opening day here in Barcelona. But for now, it's hasta mañana.